Chapter 753. Fishing. Who looked rather stunned at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge said, with Lin Hanhua protecting me, Kong Ping and the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to find trouble with me for the time being. All their fury will be directed towards the Radiant Light sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. In capturing the disciple of the Southern Exalt who had trespassed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion has contributed. This can also be considered as forming good karma with Golden Court Mountain. Yen Zhaoge shrugged, while Lin Hanhua said that Pavilion Lord Gu Hong is also an immortal bridge martial saint, implying that they will not interfere. If Pavilion Lord Gu is really forced to seek protection from Golden Court Mountain will most likely not ignore him. Who grinned, of the three sects, only the Radiant Light sect has to face the flames of fury of the Grand Xian dynasty alone. Yen Zhaoge gazed into the distance. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Facing the large-scale attack of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect aside from the Dim Darkness sect that is truly incomparably weak, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island will most likely still have to reinforce them. While Pavilion Lord Gu knows that he is also their target, he will probably still make a move. Who nodded. This was also expected. This was unless Gu Hong led the North Sea Sword Pavilion away from the Royal Reed Sea and asked Golden Court Mountain to help settle them elsewhere. Otherwise, if the Radiant Light sect was completely destroyed, the North Sea Sword Pavilion would similarly be hard-pressed to deal with the pressure of the Grand Xian dynasty alone. Feng Yunqing said, however, even if the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island rush to the aid of the Radiant Light sect, they will probably not be able to hold on. As compared to the last great battle, the strength of the anti-Xian coalition had been reduced. Meanwhile, on the side of the Grand Xian dynasty, their number one expert Kong Ping, who had not participated in the last great battle, had entered the battlefield this time. Under such circumstances, the anti-Xian coalition army would be in grave danger. Yen Zhaoge extended 3 fingers before curling one up, looking at the Radiant Light sect situation. If I had to think of a way, there are 3 most likely methods. One is to simply change the direction of our spear, abandoning our foundation in the world beyond worlds and making use of the wound of the sky that leads to the 8 Extremities world to launch a full-powered attack on the 8 Extremities world. The entire sect descended into the 8 Extremities world, borrowing the suppression of the power of dimensions on martial practitioners of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm to barely eliminate the numerical advantage of the Grand Xian dynasty's pursuing experts. Simply put, since I can't become as strong as you in a short period of time, I'll try to make you as weak as me. Still, this was too great a sacrifice for the Radiant Light sect. Even if they had sufficient treasures to protect all of them in passing through the wound of the sky in one go, with their treasures having been depleted, it would be very difficult for all of them who had yet to reach the 4th level of the martial saint realm to come back up. As Yen Zhaoge said this, he crooked a second finger. Secondly, to protect the people, abandoning the Sun-Moon Peak of the Spirit Inheritance region, bringing along a group of disciples and heading to Copper Men Island. The power exerted by the 3 guardian Copper Men of Copper Men Island was equivalent to that of immortal bridge martial saints. The number 1 geographical advantage of the Royal Reed Sea was indisputable. Here, the anti-Xian coalition would have a chance to stand against the Grand Xian dynasty if they joined forces. However, this matter would no longer be the Radiant Light sect's problem alone. Copper Men Island becoming the main battlefield aside, the North Sea Sword Pavilion might very well be forced to give up on their foundations. Yen Zhaoge said, from the perspective of the overall situation and the long term, this method is rather rational. Still, it is hard to say whether the Radiant Light sect will choose it. As for the reason, Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips, it seems to be related to me. Yen Zhaoge's relationship with Golden Court Mountain was growing closer and closer as Lin Hanhua was even willing to block Kong Ping for Yen Zhaoge. In contrast, the Radiant Light sect had become the target of the Grand Xian dynasty's fury. It could only be imagined how despondent the Radiant Light sect must feel. Since Golden Court Mountain was unable to protect them, why couldn't they find a more suitable backer? It just so happened that the current Royal Reed Sea really did have such an existence. Yen Zhaoge raised a final finger, saying softly, the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Hearing his words, looks of realization appeared on the faces of Feng Yunqing and Hu. Ahu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young master, that shouldn't be the case, right? In that case, it would be equivalent to the Radiant Light sect exterminating itself in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory." Yen Zhaoge smiled. "That would have to depend on what the Southern Exalt thinks. At the end of the day, the Royal Reed Sea directly borders the Southern Blazing Heaven territory." Ahu said solemnly, "If such a day really comes, the heavens and the earth of the Royal Reed Sea will truly be changed." Yen Zhaoge said, "Who says otherwise? Still, if the Radiant Light sect becomes the vanguard of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory's advance into the southeast, they themselves will be very likely cannon fodder, as they might not be able to enjoy the fruits of victory. If I had to choose, I would not choose this method. Still, who knows if Luo Ziyuan might suddenly go crazy?" Feng Yunqing asked, "You said just now that someone wants to fish. Is this what you were referring to?" Ahu's expression changed slightly. "The fish actually refers to the people of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. The Radiant Light sect is the bait, and the one who wants to fish is Golden Court Mountain?" Yen Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. Ahu felt cold sweat trickling down his back. "Is it Lin Hanhua?" Yen Zhaoge shook his head. "No, it is most likely that person surnamed Mu. In coming to the Royal Reed Sea with Kong Ping and Qin Zhiliang this time, he is monitoring the heaven-bearing Effecate formation on one hand while actually assisting Lin Hanhua in dealing with the matter of the Southern Exalt's lineage overstepping their boundaries on the other." At this point, Mu Jun's smiling, rather amicable face surfaced within Yen Zhaoge's mind. Comparatively speaking, Yen Zhaoge still felt that the sharp-looking Lin Hanhua was a little easier to deal with. Interacting with this Mu Jun would truly be being sold out by him. He might even be helping him count the money. Of course, there is another possibility. Yen Zhaoge said, "Mu Jun secretly contacted the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect was actually acting on Mu Jun's instructions in intentionally sowing discord, making use of the crisis brought about by the Grand Xian dynasty to come into contact with the people of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory." Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. "This way, the Radiant Light sect is still walking on a knife's edge." Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Isn't that so? Of course, while the plan is good, it is not certain that the people of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory will fall for it. This is actually more of a probe. Mu Jun wants to know the true intentions of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. If the other side had no intentions of marching into the southeast, they would likely have ignored the Radiant Light sect's request for reinforcements." Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, which do you think is more likely?" "It is still hard to say now. These are actually all just my guesses which require actual verification," Yen Zhaoge said. "We will know after observing the Radiant Light sect's next move." Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge led them in entering the Myriad Dragon Palace, diving into the deep sea as they headed for the Radiant Light sect's Sun Moon Peak in the Spirit Inheritance region. On the way, Yen Zhaoge asked Xiao Ai, "When you were by mother's side back then, did you hear her mention the matter of descendants of the Prime Clear lineage?" When Yen Zhaoge had been discussing the Radiant Light sect and Mu Jun with Feng Yunqing and Ahu earlier, Xiao Ai had clearly lacked interest. Only hearing Yen Zhaoge's words now did she concentrate. After carefully recalling for a moment, Xiao Ai's eyes lit up. "Yes." Chapter 754. Once, this maid and miss were inadvertently talking about the decree of the earthly sovereign forbidding descendants of the Prime Clear lineage from entering the world beyond worlds. Xiao Ai recalled as she said, "At the time, Miss casually mentioned that descendants of the Prime Clear lineage actually existed in the world beyond worlds. It was just that they kept a low profile and possessed a unique identity. She only heard of it, not knowing the specifics. Still, the existence of such a person seems to have been tacitly permitted by the earthly sovereign, though the reason for this is unclear." Hearing her words, Ahu was left speechless. Isn't the earthly sovereign slapping his own face? Or is that person's background so powerful that even the earthly sovereign has to be wary of it? Yen Zhaoge slowly shook his head. The earthly sovereign's decree is not just a piece of paper. This person has been so secretive precisely because the earthly sovereign's authority is not to be trifled with. The earthly sovereign might have tacitly allowed him to conceal his identity and remain in the world beyond worlds due to some special considerations or because he has some sort of tacit understanding with others. While it was still impossible to confirm whether this person was Lin Hanhua, Yan Zhaoge was inclined to believe that it was him. It had always been rumored in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that Lin Hanhua's background was not simple, not merely being the head disciple of the southeastern exalt. Still, few people knew the details of this. Yan Zhaoge sorted out his thoughts, controlling the myriad dragon palace to carry them through the deep sea towards the sun-moon peak of the spirit inheritance region where the radiant light sect was located. As they gradually approached the spirit inheritance region, Yan Zhaoge became even more careful and secretive as he did not expose his tracks. The spirit inheritance region had definitely already become a battlefield. It was inevitable that the Grand Xian dynasty would surround the spirit inheritance region. With Yan Zhaoge exposed here, Kong Ping would definitely not hesitate in the slightest as he would immediately turn and lunge towards Yan Zhaoge. Aside from traveling, Yan Zhaoge spent most of his time in the Myriad Dragon Palace cultivating. He had already gained an initial insight into the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, refining the power of dim moon into the power of minor yin and absorbing the essence qi of the extreme yang seal into the power of extreme yang. He had gained so much in such a short period of time. If it were anyone else cultivating in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, even if their talent and comprehension abilities were similar, they would still be hard-pressed to do so. On one hand, he had benefited from the power of dim moon within his body, as well as the pure and refined essence qi of the extreme yang seal. On the other hand, he had benefited from the abnormalities of the wound of the sky, which had transformed into a unique environment of illusory dimensions. Apart from that, Yan Zhaoge's foundation, the peerless heavenly scripture, had also been greatly reliant on him. Cultivating the first of the 10 scrolls of the primordial heavenly scriptures, the peerless heavenly scripture, the source of all techniques, with this as a foundation, learning the other 9 scrolls of the heavenly scriptures would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, on the other hand, if he wanted to truly master the peerless heavenly scripture and cultivate it to its peak, he needed the other 9 scrolls of heavenly scriptures as his foundation. There was a beginning and an end. It was both a beginning and an end. The beginning and the end were one and the same. It was extremely mysterious. Benefiting from cultivating in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base was also growing unceasingly. He could even feel that he was gradually approaching the second layer martial saint realm. As long as he took another step forward, he could try to open that door and enter a whole new realm. Great Yang, Great Yin, Lesser Yang, and Lesser Yin are all cultivated. It should be time for me to advance further. Feeling the changes in his martial concept and true essence, Yan Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. The cultivation of the power of extreme yin and the power of lesser yang did not require the help of external forces. Having already successfully cultivated the power of extreme yang and the power of lesser yin, he would naturally be able to slowly form the corresponding power of extreme yin and power of lesser yang. This was a process of analyzing and comprehending the profundities within the yin-yang heavenly scripture in the first place. It was very normal for one to have the help of fortuitous encounters and treasures. Still, blindly relying on external forces would be neglecting the essentials. Many things ultimately had to depend on one's own comprehension. The combination of the inside and the outside was the true way. Yan Zhaoge aside, his Northern Ocean clone was also cultivating diligently, striving to refine more of his acupoints to see divinity and resonate with the actual stars in the sky. The more acupoints one had, the more powerful they would be. When they had attained a certain level, they would be able to open up a path between the heavens and the earth and step onto the immortal bridge, entering yet another world. With the great number of true dragon corpses in the Myriad Dragon Palace and the treasures from the dim radiant mausoleum, the resources here were abundant as they surpassed even many major sects of the world beyond worlds. Feng Yunsheng, Xiao Ai and Pan Pan had all benefited from this as well. It would be very hard to produce peak experts just by relying on external resources alone. Still, there was not a single person here who was not extremely talented. Under such circumstances, sufficient resources would be able to help geniuses save a great deal of time, helping them to grow faster and ascend to the peak. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it would be for them to advance further, as well as the more time it would take to do so. As compared to Yan Zhaoge, who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Feng Yunsheng and the others who were still martial grandmasters were currently improving even more rapidly. Ending his cultivation, Yan Zhaoge's gaze scanned the great hall. He saw that Ahu and Xiao Ai were still cultivating with their eyes closed, while Feng Yunsheng had just ended her cultivation, temporarily coming to a halt. If the Radiant Light sect does not have a suitable maiden of extreme Yin, they must have been working hard to nurture Mengwan over the past few years. Yan Zhaoge smiled. The Radiant Light sect is naturally far wealthier than the Sacred Sun clan. The cultivation environment of the world beyond worlds is also far better than that of the Eight Extremities world. Mengwan's current cultivation base should have improved by leaps and bounds as well. Still, as compared to us, the Radiant Light sect is really poor. Feng Yunsheng retracted her cultivation, the dim blue radiance of the cold sun dissipating within her pupils. There will still be a contest at the end of the day. To be honest, I actually feel some anticipation towards it, even though the extreme Yin bout is already a thing of the past. The stubbornness within her heart had already gradually faded. Still, she was still a competitive person at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge smiled. I guess that Mengwan should also be looking forward to it. Feng Yunsheng nodded. From my understanding of Little Wan, your guess is right. Whether it was her gentle and elegant demeanor in front of outsiders or her casual demeanor in front of Feng Yunsheng, there was a single fact that could not be concealed. She was similarly a woman with her own pride and determination. With the Radiant Light sect likely facing a crisis of life and death this time, they should not be able to hide the secret of the extreme Yin crown, right? Feng Yunsheng asked. Yan Zhaoge said, it will definitely be another great commotion. We have to take part in it as well. The Myriad Dragon Palace soundlessly arrived in the vicinity of the Spirit Inheritance region. Now, intense power fluctuations emanated from the distance, even from deep within the sea, as numerous experts were currently clashing. Yan Zhaoge thought, the Sun-Moon Peak has yet to be breached. From the looks of it, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island have indeed rushed over to reinforce this place. Still, despite having reinforcements, the anti-Xian side was clearly at a disadvantage. The numerous experts of the Grand Xian dynasty attacked in unison, causing the Spirit Inheritance region to be scarred for tens of thousands of li. Chapter 755. Yan Zhaoge could not approach the Spirit Inheritance region now, as he controlled the Myriad Dragon Palace to rise from the deep sea in the distance. Where the sea and the sky intersected, radiance that resembled water obscured the heavens and concealed the sun, seemingly forming a realm of its own as it separated the space inside from the outside. Enveloped by the light of water, everything within appeared pale and sluggish. Beneath the scourge of time, all things had become incomparably weak. However heroic one might be, however powerful one might be, they would still be hard-pressed to stand against the flow of time, as they would eventually decline one day. Tens of thousands of years later, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it would merely be an illusion left for later generations to judge. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge could not help but shake his head. The joining of three immortal bridge martial saints who cultivate in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture is indeed extraordinary. Kong Ping, Gu Zhang and He Dongcheng, the three experts who all cultivated in the time-flowing sword, attacked together, their sword light directly enveloping the Spirit Inheritance region. Everything was experiencing the scourge of time as they advanced towards old age and destruction, the only difference being the strength of their opponents. The benefits of Yan Zhaoge's timely report and the decisive attack of the anti-Xian coalition now manifested. Gu Zhang had been jointly injured by Gu Hong, Zhou Haosheng, Gong Sun Wu and Luo Ziyuan back then, as he had still yet to fully recover even now. It was all thanks to this that the anti-Xian coalition of the Spirit Inheritance region's Sun-Moon Peak could now just barely hold on. Still, Kong Ping and the others indisputably held the upper hand. Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, you can pay with your lives for my wife's. Kong Ping was expressionless, his gaze icy cold as he stood amidst space directly above the Sun-Moon Peak. His sword light was indifferent as water. While it seemed inconspicuous, it was actually the most powerful existence here. Where his sword light passed, all things fell silent before becoming old and mottled. Atop the Sun-Moon Peak, Luo Ziyuan's face was livid as he wielded the Sun Wheel of the Sun-Moon Wheels, relying on his Guardian Grand formation as he unceasingly clashed with his opponent. Meanwhile, Gu Hong had arrived at the Sun-Moon Peak as well. Kong Ping had placed the blame for Madame Kang's death on him as well. Even as he attacked Luo Ziyuan, he did not relax in his attacks against Gu Hong. Gu Hong's expression was calm as he brandished his sword in an unrestrained manner, resisting the attacks of his opponent that resembled the tides. Yet, Kong Ping was too powerful. Wherever his sword light passed, Gu Hong's majestic sword intent instantly turned pale and powerless. Even if the sea was vast and boundless, with the passage of countless years, it could still turn into land or even dry up into a desert. Unlike how Kong Ping had used his fingers as a sword in Lin Hanhua's place, the current Kong Ping was even wielding the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword. With a sword in hand, Kong Ping alone was enough to suppress Gu Hong and Luo Ziyuan to the point where they practically had no strength to retaliate. Aside from Kong Ping, Gu Zhang and He Dongqing had also attacked together, beating the anti-Xian coalition to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. The chief of Copper Men Island, Gong Sun Wu, was at the peak of the late Seeing Divinity stage. Without a high-grade sacred artifact in hand, he was even somewhat unable to interfere in this battle. The anti-Xian coalition could only rely on the Radiant Light Sect's Guardian Grand formation to barely hold on, but they were in a precarious situation. From Yan Zhaoge's perspective, he could even see flames lighting up from time to time amidst the heavens and earth enveloped by that sword light that resembled water. Under the combined efforts of Kong Ping and the others, such a powerful sword will sealed everything. Everything turned pale, and this fiery light seemed so dazzling. Yan Zhaoge knew that this was most likely the work of the Grand Xian dynasty's King Xuanmo, wielding the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian Spear. The Grand Xian dynasty's experts had come out in full force this time, their determination to trample the Sun-Moon Peak was indisputable. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that within the world of sword light, there was still bright, clear moonlight that flickered for a moment. The Extreme Yin Crown. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. It is still unable to exert the power it should. This means that the Radiant Light sect originally did not have a sufficiently powerful expert who possesses the Extreme Yin body. The one who currently wields the Extreme Yin crown is most likely still Meng Wan. The current Extreme Yin crown was clearly much more powerful than it had been in the Eight Extremities world. This treasure was currently already able to exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. In the Radiant Light sect, Meng Wan's cultivation base had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds as well, thus being able to coordinate better with the Extreme Yin crown. Still, in the current situation, the Extreme Yin crown that could only exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact was still a little insufficient. Its greatest use was in symbolism and deterrence. Just like how the Extreme Yang seal had been the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary Gao Han of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries that year, the original owner of the Extreme Yin crown was similarly illustrious, being the exalted lunar luminary who was one of the 9 luminaries alongside Gao Han. The sudden appearance of this treasure in the virtuous spirit region's Sun-Moon Peak had surpassed everyone's expectations. Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu and the others had limited understanding of the relationship here, but they were just taken aback. Kong Ping and the others of the Grand Xian dynasty were greatly shocked. If the Radiant Light sect was related to the exalted lunar luminary, they would likely have kicked a metal plate in coming to trample on the Radiant Light sect. The Radiant Light sect having been able to last for so long without being breached also had to do with the Grand Xian dynasty having reservations about it. After repeated probing, while the Radiant Light sect had intentionally misled them, the Grand Xian dynasty had still seen through some clues at the end of the day. Only then had they gradually unleashed their ferocious attacks. The pressure on the anti-Xian coalition grew greater and greater. The seawater surrounding the Sun-Moon Peak had already been completely evaporated, the land shattering unceasingly as only a lone peak remained, protected by the formation that seemed on the verge of collapse. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge pondered in silence. As soon as the Guardian Grand formation is broken, it will instantly be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, as the anti-Xian side's defenses will likely directly collapse. As if verifying Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, the radiance of the formation gradually dissipated as the Grand Xian dynasty's attacks surged madly along with it. As time passed, the Radiant Light Sect's Guardian Grand Formation finally collapsed completely. The radiance of the bright, dazzling mountain peak that resembled the sun and moon in the sky instantly dimmed. Numerous cracks immediately appeared on the mountain peak that had originally already been on the verge of collapse, as it looked like it was about to collapse. At the top of the mountain, Gong Sun Wu roared anxiously, "This place cannot be defended for much longer." Gu Hong sighed, "Chief Luo, let's go." Luo Ziyuan roared towards the heavens, feeling incomparably furious. If not for having been screwed over by Yan Zhaoge in the Wound of the Sky, how would he have fought Madame Kong to the death for his own life, thus forming irreconcilable enmity now? Kong Ping had named 3 people to avenge his wife. Yet, Yan Zhaoge was clearly the weakest of the 3, being all alone. Yet, Kong Ping had instead come to look for his Radiant Light sect first. If Golden Court Mountain had said that they would never interfere in the internal conflicts of the Royal Reed Sea, why had they still persisted in protecting Yan Zhaoge? Go! Luo Ziyuan roared furiously, first shooting into the skies, bringing along Mengwan, who wore the Extreme Yin crown, and those of the Radiant Light sect as they transformed into streaks of light, speedily fleeing into the distance. Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu followed suit. The Grand Xian dynasty would naturally not allow them to escape, their attacks pressuring over with mountain toppling, sea overturning attacks. Looking back, Luo Ziyuan saw that his clan had stood tall for many years had been reduced to ash, falling to the ground. He could not help but feel as though his heart was being pierced by a knife. Staring at Kong Ping, he pointed towards the north, saying furiously, "There is a Wound of the Sky that leads to the 8 Extremities world where that Yan Zhaoge hails from. His lineage and lineage are all located there. You do not dare to look for him personally. I wonder if you dare to go to that lower world." Chapter 756. Hearing Luo Ziyuan's words, Gu Hong's expression immediately changed. Even Gong Sun Wu's expression was rather unnatural by the side. Luo Ziyuan snorted coldly, not even looking back as he fled into the distance after having said those words. Within the Wound of the Sky, in order to survive, Luo Ziyuan had only been able to engage in a life-and-death battle with Madame Kong. In the end, Madame Kong had directly perished. If not for this enmity, facing the might of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect might have been able to submit to them. Now, however, this path had been completely blocked. Luo Ziyuan was enraged to the point of madness. His hatred towards Yan Zhaoge was not any less than that of the Grand Xian dynasty who had destroyed his sect in the least. If he could divert this trouble to them now, he would naturally be very happy to do so. Kong Ping said coldly, "Go, we will naturally go." Still, Luo Ziyuan, don't even think of running. Luo Ziyuan hated him inwardly, not daring to halt in the slightest as he fled into the distance. He fled in the direction of the clear scenic region. In the sea of the clear scenic region, endless magnetic storms rampaged, forming a natural barrier for the Radiant Light sect. Yet, it was also like a precipitous abyss. The Grand Xian dynasty had surrounded the Sun-Moon peak of the Virtuous Spirit region, leaving only the clear scenic region untouched. With the Sun-Moon peak broken, Luo Ziyuan and the others breaking out of the encirclement in the direction of the clear scenic region was exactly what the Grand Xian dynasty wanted. Making use of the endless magnetic storms to obstruct their escape, they could also kill or wound them. Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong and Gong Sun Wu all understood this as well. Fortunately, the endless magnetic storms above the sea of the clear scenic region just happened to be relatively weak at this time. They might still have a chance if they tried to traverse this path. Even as the endless magnetic storms obstructed their path, they would similarly obstruct the Grand Xian dynasty's pursuers, giving them a chance at survival. When the Sun-Moon peak had been surrounded, Luo Ziyuan and the others had already decided on this path of retreat. Looking at the departing figures of Luo Ziyuan and the others, Kong Ping directly followed them. "King Xian, I will have to trouble you to lead some people to the Wound of the Sky to take a look." We will go pursue Luo Ziyuan and Gu Hong, Kong Ping said as they walked. Gu Zhang, He Dongcheng and the others all moved as well, pursuing the clear scenic region with Kong Ping. King Xuanmu nodded, all right, this king will head over to the wound of the sky. All of you should be careful of that endless magnetic storms as well. On King Xuanmu's orders, a great number of experts of the Grand Xian dynasty left alongside Kong Ping and the others. However, there were still many elite soldiers and valiant generals under King Xuanmu's command who followed him north in the direction that Luo Ziyuan had pointed out in search of that wound of the sky. Under the radiant light sect's treatment, this wound of the sky was usually not constantly maintained, instead closing and healing itself. It would only open again after being activated by a secret technique. Previously, it would hide in the void for a long time without a trace. Still, as an expert of the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, King Xuanmu's senses towards the changes of space would naturally not be weak. Now that he had a definite direction and a known target, he quickly found the sky wound that Luo Ziyuan had mentioned. After staring at the empty space in front of him for a moment, he struck out with the King Xian spear in his hand. Boundless flames condensed at the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear thrust forward, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void, which continued to tear and expand in all directions. An indescribable radiance flickered within the crack, numerous folds of space stacked together as a terrifying power of dimensions was formed. Gazing at the Sea of the Spirit Inheritance region from afar, Yan Zhaoge could see that the radiance of the sun-moon peak which had originally illuminated the surrounding area had dimmed before it shattered. Streaks of light fled in the direction of the clear scenic region. Yan Zhaoge knew that they should be Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong and the others. If the Radiant Light sect had not decided to kill their way into the Eight Extremities world, instead continuing to operate in the world beyond worlds, breaking out of the clear scenic region while it seemed dangerous, it was actually a pretty good choice in this season where the endless magnetic storms were relatively weak. Yan Zhaoge felt that if he were in their shoes, he would also be able to make the same decision as Luo Ziyuan and the others. What he was interested in was where the Radiant Light sect would go after successfully breaking out of the encirclement and temporarily shaking off the pursuit of the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, when Yan Zhaoge had noticed that the Grand Xian dynasty had clearly split into two groups, he had already sensed that something was wrong. One group chased after Luo Ziyuan and the others towards the clear scenic region while the other group headed north of the sun-moon peak. Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. That place is very likely where the wound of the sky that leads to the Eight Extremities world is located. The Radiant Light sect is not going down themselves. Instead, they want to draw the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who similarly have enmity with me to the Eight Extremities world, which would be detrimental to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge's expression was rather strange. The Radiant Light sect might not have had the time to introduce the details of the Eight Extremities world to the Grand Xian dynasty. The Grand Xian dynasty was likely not clear on the current situation in the Eight Extremities world. If a group of people descended under such circumstances, it would be a huge problem indeed. Unless their numbers surpassed a certain level, they would not be able to do anything to Yan Di who had remained there. If Yuan Zhengfeng had already returned to the Eight Extremities world, that would be even less of a problem. The only problem was that there would be too many peak experts descending. Even if their cultivation bases were all suppressed to the third level of the Martial Saint realm, if they were to wreak havoc together, the Eight Extremities world itself might not be able to withstand the destructive power of their battle. In comparison to the world beyond worlds, the Eight Extremities world was much weaker. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge temporarily gave up on going to the clear scenic region. However much the endless magnetic storms were in a weakened state, the clear scenic region was still a perilous place in the Royal Reed Sea. The Grand Xian dynasty as well as Luo Ziyuan and the others would still have to go around in circles within. Yan Zhaoge headed north of the sun-moon peak as well. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge still concealed his tracks. Looking at that fiery light flying towards the north, it was likely that the expert leading the group to the wound of the sky was the current King Xian of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. While this person's cultivation base was inferior to Kong Ping's, he was still a peak expert of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. More importantly, he was accompanied by the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear. This treasure was the heirloom of the Grand Xian dynasty, having been forged by their founder, King Xianwen. It was perfectly compatible with the martial legacies of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family. Therefore, while King Xuanmu, who had yet to reach the immortal bridge stage, was unable to exert the power of this high-grade sacred artifact to the maximum, as one with the spear, he would still be able to stand against early immortal bridge martial saints. While such an opponent would not be as troublesome as Kong Ping, he would still be extremely powerful. While it was hard to say what would happen in the Eight Extremities world, Yan Zhaoge still had to be careful in the world beyond worlds. Having been discovered here, Yan Zhaoge believed that the other party would definitely be coming for him first. Gazing into the distance, he saw King Xuanmu and the others halt. King Xuanmu stabbed out with his spear, the wound of the sky reopening. Without pausing in the slightest, King Xuanmu issued a command, the numerous seeing divinity martial saints behind him all entering the spatial crevice. Chapter 757. Yan Zhaoge soundlessly followed King Xuanmu and the others north from the Sun Moon Peak, arriving where a wound of the sky was located. Having arrived there, with King Xuanmu opening the wound of the sky, several martial saint experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had descended into the Eight Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge blinked, not approaching. With the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, in his hands, King Xuanmu was virtually equivalent to an immortal bridge martial saint expert. As the ruler of the Xian Empire, other than the King Xian spear, he definitely had a mid-grade sacred weapon with him. Perhaps he even had more than one. Now that he was facing him head-on, he could only run. However, compared to facing Kong Ping, running was much easier. If King Xuanmu was at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, Yan Zhaoge would indeed have a few plans that he would like to try out. Of course, all of this was built on the foundation that they had all battled in the world beyond worlds. If they descended to the Eight Extremities world, it would be a completely different matter. In just a few moments, the wound in the sky suddenly shook violently. Standing at the entrance of the wound of the sky, King Xuanmu first revealed a look of astonishment before his expression turned extremely ugly. The void crevice fluctuated, and two figures escaped from it in a sorry state, still in a state of shock. King Xuanmu and the others who remained in the world beyond worlds were all incomparably stunned. The two were both furious and ashamed, wishing that they could find a hole in the ground to bury themselves in. However, they could not refuse King Xuanmu's words. Hearing their descriptions, everyone had looks of disbelief on their faces. A mid-merging avatar martial saint single-handedly took on all of you? The others are either dead or injured, but all of you are only able to return because you no longer restrained yourselves, releasing all of your power beyond the limits of the lower realm, forcefully ascending. Someone didn't even have the time to break free from the suppression of the domain's power and was killed in that lower realm? The consecutive rhetorical questions indicated that King Xuanmu was extremely shocked as well. Someone beside him unconsciously asked, could that Yan Zhaoge have secretly returned to that lower world before this? The other party shook his head exasperatedly. We naturally recognize that Yan Zhaoge's appearance. How could we not recognize him? He paused for a moment and said hesitantly, but... Another person who had escaped from the Eight Extremities world continued, still, he does indeed resemble that Yan Zhaoge somewhat in terms of appearance, just looking a little older. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty exchanged looks. King Xuanmu's expression turned solemn. Good, what a Eight Extremities world. With that, he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he took a step forward and walked toward the crack in the void. My subjects, who's willing to follow me to the lower realms to see what's so magical about that place? To be able to cultivate to this level, any martial artist would have their own confidence and pride. If King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, descended to a lower world, while his cultivation base would be suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, he would be incomparable to them who were at the 4th and 5th level of the martial saint realm. Even though their cultivation levels were the same, there was a world of difference in their experience and understanding of martial arts. Even if King Xuanmu suppressed himself to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, most seeing divinity martial saints would probably not be a match for him. With such strength, if he did not even dare to go to a lower realm, King Xuanmu could forget about cultivating martial arts in the future. The people around him agreed, "We are willing to travel with the king." The two who ran back hesitated. In the Eight Extremities world, that person who bore a striking resemblance to Yan Zhaoge had left too deep a shadow in their hearts. His domineering martial arts aside, the key was that unique saber intent of his, which was domineering, and domineering was something they had never seen in their entire lives. Even in the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds, they had never personally witnessed it before. The terrifying saber aura virtually left these two seeing divinity martial saints traumatized. Still, the two were people with outstanding wills, as they knew that they had to overcome this fear. Also, if they retreated now, they would no longer have the face to meet others in the future. "We are willing to be the vanguard of the king." The two grit their teeth, saying resolutely. King Xuanmu nodded, radiance circulating within his hands as the spear landed in the hands of a golden-armored martial practitioner beside him. "You lot wait here for this king. Also, immediately send people to the clear scenic region to chase after senior apprentice brother Kong and the others," explaining the uniqueness of this Eight Extremities world. "Those of you left behind should also be careful. While the main force of the rebels has been forced into the region of Sea of the Clear Scenic Region, there may still be other survivors." That golden-armored martial practitioner said, "You can rest easy, king. With the King Xian spear here, so long as it is not Gu Hong or Luo Ziyuan with the sun-moon wheels, none of them will matter." Someone else now said, "King, that Yan Zhaoge was only able to avoid Mr. Kang's pursuit by relying on the protection of the Shadow Mountain Sword King. We have always been vexed over how to draw him out. Perhaps this is a good opportunity." King Xuanmu pondered for a moment before saying, "We should first deal with the situation here in the Eight Extremities world. I wonder if he can directly communicate with his lineage there. If he can, having received news beforehand, he might not walk right into our trap as we wish. After this king has returned from this Eight Extremities world, we will spread the news and lure him here. Before this king returns, do not act rashly. He possesses the supreme treasure, the extreme Yang seal, having nearly escaped from senior apprentice brother Kang's sword. He is not to be underestimated." Everyone replied in unison, "As you command." King Xuanmu said no more as he directly strode into the wound of the sky. Most of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners here followed closely behind him with the aura of a vast army of thousands. In the distance, while Yan Zhaoge was unable to clearly see the situation in the vicinity of the wound of the sky, he was still able to guess a thing or two from the changes there. This was especially so with the fiery light still surging into the heavens, signifying that the King Xian spear was still here. While its aura was still abundant as compared to before, its spirituality had weakened somewhat. This meant that while King Xuanmu had likely personally descended into the Eight Extremities world, the King Xian spear was still here. Unlike seeing divinity martial saints and immortal bridge martial saints who could descend into the lower worlds after suppressing their cultivation bases, high-grade and mid-grade sacred artifacts would not be able to descend unless they were able to reign in their power. There were extremely few high-grade sacred artifacts and high-grade sacred artifacts who were able to do this. If they were unable to reign in their power, they would require the help of their master. However, this would require much effort as it was very difficult. This was one of the main reasons why the Radiant Light sect would not choose to move their entire sect to the Eight Extremities world. The Grand Xian dynasty had not known that there was a wound of the sky in the vicinity of the Spirit Inheritance region that led to the Eight Extremities world. They had naturally been unable to make preparations beforehand. Seeing this, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards, confident. "I like it." Seeing that the shaking of the wound of the sky had ceased, Yan Zhaoge knew that King Xuanmu and the others had already completely left the world beyond worlds, heading to the Eight Extremities world. The Northern Ocean clone immediately flew out of the Myriad Dragon Palace, resembling a great rock spreading its wings as he brought Yan Zhaoge and the Myriad Dragon Palace along with him, flying directly towards the wound of the sky. Chapter 758. The Northern Ocean clone's true essence surged, transforming into numerous streams of light. The light condensed into a pair of wings that blotted out the sun. With a flap of its wings, it flew for thousands of miles as it flew towards the wound of the sky. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had remained behind were all experts as well. Before Yan Zhaoge had even neared, they had already sensed him as they gazed over in unison. However, when they saw who it was, they could not help but be stunned. Yan Zhaoge? In their eyes, it was only thanks to the protection of Lin Hanhua and Mu Junshi that Yan Zhaoge had been able to remain safe and sound, with Kong Ping temporarily giving up on his revenge, that Yan Zhaoge should be obediently staying by Lin Hanhua's side now. Forming a death enmity with an immortal bridge martial saint who had the assistance of numerous peak experts behind him, instead of staying obediently by the side of those who could protect him, he had even gone out to roam about. What else could it be but courting death? Whether it was Kong Ping, King Xuanmu and the others, all of the Grand Xian dynasty had previously been having a headache over how to draw Yan Zhaoge out. Attacking the Eight Extremities world was partly to vent his anger and partly to draw Yan Zhaoge out. Never would anyone have thought that not only had Yan Zhaoge left, he had even found his way directly to the Sun-Moon Peak of the Virtuous Spirit region. Could it be that he didn't know that the great battle that had just occurred here had gathered all the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty? Kong Ping, Gu Zhang and He Dongqing were three immortal bridge martial saints. In addition, there were two high-grade sacred weapons, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword and the Xian King's spear. Besides offending the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt, such a lineup would be sufficient for them to rampantly dominate the entire Royal Reed Sea. The destruction of the Sun-Moon Peak was the best example. The ones guarding the mountain earlier were not just the Radiant Light sects Luo Ziyuan and the others. There were also experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copper Men Island. Relying on the geographical advantage of their clan, they had ultimately been unable to stand against the Grand Xian dynasty who had attacked with all their might. Even so, however, Yan Zhaoge had actually appeared in the Spirit Inheritance region, right before them. All the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners felt this to be inconceivable. The Grand Xian dynasty experts who remained outside the wound of the sky all subconsciously observed their surroundings once more. They suspected that a disciple of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage had also arrived in the vicinity and had changed his mind, wanting to do them harm. This was the only reason they could think of why Yan Zhaoge would appear here. Otherwise, why would he dare to come? But after scanning the area, he didn't find anything. Logically speaking, if the experts of Golden Court Mountain wanted to deal with them, they did not have to hide. They could just attack openly. They were the true masters of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The group of Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners could not help but feel even more astonished now. However, they quickly regained their senses. With those of Golden Court Mountain not present, if Yan Zhaoge had come alone, wouldn't that be exactly what they wanted? Previously, he had been thinking about how to lure Yan Zhaoge out. Now that the other party had finally walked right into his trap, it really couldn't be any better. While Kong Ping and the others were not present and King Xuanmu had also led most of their forces in descending into the Eight Extremities world, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners present did not feel any fear. The high-grade sacred artifact, the Xian King's spear, gave them sufficient confidence. That golden-armored practitioner who was temporarily wielding the King Xian spear in King Xuanmu's stead yelled, "Do not advance rashly due to greed. If anything goes wrong, His Majesty will not be able to account for it." He raised the King Xian spear, saying respectfully, "Please forgive this subject for overstepping his authority." With that, the fiery light on his body roiled, instantly transforming into the momentum of incinerating the heavens. Numerous swans, white cranes, owls and great rocks soared high amidst the sea of flames, circling within the sky. This golden-armored martial practitioner was clearly of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, as he cultivated in the most orthodox 5-fire true art and 7-foul treasured spear. His spear formed a coiling seal as he met the rapidly approaching Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. The sea of flames surged, foul soaring as they heavily surrounded Yan Zhaoge, cutting off his path of retreat. Yan Zhaoge could tell with a single glance that the other party did not want to settle things with him, instead wanting to tie him down. That golden-armored martial practitioner said to those beside him, "Send someone down immediately to report this to His Majesty." At the same time, Send someone else to the clear scenic region to inform Mr. Kong and the others. As long as we can tie down this Yen Zhaoga here, it will already be a great merit. Whether His Majesty returns to the world beyond worlds later or Mr. Kong and the others return, today will be the day of this Yen Zhaoga's death. The remaining Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners loudly agreed. Now, it is like catching a turtle in a jar. Hearing their words, Yen Zhaoga laughed. With just the likes of you, can you do it? Amidst his laughter, Yen Zhaoga was swift and decisive as he simultaneously clapped on the temples of the Northern Ocean clone. The majestic power of extreme yang was simultaneously infused within the body of the Northern Ocean clone beneath the multiple concepts of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture and extreme yang scripture. The temples on the sides of the Northern Ocean clone's head instantly bulged high, flickering with bright sunlight as they resembled two actual suns. The incomparably tyrannical extreme yang seal appeared amidst space. The power of extreme yang surged within the Northern Ocean clone's body as he wielded the fist intent of the cyclic heavenly seal and the extreme yang scripture, directly executing a Kunpeng chases the sun. As his palms pushed against the extreme yang seal, the majestic, mighty extreme yang seal became even more tyrannical as it swept through everything in its path, destroying the sea of flames and the foul silhouettes together. That golden-armored martial practitioner's expression did not change as he dealt with it in a composed manner, striking out with his spear once more as he did not clash head-on with Yen Zhaoga, merely engaging in a battle of attrition. However, beneath Yen Zhaoga's control, the aura of the extreme yang seal actually rose once more. Yen Zhaoga laughed loudly, King Xuanmu daring to leave the King Xian spear here and hastily run off himself. I think that he doesn't want this thing anymore. Infinite sunlight illuminated the heavens and earth, actually emanating a terrifying aura of being at the end of the road, of ultimate destruction. The expressions of the Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners changed greatly. That golden-armored martial practitioner wanted to wield the King Xian spear to evade, yet was unable to do so this time. It was like a great golden seal had gone out of control as it crushed through space, colliding with the tip of the King Xian spear. A boom resounded as the perlicues of the golden-armored martial practitioner's hands split apart. With his cultivation base at the 4th level of the martial saint realm, he was actually completely unable to hold on to the spear at this moment. The King Xian spear was directly jolted out of his hands. The golden-armored martial practitioner roared madly. The King Xian spear had not just been jolted out of his hands. Instead, its connection with him had been jolted out of his hands as well. The martial true intent that he had infused into the spear had been completely shattered. Yen Zhaoga had used his extreme yang seal to knock down his King Xian spear. Within the extreme yang seal, Yen Zhaoga had always been working hard to refine and integrate his fist intent within, leaving behind his own mark within. At this moment, it had all been for naught, all his previous efforts having been for naught. You madman! The golden-armored martial practitioner cursed furiously. Yen Zhaoga smiled. With the thing in King Xuanmu's hands, I have no confidence in knocking it down. However, it is different in your hands. After colliding, the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear did not separate from each other as they instead remained entangled together. The terrifying collision directly broke apart space, a massive crevice being ripped apart. The two high-grade sacred artifacts transformed into streaks of light, falling towards the crevice together. The Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners hurriedly shot towards the crevice. Near the crevice, a majestic palace had already long since been waiting there. The door of the palace opened, the roar of a dragon resounding. It was precisely Yen Zhaoga's myriad dragon palace. The power of high-grade sacred artifacts was too great. The myriad dragon palace currently still did not possess the ability to absorb and suppress them. The Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners all smiled coldly. If the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear collided head-on, the myriad dragon palace would immediately fall apart and shatter. Chapter 759. The myriad dragon palace blocked the path of the extreme yang seal and the King Xian spear. The power of the two great high-grade sacred artifacts tangled together, transforming into resplendent light that collided head-on with the Myriad Dragon Palace. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners followed closely behind, secretly laughing at Yan Zhaoge's overestimation of his own abilities, as the Myriad Dragon Palace would definitely be smashed apart by the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear. However, if they could delay the two high-grade saint weapons for some time, they might have a chance to catch up. However, just as the two sides were about to collide, the great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Inside the great hall, in the dark void, there was a dim light that was neither bright nor dark, surging. It was hard to describe. Within the radiance, there was a huge iron wheel. There were 12 holes on the iron wheel, and they rotated slowly with the iron wheel. This thing only existed there, moving at its own pace quietly, not interfering with anything around it, nor was it shaken by anything else. Even Yan Zhaoge was unable to wield it. It was precisely the supreme treasure he had obtained from the dim radiant mausoleum, the dim radiant wheel. While he was unable to make it his own, Yan Zhaoge had his own ideas. While he was unable to activate the dim radiant wheel, high-grade sacred artifacts like the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear could. These two supreme treasures were powerful to the extreme. While the dim radiant wheel was an immortal artifact, it had yet to be completed. The dim radiant wheel was unable to ignore the clash between the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear at this moment. As though it had a life of its own, the rotation of the dim radiant wheel suddenly came to a halt. The blurry radiance that was neither bright nor dark instantly expanded, half black and half white, as it enveloped the Myriad Dragon Palace, even enveloping the surrounding space. As the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear collided within this world of black and white, their momentum instantly slowed. The dim radiant wheel, however, resembled a massive beast that had been startled awake as it opened its mouth, emanating a terrifying suction force as it sought to devour these two great high-grade sacred artifacts like it had devoured the dim radiant lamp. It was unlike the dim radiant lamp, which originated from the same source as the dim radiant wheel, having been created by the dim radiant Emperor In Tianxia from the dim radiant 12 arts. If it wanted to absorb the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear, these two high-grade sacred artifacts had to be ownerless. Now, Yan Zhaoge had taken the initiative to strike down his opponent's King Xian Spear with his Extreme Yang Seal. The two sacred artifacts just happened to be in a state where they had lost their owners. Two of the 12 slots on the dim radiant wheel radiated light which swept towards the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Slow down, slow down. Don't be in such a rush to provide for me. The King Xian Spear shook, flying towards the dim radiant wheel on its own. However, the Extreme Yang Seal seemed to possess its own will as well, as if it had been roused from a deep slumber and enraged. As the sunlight illuminated the world, the all-encompassing radiance of the Extreme Yang Seal collided with the radiance emanating from the hole in the dim radiant wheel. Amongst all high-grade sacred artifacts, the Extreme Yang Seal was one of the peak existences. The dim radiant wheel had yet to be completely forged, and could not be considered a true immortal artifact yet. As powerful as he was, he could absorb the King Xian Spear, yet he was currently unable to do anything to the Extreme Yang Seal. Struck by the Extreme Yang Seal, even the King Xian Spear halted within the air, no longer shooting towards the dim radiant wheel. For a moment, the three supreme treasures were in a deadlock. Seeing this, those of the Grand Xian dynasty were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear that had originally been about to smash the Myriad Dragon Palace into smithereens and now halted amidst the layers of space within the palace, no longer as brutal as they had been before. Meanwhile, the Myriad Dragon Palace was completely unscathed, with only the dim radiant wheel flickering with a blurry radiance in the depths of the palace. Amidst Yan Zhaoge's laughter, the great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace mightily shut. At the back of the palace, the spatial crevice that had originally been ripped apart by the collision of the Extreme Yang Seal and the King Xian Spear also gradually began to heal now. The two high-grade sacred artifacts ceased to exist within the Myriad Dragon Palace. With that golden-armored martial practitioner at their head, all the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners regained their wits, their faces instantly turning green. They simultaneously howled madly in shock and fury before all of them lunged towards the Myriad Dragon Palace. The King Xian spear had accompanied the founding monarch of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, conquering the battlefields of the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea, establishing the current foundation of the Grand Xian dynasty. Afterwards, it had been passed down to King Xuancheng and then to King Xuanmu. It had always been the national treasure of the Grand Xian dynasty, its importance surpassing that of the royal seal. Meanwhile, as a high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear was also the strongest weapon of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family, being an absolute national treasure. Yet, it had been taken away by someone today. What kind of joke was this? That golden-armored martial practitioner himself was a member of the royal family of the Grand Xian dynasty. Seeing that the King Xian spear had been lost in his hands, he was instantly enraged to the point of going berserk, wanting to wrest back the King Xian spear no matter what. Otherwise, not knowing how he should face his ancestors, he might as well just smash his head against the wall and die here. The other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all charged over as well. The consequences of having lost their national treasure in their hands was something that none of them could bear even if they were to band together. The golden-armored martial practitioner took the lead, the fiery light formed of his true essence condensing into wings of flame behind his back. With a flap of his wings, he was already in the vicinity of the myriad dragon palace in an instant. However, his vision blurred slightly as he saw a figure standing between him and the myriad dragon palace. What great speed! The golden-armored martial practitioner's heart sunk. Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone looked coldly at the other party, raising the fish dragon spear within his hands and directly stabbing over. That golden-armored martial practitioner roared furiously, another spear appearing within his hands as well. The Grand Xian dynasty's 7-foul treasured spear against Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean divine spear. The Northern Ocean clone's spear resembled a dragon, the rock overturning the sea as its heavy to the extreme collapsed on the other party's spearhead, virtually jolting the spear out of the golden-armored martial practitioner's hands. However, the silhouettes of 7-foul surfaced on the other party's spear, soaring as they blocked the fish dragon spear. This spear was shockingly a mid-grade sacred artifact. This was also a accompanying treasure of King Xuanmu, having been the weapon he had used before inheriting the King Xian spear as it possessed extraordinary power. The Northern Ocean clone's expression did not change as each spear was faster and heavier than the previous as he attacked like a tempestuous storm. That golden-armored martial practitioner was shocked. He had only been able to battle Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone with the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact. While they were both early seeing divinity martial saints, if not for a mid-grade sacred artifact, he would have been stabbed to death by the Northern Ocean clone with just a few spears of his. A seeing divinity martial saint perfectly exerted the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact as he barely managed to hold on beneath the tempestuous storm of attacks. Yet, the Northern Ocean clone's spear arts were swift as the wind aside from its heavy momentum. As his figure rose and sunk, the Northern Ocean clone resembled a massive fish leaving the water, a rock soaring through the 9 heavens as he instantly passed through the defensive circle of his opponent's spear, arriving close to his back as he stabbed out with his spear. Dazzling golden light erupted from the golden armor of his opponent, forming numerous layers of defenses that blocked the Northern Ocean clone's spear. It was shockingly also a mid-grade sacred artifact that belonged to this golden-armored martial practitioner himself. The fish dragon spear was blocked by this mid-grade sacred artifact as dazzling sparks erupted. The golden-armored martial practitioner made use of this chance to counterattack with a spear. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, evading with a flash as he repelled his opponent's spear with the fish dragon spear in his hand. Numerous dragons surged from the imperious cold martial armor on his body before he clawed out with his claw, clasping his opponent's golden armor. The massive silhouette of a Kunpeng appeared, flapping its wings and sending his opponent's protective 7-foul and flames flying. The Kunpeng's claws swept along the numerous dragons as they grabbed onto the golden armor, forcefully ripping it apart. The great wilderness fishrock art, ripping the 3 worlds. All of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners were forced into retreat at the same time. Those with weaker cultivation bases directly spat out blood, splattering it all over the sky. Sweeping through his enemies with a single spear, the light of thunder flickered within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone. Under the effect of the Philip's swift thunder technique, it was as if he didn't need to take a breath. Without the slightest pause, he immediately turned around and thrust his spear at the golden-armored warrior. With the help of his companions, he finally managed to catch his breath. Just having suppressed his injuries, before he could even regroup, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attack immediately arrived before him once more. That golden-armored martial practitioner clenched his teeth, wielding the precipitous golden armor to forcibly resist the Northern Ocean clone's spear. The Northern Ocean clone was shocked as he repeated the same method, ripping apart the defenses of the precipitous golden armor once more. While the other party was dumbfounded, a spear as fast as lightning pierced through the gap and through his chest. That golden-armored martial practitioner's ferocity was stimulated as he ignored himself, grabbing onto the shaft of the fish dragon spear with a single hand, not letting the Northern Ocean clone draw it. At the same time, he also brazenly stabbed towards the Northern Ocean clone with his spear. The Northern Ocean clone directly let go of the fish dragon spear, his figure like the wind as he soared through the 9 heavens, evading his opponent's dying blow. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the golden-armored cultivator. Substituting a spear with his fist, the Northern Ocean clone punched out, striking the back of his opponent's head. A tiny speck of crimson blood appeared between the brows of that golden-armored martial practitioner's head. The blood stain expanded unceasingly, finally forming a massive bloody hole. This golden-armored martial practitioner was slain on the spot by Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone leisurely circled back to his opponent who was already a corpse, casually plucking out the fish dragon spear in a leisurely manner. However, the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners present all felt a chill run through their hearts as a chill shot up their spines all the way to their heads from the soles of their feet. At this moment, they no longer had the confidence and motivation to persevere any further. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, going their separate ways as they only hoped that Yan Zhaoge would not pursue them, placing all their hopes on the Northern Ocean clone's spear targeting someone else first. How they would account for this to King Xuanmu afterwards was already not something they could consider. There was only one thing they were concerned about now, and that was how to flee from Yan Zhaoge. This youth's methods were really too powerful to the point of being inconceivable. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone smiled, his figure flickering as he traversed the heavens and the earth, already arriving behind one of them and stabbing him to death with a single spear strike. Afterwards, he spun and chased in another direction, arriving later as he intercepted a second person. He was too fast such that his opponent would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. A Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner who was fleeing in the opposite direction heaved a sigh of relief as he continued fleeing. However, a swordlight flew over from the distance, chopping off his head. Yan Zhaoge had one hand behind his back, the other wielding the glorious rainbow sword, his expression relaxed as though he was taking a stroll in the green. Yet, all his opponents felt utter despair. After slaying another person, Yan Zhaoge gazed in a certain direction amidst space, smiling, "Long time no see, Mr. Chen. How have you been, Mr. Bai?" The figures of Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming appeared in the distant horizon. They were somewhat unable to reply as they just stared blankly at everything before them, unable to recover for a long time. They had originally come to see the situation at the Radiant Light sect, but who knew that they would see something completely unexpected? Yan Zhaoge smiled casually, "Right, I was unable to find a chance to return it earlier. Your jade pendant is still with me, Mr. Bai." Recovering, Bai Ziming hurriedly said, "It's fine." He involuntarily glanced at his surroundings once more, murmuring in admiration, "Unbelievable, unbelievable." Chen Zhiliang first looked at the Northern Ocean clone before turning to Yan Zhaoge himself. "This clone of yours is truly powerful. The martial art that he cultivates in has truly obtained the will of the Kunpeng, being one of the peak martial arts. As a personal disciple of the Southeastern Exalt, the martial arts that he cultivated in could also be considered top-tier in the entire world beyond worlds, as he was rarely a match for martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Even though that golden-armored martial practitioner of the Grand Xian dynasty wielded a mid-grade sacred artifact earlier, Chen Zhiliang would still have dared to battle him barehanded. However, against Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone, he felt that he had no confidence at all. What is even more unbelievable is that you yourself actually seem to be even more powerful than this clone of yours at the same cultivation level. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, a look of shock surfaced within the depths of Chen Zhiliang's gaze as well. Your strength really cannot be measured by the cultivation basis that everyone knows of. He unconsciously glanced at the wound of the sky beside him, unable to help but sigh. If you continue staying in the lower worlds, I even suspect that you will not be able to reach the seeing divinity stage at all before you will be rejected by the power of dimensions, unable to remain in that lower world. Hearing his words, an expression of deep agreement appeared on Bai Ziming's face. Yan Zhaoga smiled, "You are polite." Chen Zhiliang looked at the wound of the sky. "Do you have a way to go down now? I believe that King Xuanmu will return to the world beyond worlds very soon. At that time, it will be difficult for you. After all, the difference in cultivation bases is just too great." Yan Zhaoga was about to speak when the wound of the sky before him suddenly shook intensely. Chapter 761. The wound of the sky shook intensely, a few figures vaguely visible amidst the radiance formed of the pressuring power of dimensions. When they had shot out of the wound of the sky, they saw that it was precisely King Xuanmu. It was just that this current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty was currently in an extremely sorry state. The crown on his head had been completely shattered, his hair disheveled as fresh blood dripped from a tragic wound on his left shoulder and right abdomen. There was a dark red scar on his forehead. Blood flowed down from his forehead and dyed half of his face red. Behind King Xuanmu were a few Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had descended to the Eight Extremities world alongside him earlier. It was just that while they had left with the momentum of a vast army, only a mere few remained now that they had returned. Lingering fear still remained on everyone's faces as they hurriedly left the wound of the sky behind them, as if it was a deep abyss of destruction. What exactly is this Eight Extremities world? Besides that Yan Zhaoga father and son, there are actually other heaven-shocking experts here. Are they really born and bred in that lower world? It can't be that they are from some power of the world beyond worlds, right? Monstrous geniuses and monsters are appearing one after another. This is truly unbelievable. At this moment, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had been able to return to the world beyond worlds through the wound of the sky all simultaneously had the same thought. Fortunately, the other party was unable to catch up. With the wound of the sky and the barrier of the heavens and earth separating the world beyond worlds and the lower world, it was really too good. No one dared to say this out loud. That would be too weak, boosting the morale of their enemies while diminishing their own. However, this was what everyone was thinking within their hearts. Also, this thought lingered in their minds for a long time, unable to dissipate. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners looked like they had lost their parents, King Xuanmu himself similarly feeling utterly dejected. Personally leading the army and descending to the lower world, he had actually been heavily injured by someone in the end, nearly dying down there. Yes, that was right. His cultivation base had been suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions. Even so, however, his strength was still much greater than that of true late-merging avatar martial saints. Yet, his opponent was even more powerful than him. That saber aura which resembled the descent of a monarch even caused King Xuanmu, who had reigned over the royal Reed Sea for so many years, to feel a sense of misconception. The other party was the true supreme being, and he could only submit to him. He wanted to shatter this illusion, but the result proved that this feeling was right. His dignity did not allow him to admit defeat just like this. Still, the truth was that if he had hesitated slightly just now and had not released the restrictions and ascended in time, he would have perished in a foreign land, perishing within the Eight Extremities world. He had managed to break free of the Eight Extremities world in time, ascending to the world beyond worlds as he had barely managed to evade that supreme saber. That terrifying blade still shattered his crown and left a scar on his forehead. If he had been any slower, his entire head would have been split open by that saber. The Grand Xian dynasty had already suffered quite a few losses at Yan Zhaoga's hands. However, those who had directly clashed with Yan Zhaoga and sown a life and death enmity with him were mostly figures of the Xunling 10 swords. Before this, amidst his hostility towards Yan Zhaoga, King Xuanmu had also felt some admiration towards him. However, having personally entered the Eight Extremities world this time and returning in defeat, having narrowly escaped death, King Xuanmu was unable to relax at all. Unprecedented depression and resentment. Your Majesty, a Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner asked. King Xuanmu's face was sunken, resembling a volcano that was about to erupt. Having left the wound of the sky and returned to the world beyond worlds, his cultivation base had instantly recovered. The wound on his body, which had originally been bleeding unceasingly, now gradually retracted, no longer bleeding. Rampant saber chi was still rampaging about his wound. However, having returned to the world beyond worlds, he was finally able to suppress and expel it, preventing it from continuing to wreak havoc. How powerful were the fleshly bodies of martial saints, how intricate was their control over their bodies. Yet, back in the Eight Extremities world, King Xuanmu had been unable to even staunch his own bleeding. Even now, while he had temporarily suppressed his injuries from worsening, those heavy injuries were still real, as they would not be able to recover from within a short period of time. As he thought of this, King Xuanmu's expression turned even gloomier than before. He spat out the words through his teeth, returned to the capital and prepared the chaotic heavenly falling treasure pouch. He did not have the face to seek help from Kong Ping, He Dongcheng and Gu Zhang. Preparing the chaotic heavenly falling treasure pouch and descending to the Eight Extremities world along with the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, he definitely had to personally regain his face. The Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, its 4 lord protectors all being peak-seeing divinity martial saints. Having hurriedly descended to the Eight Extremities world this time, he had not made sufficient preparations. Now that he had returned, he was determined to flatten that lower world which had nearly caused him to fail miserably. Hearing his words, the spirits of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all rose. King, let's not waste our breath on them. If the King Xian spear can descend to that lower world and release the restrictions, then we can directly destroy that world from within. Someone gnashed his teeth, that Yan Zhaoga's lineage and this world from which he was born will be reduced to dust together. King Xuanmu did not express his stance. After exiting the wound of the sky, he immediately roared in a heavy tone, "Where is Yao Hai?" Before he had finished speaking, his expression changed greatly. It was not that he could not see the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who should have been guarding the wound of the sky. Instead, he felt that the connection between him and the King Xian spear had been severed. Gazing over, King Xuanmu saw Yan Zhaoga standing amidst the empty heavens and earth, a massive palace hovering beside him. Looking at King Xuanmu, Yan Zhaoga smiled. Is Yao Hai referring to him? Standing beside Yan Zhaoga, the Northern Ocean clone picked up a corpse which was shockingly still garbed in golden armor. Looking at the massive, bloodied hole on the forehead of that golden-armored martial practitioner and then at the smiling Yan Zhaoga, King Xuanmu could only feel the flames of fury shooting straight to the top of his head as he was hard-pressed to suppress them. King Xian's spear. Concentrating, King Xuanmu finally felt a hint of spiritual qi fluctuations that were weak to the point of virtually undetectable, originating from the King Xian spear that he was most familiar with. And this fluctuation clearly originated from the Myriad Dragon Palace beside Yan Zhaoga. Seeing his appearance, Yan Zhaoga could not help but smile. Are you still looking for something? King Xuanmu's vision darkened as he glared viciously at Qinzhiliang. Is Golden Court Mountain going to go back on their word? Qinzhiliang frowned slightly, but before he could answer, he heard King Xuanmu say coldly, if I do not kill this Yan Zhaoga, how would this king have the face to stand between the heavens and the earth? Even if Golden Court Mountain helps him today, this king will definitely not compromise. Saying thus, a spear suddenly appeared within his palm, blazing flames blazing to the heavens as he pierced straight towards Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga said, this Yan's appearance here has nothing to do with the lineage of the Southeastern Exalt. Do not sully the reputation of the Southeastern Exalt. The Northern Ocean clone transformed into the silhouette of a Kunpeng, sweeping along Yan Zhaoge and the myriad dragon palace as he soared high into the air, shooting into the 9 heavens. King Xuanmu pursued, but the Northern Ocean clone was too fast as he was actually unable to close the distance between them within a short period of time. Seeing the rage on King Xuanmu's face grow even greater, Yan Zhaoge laughed. Even Kong Ping would not be confident of leaving him behind, let alone King Xuanmu, who no longer possessed the King Xian spear. More importantly, King Xuanmu was currently riddled with injuries as his strength had been greatly diminished. If not for the fact that he was currently unable to use the extreme Yang seal, Yan Zhaoge would even like to clash head-on with this expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm. Looking at King Xuanmu, who was enraged yet unable to do anything to him, Yan Zhaoge waved his hands at him, chuckling. "If you have the ability, come and hit me." Chapter 762. Of the Grand Xian dynasty's 7 foul treasured spears, there were the Great Rock treasured spear and the White Crane treasured spear. The former was swift, while the latter was agile. When King Xuanmu had clashed with others in his life, the vast majority of the time, he had never suffered a disadvantage in terms of speed. At this moment, however, facing an opponent who was merely an early-seeing divinity martial saint, he was actually unable to catch up to him even as he flew about. He could barely maintain the distance between them, but he was unable to close the gap. King Xuanmu admitted that his injuries were not light. While it affected his strength, it naturally affected his speed as well. However, with his cultivation base of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, speed had never been his weakness. Yet, he was still unable to catch up to an opponent of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. The other party's speed was really too fast. In terms of speed alone, even Kong Ping and the others who cultivated in the time-flowing sword would probably be unable to catch up to Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone at the same cultivation level. The Northern Ocean clone's forte was speed in the first place, having long ago been able to match the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who cultivated in the 1000 illusory streaking light art, their bodies transforming into streaks of light. Today, with his cultivation of the Great Desolate Fishrock art progressing day by day, his speed had risen to a whole new level as he was already able to reign supreme over all martial practitioners of the same cultivation level within the Royal Reed Sea. Even King Xuanmu could only eat the dust behind them, let alone the others of the Grand Xian dynasty who could not even arouse the thought of chasing after them. When Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming saw this, they had complicated expressions on their faces. Such speed is truly rare. He has truly obtained the true meaning of the Kunpeng. Exasperated, King Xuanmu gradually calmed down. While he felt vexed, he still followed closely behind Yan Zhaoge, not relaxing in the slightest. Even though Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was shockingly fast, he did not believe that a 4th-level martial saint would be able to compete in endurance with him. King Xuanmu made up his mind to pursue relentlessly, not giving Yan Zhaoge a chance to catch his breath as he wanted to deplete the Northern Ocean clone's stamina as much as possible. As his stamina decreased, his speed would naturally slow down. As long as the Northern Ocean clone slowed down, he would rush over and rip him to shreds. He had still been too careless to the extent that he had been separated from the King Xian spear, descending to the lower worlds while leaving the King Xian spear in the world beyond worlds, not in a place like the capital where experts were as numerous as clouds and security was tight. In the end, he had actually really lost his heirloom. King Xuanmu felt that this was even more shameful than him returning in defeat in the 8 Extremities world. He had to take back the King Xian spear. Yan Zhaoge naturally saw through King Xuanmu's intentions. He chuckled and circulated the yin-yang heavenly scriptures method. Yin and yang energies intertwined, creating and nullifying each other in an endless stream. Apart from speed, the Northern Ocean clone was renowned for his strength in the first place. Now that he was unceasingly being supplied with the true essence of his main body, his stamina and aura grew even more protracted. If King Xuanmu wanted to waste time with him, it was hard to say who would be the one wasting time. However, at this moment, the wound of the sky in the distance suddenly shook again. Looks of shock appeared on the faces of Yan Zhaoge, King Xuanmu, Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming. All eyes were on the wound of the sky. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners exchanged looks. All of their people who could have retreated had already retreated. The Northern Ocean clone continued speeding along, evading King Xuanmu. Yan Zhaoge sat on the back of the Kunpeng silhouette that the Northern Ocean clone had transformed into, gazing at the wound of the sky in the distance. Looking at the wound of the sky, Bai Ziming said in shock, "Someone of the Eight Extremities world has surpassed the tolerable limits of the heavens and earth and is about to ascend to this world beyond worlds?" When martial practitioners ascended from the lower worlds to the world beyond worlds, they did not necessarily have to pass through a wound of the sky. If they did not pass through a wound of the sky, there were many possibilities for them to land in the world beyond worlds after ascending. Still, if they just happened to be near the entrance of a wound of the sky, they would arrive in the world beyond worlds through it, landing in the crevice of the wound of the sky on the opposite side. Whether someone had ascended or had ascended due to a lack of cultivation base, the changes in the wounds of the sky would be different. Having ascended from the floating gate world himself, Bai Ziming was immediately able to tell that someone from the Eight Extremities world had reached a sufficient cultivation base. Chen Zhiliang, however, was able to discern even more. The power of dimensions is pressuring unceasingly as it is unstable. Yet, that person has not ascended, instead seeming to be in a stalemate with the power of dimensions. Bai Ziming was taken aback. Doesn't that mean that this person has yet to attain the seeing divinity martial saint realm, having yet to refine his acupoints to see divinity, being unable to resist the power of dimensions? Yet, his strength has already surpassed the tolerable limits of the Eight Extremities world. Everyone present was dazed. Even King Xuanmu was taken aback as he seemed to have thought of something. Chen Zhiliang gazed shockingly at Yan Zhaoge. "Little friend Yan, I really cannot think of anyone else in this world besides you who has yet to attain the seeing divinity martial saint realm can actually surpass the tolerable limits of the heavens and earth. Who exactly is this?" Within the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunsheng and Ah Hu exchanged looks, speaking simultaneously. Martial uncle's sect leader. Family head. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh uproariously. Those of the Grand Xian dynasty felt their hairs stand on end from Yan Zhaoge's laughter. King Xuanmu was still fine, but the expressions of the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all changed greatly. Earlier, they had still been saying that the wound of the sky just happened to obstruct the malefic star of the lower worlds, that the other party would not be able to catch up. Yet, from the looks of it now, could it be that the other party had directly caught up just like that? Even the boundaries of the heavens and earth were unable to obstruct his footsteps. Looking at the battered and defeated martial practitioners of the Grand Xian dynasty, Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming understood as well. Their expressions simultaneously changed as they simultaneously lunged towards the vicinity of the wound of the sky. Chen Zhiliang inhaled deeply, throwing out a small seal. After landing on the wound of the sky, the radiance of the wound of the sky gradually turned illusory. The illusory radiance was clear and transparent, the chaotic space and time within seemingly becoming orderly for a short period of time. Under such circumstances, the spatial passageway seemed to be temporarily fixed in place, resembling a tangible tunnel that went straight as one would be able to see the scene on the other end of it. Without the disturbance of space and time, with the vision of Chen Zhiliang and the others, they would be able to clearly see the entrance to the wound of the sky. That was precisely the Eight Extremities world. Currently, in the Eight Extremities world where the Sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak had been, two figures were hovering in the air. A handsome man whose temples were slightly stained with frost was seated in the meditative position at the entrance to the wound of the sky. Radiance flickered by the crevice in space, sweeping him along as it seemed to want to drag him within. The entire Eight Extremities world was shaking at this moment, the mountains and seas roiling. A majestic, formless force repelled that man together, wanting to drive him out of the Eight Extremities world. Seeing that face which bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to Yan Zhaoge's, those of the world beyond worlds all unconsciously swallowed their saliva. This man was naturally Yan Di. While the current Yan Di was not tolerated in the Eight Extremities world, his expression was still composed. The acupoints of his entire body were shaking slightly, streams of qi surging from within, surging and surging. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. It was indeed his father. At this moment, Yan Di had shockingly merged his body, avatar and soul as one, having attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. It must have been after his battle with the Grand Xian dynasty that he had finally taken this step. This step was merely a step up to a higher level for everyone else in the Eight Extremities world. However, for Yan Di, who had originally already been invincible in this world, not only would he be invincible amongst men from now onwards, even this Eight Extremities world would no longer be able to keep him, unable to trap him. Chapter 763. At the third level of the Martial Saint realm, Yan Di had already surpassed many seeing divinity martial saints in terms of pure strength. He was currently situated amidst space between the Eight Extremities world and the world beyond worlds, seated at the entrance to the wound of the sky. The entire Eight Extremities world was shaking as it assisted Yan Di in leaving this world. This shocking scene was even more shocking than the ascension of the Sacred Sun clan's Purple Sun martial saint Zhang Chao. In the world beyond worlds, those who could directly see the scenes of the Eight Extremities world through the crevice of the wound of the sky all had shocked looks on their faces. As the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners looked at that figure that resembled a nightmare, the terrifying memories from not long ago immediately surfaced within their minds once more. Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming were both in awe as well, looks of disbelief on their faces. There actually really exists such a person who hails from the same lower world as Yan Zhaoge, and they are father and son. Bai Ziming shook his head repeatedly, his tone still filled with disbelief even now. Chen Zhiliang's gaze flickered slightly. He should have just advanced from the mid-merging avatar stage to the late-merging avatar stage. His strength is indeed shocking. Still, he has to face some difficulties now. When other martial practitioners ascended to the world beyond worlds after reaching the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, it was because their strength surpassed the tolerable limits of the lower world, being rejected by the power of dimensions as they naturally ascended. On the other hand, refining their acupoints to see divinity also gave martial practitioners the ability to independently resist the pressure of the power of dimensions. Without having seen true divinity, with their acupoints not resonating with actual stars, even if their fleshly body and martial cultivation base could ascend, they would still be hard-pressed to resist the pressure of dimensions. While Yan Di had successfully ascended now, in the process of leaving the Eight Extremities world and entering the world beyond worlds, his body and soul might be forcibly ripped apart by the power of dimensions. He is actually stuck between a rock and a hard place now. Chen Zhiliang said with a solemn expression on his face. He should have ascended with the help of a treasure like his son little friend Yan. That way, things would not be as awkward as they are now. When conversing with Yan Zhaoge earlier, Chen Zhiliang had sighed at how Yan Zhaoge might be able to ascend to the world beyond worlds without having to reach the seeing divinity stage. This was not just praise. He had actually felt fortunate for Yan Zhaoge as well. It was just praise. Never would he have thought that Yan Zhaoge came from the Eight Extremities world. Bai Ziming reacted now as he instantly felt greatly, a pity. After their initial panic, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all calmed down. The problem that Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming had thought of, they had also thought of it. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners discussed animatedly, all feeling as though the rock in their hearts had finally been eased as they felt greatly at ease. Fortunately, this person can't come up. He might even directly die in the wound of the sky. If the mountain doesn't move, the road won't move. It's hard to predict whether it'll be a blessing or a disaster. When he was flaunting his power earlier, did he expect that he would be in such a predicament? To tell you the truth, when I was in the lower realms earlier, I expected that this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Someone even had a pitiful expression on his face. Perhaps, this is the true meaning of the heavens being jealous of geniuses. There are too many outstanding people, but they die because of the rules of the world. Humans can't take them, but the heavens will take their lives. King Xuanmu's gaze calmed once more before he continued chasing after Yan Zhaoge. Sitting on the back of the Kunpeng silhouette, Yan Zhaoge soared through the 9 heavens, avoiding King Xuanmu as his gaze remained fixed on the wound of the sky. Chen Zhiliang roared loudly, "Little friend Yan, persuade him to disperse a portion of his true essence in the opposite direction, suppressing his power and preventing him from immediately ascending now. Once he has made sufficient preparations and refined his acupoints to see divinity, everything will naturally fall into place. Do not advance recklessly just because of a moment of greed." In the Myriad Dragon Palace, Xiao Ai looked at Feng Yunsheng and who, young master is so formidable. Still, this maid feels that the words of that senior surnamed Chen make sense. Who shook his head like a rattle drum, definitely not. Feng Yunsheng said slowly, "I heard Zhaoge say before that chief's martial intent is one of advancing with an indomitable will, only advancing and never retreating. He can temporarily halt and temper his saber, but he definitely cannot regress and move in the opposite direction. Otherwise, his saber will be completely blunt, with no hope of improving at all in this lifetime as he can only remain where he is. Unless he starts all over again, starting everything over from the beginning." Xiao Ai opened her mouth wide. What can be done then? Without refining his acupoints to see divinity, he will likely die if he enters the wound of the sky. This was also what everyone else was thinking at this moment. Yan Di had just stepped into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. How would he be able to immediately advance to the 4th level of the martial saint realm, refining his acupoints to see divinity? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. Still, there is no need to worry about my father, Yan Zhaoge laughed. Everyone was taken aback. Opposite the wound of the sky, Yan Di sat in the meditative position amidst space, his eyes tightly shut. Now, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly traversing through numerous layers of space to arrive even higher up in the sky as he gazed directly at those of the world beyond worlds. Facing the laughing Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di smiled as well. Then, he abruptly stood up, forming a saber with his palm as he chopped down towards the wound of the sky. A majestic, tyrannical saber intent pierced straight through the sky, penetrating the 8 extremities world as it resembled the creation of the heavens and the earth, establishing the human world once more. The acupoints of Yan Di's entire body shuddered together, roiling true essence converging at the Danzhong acupoint on his chest. His saber intent pierced through the entire universe, opening a path to the heavens that directly connected to the sea of stars of the universe. All the stars seemed to be resonating with him for a moment. As Yan Di's Danzhong acupoint shuddered, an actual star in the sky also resonated with him with a strange rhythm. In the world beyond worlds, Chen Zhiliang, Bai Ziming, King Xuanmu and the others all watched this scene in shock. They watched as Yan Di consecutively broke through 2 barriers, ascending to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, then ascending to the next level, refining his acupoints to see divinity as he ascended to the seeing divinity stage. Streams of light flickered from Yan Di's body, illuminating the entire 8 extremities world. Everyone of the 8 extremities world watched as Yan Di appeared within the sky, entering the wound of the sky and ascending step by step, leaving the 8 extremities world and heading to even higher heavens and earth. Everyone from the 5 lakes and 4 seas, mountains and rivers all let out heartfelt sighs of admiration as they bowed towards Yan Di in the sky. "Congratulations, heaven-trampling lord, on your ascension." A skinny, ruddy, one-armed old man stood beside the wound of the sky, smiling as he looked at his disciple. His disciple had surpassed his master. While he was Yan Di's guardian, he had never once looked worried. From beginning to end, Yuan Jingfeng had only watched quietly from the sidelines, watching as his disciple opened the path to the heavens with a single saber. With a single saber, Yan Di had carved out a smooth path for himself. Within the wound of the sky, the terrifying, distorted power of dimensions transformed into a stairway beneath his feet at this moment. Yan Di ascended the stairway, traversing numerous layers of space as he arrived in the world beyond worlds. Having entered the world beyond worlds, Yan Di's gaze fell on King Xuanmu, who was currently in the midst of pursuing Yan Zhaoge. He raised his brows, his gaze like a saber. "Let us continue that battle just now." Amidst his words, his saber intent that cleaved the heavens and split the earth broke through space, instantly arriving before King Xuanmu. Chapter 764. Seeing King Xuanmu hot on Yan Zhaoge's heels, Yan Di raised his brows, chopping downwards with his saber. King Xuanmu was greatly enraged. "You dare! Do you think this is still that lower realm? This king admits that your talent and strength are both supreme, but that is in the eight extremities world. In this world beyond worlds, you are nothing more than a pawn." He did not hesitate in the slightest as he abandoned Yan Zhaoge, directly meeting Yan Di's saber. The five-fire true technique was pushed to the extreme. Even without the Xian King's spear in hand, the terrifying seven-foul treasured spear pierced through the void in an instant. The quintessential essence turned into monstrous flames. Wherever it burned, the void seemed to collapse bit by bit. King Xuanmu's gaze was icy cold, his killing intent resolute. "Has your path been too smooth that you have forgotten yourself? In the lower realms, you run amok without fear. Here, you're nothing." The sea of flames that filled the sky gathered at the tip of the spear, and its momentum was like a meteor falling to the ground. Yan Di raised his brows, his tone indifferent. "Here, your cultivation base will indeed no longer be suppressed by the dimensions of the heavens and earth. However, the me here is also different from before." He brandished his blade, majestic purple light condensing into a blade that formed the heavens, tyrannical and disdainful as it brazenly shattered King Xuanmu's spear. The blade light seemed to be invincible. Wherever the blade pointed, it was invincible. The explosive power was unstoppable, breaking through the sea of fire with an unstoppable momentum. Not to mention the blazing fire in front of him, even if it was the heavens, hell, immortals, Buddhas, and deities, as long as they stood in the path of the blade, they would be killed, destroyed, and crushed. Yan Di's saber seemed to have merged with a great momentum. The heavens and the earth were opened, and the fortune of creation revolved. The great thousand worlds changed, and they moved towards the end. His saber intent was not purely about extermination, slaughter, and destruction. Instead, it seemed to be the general trend of the world, the torrent of fate. Any existence that tried to go against the current and go against the obstruction would be crushed into pieces by the great momentum of the world. Therefore, he was successful in every endeavor, and he just kept moving forward. Forward. Forward again. King Xuanmu was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched helplessly as his seven-foul treasured spear was hacked apart by Yan Di with a single saber. A fact that was hard for him to accept was right before his eyes. Even if he returned to the world beyond worlds, he would still not be Yan Di's match. As a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he had been unable to defeat a fourth-level martial saint who had just refined his acupoints to see divinity and ascended to the world beyond worlds. Currently heavily injured, he was no longer at his peak state. However, what shocked him even more was that even if he were at his peak state, he would still not have sufficient confidence in obtaining victory against the current Yan Di. Even though King Xuanmu was used to seeing storms, his emotions were still shaken at this moment. Yan Di split open the heavens with his saber, a majestic force breaking through the sea of flames as he directly arrived before King Xuanmu. Not daring to be careless, King Xuanmu brandished the white crane treasured spear as his figure rapidly evading that terrifying purple saber light. A purple saber appeared in Yan Di's hands, the shadow of a dragon coiling around it as a long roar resounded. Its appearance was exactly the same as the high-grade spirit weapon, the heavenly dragon saber, but its saber intent and power were worlds apart. The high-grade spirit artifact of the past had already been shattered, the fragments having been combined with the corpses of numerous dragons and polished with his saber intent to reforge this sacred artifact saber. His name was still the heavenly dragon saber. However, just like its owner, it had already been reborn, stepping into a brand new heaven and earth. Yan Di's domineering aura overflowed as he attacked without defending at all, each saber more ferocious than the previous as he did not give King Xuanmu a chance to catch his breath in the slightest as he killed over towards him with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. King Xuanmu could only retreat time and time again. Good move. King Xuanmu stabilized his mind, his fury, hatred, humiliation and shock all having been eliminated. His mind regained its calm as there was only a single thing on his mind, which was how to deal with the enemy before him. A robe on his body lit up with numerous layers of radiance, innumerable talismans appearing on its surface. This immortal talisman-embroidered robe was a rare mid-grade sacred artifact that could regulate its own power and descend into the lower worlds. It had accompanied King Xuanmu in descending into the Eight Extremities world earlier. In King Xuanmu's escape from the Eight Extremities world, this treasure had played a huge role. At this moment, this mid-grade sacred artifact finally unleashed its full power as it displayed its original flair. King Xuanmu no longer dared to underestimate or be careless in the slightest as he completely treated the person before him as an opponent who was his equal or even stronger than him. While seeing divinity martial saints could already wield the full power of mid-grade sacred artifacts, at the end of the day, it was the person controlling the weapon, not the other way around. A mid-grade sacred artifact in the hands of King Xuanmu, who was at the peak of the late-seeing divinity stage, possessed extraordinary power. Innumerable talismans transformed into numerous barriers of light, helping King Xuanmu to block Yan Di's saber. Yan Di's expression did not change. "Whatever you have, whatever abilities you have, I will break through it with a single saber." Where the terrifying purple saber light passed, innumerable talismans shattered, scattering into dust all over the ground as light shone brightly, resembling a thin mist that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Yan Di willed slightly as he discovered that that mist of light had transformed into infinite sharpness, attacking towards him from all directions as it was omnipresent and omnipresent. Saber wielding in his right hand, he still hacked out viciously. At the same time, Yan Di suddenly opened his mouth, abruptly inhaling. Like a whale sucking in water, infinite light dust was suddenly sucked into Yan Di's mouth and swallowed into his abdomen. Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming had dazed expressions on their faces. Facing that light dust, they would either defend against it or evade it, absolutely unwilling to let it touch them. Yet, this Yan Di before them had actually directly swallowed it into his abdomen. The internal organs of the human body were far more fragile than the tendons, bones, skin and bones of the body. Seeing this, King Xuanmu inhaled deeply. After controlling the immortal talisman-embroidered robe and barely blocking Yan Di's saber once more, this current king of the Grand Xian dynasty, an expert of the peak of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, did not even leave a single word as he immediately turned and left. Seeing this scene, the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners were all rendered speechless. After their shock, they all seemed to have woken up from a dream as they all fled into the distance. Yan Di hacked out with his saber, breaking through the layers of light mist once more as he hacked down on the blazing fire that protected King Xuanmu's body. King Xuanmu emitted a muffled groan as he landed in the Eight Extremities world, his wound that had already temporarily healed breaking apart once more as fresh blood spurted out. He did not even look back as he instead sped up, continuing to flee into the distance. Yan Di's saber surged madly once more as the low-grade sacred artifact, the heavenly dragon saber, now began shaking slightly. "Father, having reached the seeing divinity stage, you should refine this saber once more." Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instead laughed loudly. "I will first help you find a temporary replacement. While it might not suit you, it will definitely be a good saber." He slapped the door of the Myriad Dragon Palace, Yunsheng. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Feng Yunqing similarly smiled as she said, "Chief, please allow this disciple to secretly learn a few moves from you." Black fire and devilish chi suddenly surged out from within the great hall as a black saber that flickered with a dim blue luster and was wreathed in black fire shot straight before Yan Di. A hint of a smile surfaced on Yan Di's cold face as the clouds broke and the sun rose. "It should be said that I am basking in the light of you youngsters." He held the dragon centipede in his right hand and held it behind his back. His left hand directly grabbed the cold sun divine saber flying over, and he slashed out with a saber. The purple saber light that was wreathed in black fire and demonic chi instantly lit up the world, turning it a dark purple. An unstoppable edge destroyed the heavens and earth as it chased after the fleeing King Xuanmu. Chapter 765. After being nurtured by Feng Yunqing day and night, the strength of the Cold Sun Divine Saber had ceaselessly increased and recovered, and it was only a matter of time before it returned to the might of the Rahu Saber of the past. Now that this saber had landed in Yandi's hands, it instantly displayed a ferocious might that surged to the heavens. The black flames and devilish aura formed by the power of corrosion merged with the purple saber aura, turning the entire saber aura dark purple. The brutal saber light instantly broke through the defense of King Xuanmu's immortal talisman embroidered robe. Billions of radiant spirit talismans were destroyed at the same time. The mist of light and dust that had been created were also completely destroyed by the terrifying saber light. The majestic and domineering divine blade cut through the immortal talisman embroidered robe like a hot knife through butter, landing directly on King Xuanmu's body. Greatly alarmed, King Xuanmu's entire body surged with five-colored fiery light, transforming into the phoenix, azure swan, great roc, peacock, white crane, swan and owl. The five flames seven-fowl soared together, forming heavy storms of flames that swept through the heavens and the earth, protecting King Xuanmu's entire body. However, wherever this saber light of Yandi's terrifying saber passed, flames dispersed and bird feathers fell. The storm of flames was directly cleaved apart by the saber light, a new wound instantly appearing on King Xuanmu's back. He let out a miserable groan, but didn't dare to stop. He could only flee. Yandi strode forward in pursuit. Where his saber light passed, the flow of time in the heavens and earth around King Xuanmu's body became strange. King Xuanmu's speed had decreased, but the speed of the saber light had increased. Black-purple light flashed as blade after blade swept through the heavens, pursuing King Xuanmu relentlessly. As he unceasingly struck out with his saber, Yandi's aura surged increasingly as the unceasing saber intent of the heavens and the earth grew stronger and stronger, sweeping everything before it. Chasing after King Xuanmu, Yandi kept the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand, having just arrived in this land, having an expert as a sacrifice to my saber, what a joyous thing it is. He raised the Cold Sun Divine Saber in his left hand high above his head, and then slashed downwards. All the light in the world dimmed at this moment. Everyone's vision suddenly turned black, and they couldn't see anything clearly. There was only that unstoppable saber intent which had reached a whole new level of strength as it enveloped the entire spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. King Xuanmu's tragic cries rang out by everyone's ears. The next moment, the darkness dissipated. Everyone looked into the distance and saw two figures standing where the sea and the sky intersected. One of them had a long black saber in his left hand. He held the saber upside down and put it behind his back. In front of him was a headless corpse. In the sky, a large head spun and flew up. After reaching the highest point, it quickly fell back down. The head's eyes were wide open in fury, an expression of both shock and fury still remaining on it. It was shockingly King Xuanmu. Yandi extended his right hand, catching King Xuanmu's head. After glancing at it, his true essence absorbed the headless corpse that was already beginning to descend towards the sea down below. He turned and strode away, bringing along King Xuanmu's corpse as he strode through space, returning to the side of Yan Zhaoge and the others. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who had wanted to flee earlier had been consecutively slain by the Northern Ocean clone. Those lucky survivors who had their path blocked and were in the midst of resisting were currently looking dazedly at Yandi and the head that he was holding in his hand. Even Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming revealed shocked expressions as they sucked in breaths of cold air. After witnessing Yandi's ascension, they already knew that the person before them was no ordinary person. Let alone a lower world, even in the world beyond worlds, he would be a top-notch genius, a heaven-defying genius. Still, personally witnessing Yandi slay King Xuanmu with a saber still left them feeling incomparably shocked. After all, that was a peak expert of the late-seeing divinity stage, a mighty figure of the Royal Reed Sea, a monarch and hegemon of a region. Even though he had been injured in the Eight Extremities world earlier, his might had still not been concealed. The strength that he had displayed in his earlier clash with Yandi had left all the spectators sighing in admiration. Now, however, such a peak expert had already been beheaded. The one who had slain him was a martial practitioner who had just descended from the lower worlds, having just entered the seeing divinity stage. Even Qin Zhiliang, a personal disciple of the Southeastern Exalt who had seen countless experts and geniuses, was unable to speak for a long time now. Even eldest apprentice brother probably did not possess such strength at this cultivation level. I really don't know who else can achieve this. Gazing unconsciously at Yan Zhaoge, Qin Zhiliang suddenly smiled bitterly. Oh, there really is. Bai Ziming shook his head repeatedly, not having the mood to speak at all. Comparing goods to goods to be thrown away. Both of them were early seeing divinity martial saints, having ascended from the lower worlds to the world beyond worlds. Still, the difference between them was truly as great as the heavens and the earth, as they could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. Looking at the approaching Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Father, you shocked the world with a single feat this time, your name immediately spreading far and wide. It was just a coincidence. Coming beside Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di smiled. You, on the other hand, have transcended mortality and entered sainthood. As compared to himself, Yan Di was more happy about his son's accomplishments. Yan Zhaoge said, my speed is still passable. We can't let others say that we have a tiger father and a dog son. Yan Di could not help but laugh. You have already surpassed your father. At your age, I had not yet stepped into the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Just a moment of carelessness and I succeeded. Exiting the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunsheng and the others all made faces at Yan Zhaoge upon hearing his words. Keep acting, keep acting. Yunsheng and Huding have improved greatly as well. Yan Di smiled as he returned the cold sun divine saber to Feng Yunsheng. Based on this speed, you will all be able to attain the martial saint realm at a young age, even faster than me. Feng Yunsheng and Hu hurriedly shook their heads. We cultivated in the world beyond worlds. The environment there is much better than in the Eight Extremities world, and we also have a great amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the Dragon Tomb and the dim radiant mausoleum. It is only with such a superior environment that we can achieve such results. You will also have to be willing to put in the effort. Yan Di smiled, turning to look elsewhere. There, a white-clothed girl was currently looking dazedly at him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Father, this is Xiao Ai, Mother's personal attendant. Having coincidentally met her in the dim radiant mausoleum this time, I brought her along with me. Yan Di was rather astonished as he could not help but appraise Xiao Ai once more. Xiao Ai still appeared rather dazed. Yan Di looked at Yan Zhaoge. This is... Yan Zhaoge, who already had a certain understanding of Xiao Ai, waved his hands. You were too handsome just now. She is currently infatuated with you. She will naturally recover after a while. What kind of weird things are you saying? While Yan Di said this, he could not help but smile as he understood what was going on. Now, Yan Zhaoge introduced Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming to Yan Di. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's introduction, Yan Di said solemnly, many thanks for taking care of Zhaoge. If there is a chance in the future, I hope that you can head to Golden Court Mountain to meet the Southeastern Exalt. I hope that Mr. Chen can introduce me then. My master being able to return to our Eight Extremities world from the Floating Gate world was largely due to the help of Mr. Bai and Great Snowy Mountain. Yan Di thanks you here. Qin Zhiliang and Bai Ziming regained their wits now as they hurriedly bowed to Yan Di. You are polite. Your son has also helped us with many things. Looking first at Yan Zhaoge and then at Yan Di, they both sighed simultaneously. The father is a hero, the son is a hero. Chapter 766. Bai Ziming could only sigh in admiration in his heart. Qin Zhiliang, who was more experienced, was able to think even more. His gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di and Feng Yunsheng. That saber's saber chi is ferocious, and it manifests black flames and devilish chi that corrodes everything in its path. It seems to contain the power of corrosion. Qin Zhiliang thought to himself, I actually can't tell what grade this saber is. It doesn't look like a high-grade sacred artifact, but it doesn't look like a mid-grade sacred artifact either. Logically speaking, there aren't many treasures that possess such powerful and pure corrosive power. All of them are world-shaking and famous. Chen Zhiliang's gaze flickered. I wonder if it is the power of the Rahu luminary or the power of the Ketu luminary. Still, that Yan Zhaoge possesses the extreme yang seal. Perhaps this saber is related to the opposing star of the extreme yang, the Rahu luminary. However, the Rahu saber was rumored to have been destroyed many years ago. Thinking of this, Chen Zhiliang felt a little uncertain. That radiant light sect possessing the extreme yin crown, could it be related to this eight extremities world as well? Chen Zhiliang was shocked. This eight extremities world actually has such crouching tigers and hidden dragons? He composed himself, looking at Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di again as he grew increasingly cautious. Yan Zhaoge was actually also appraising his father as he asked via sound transmission, I heard Grand Master mention that he obtained the life creation heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear direct lineage in the floating gate world. From the looks of it, you should have studied it as well. In Yan Di's earlier battle with King Xuanmu, his low-grade sacred artifact, the immortal talisman embroidered robe, had manifested countless spirit talismans with its spiritual energy. The immortal talisman embroidered robe had its own wondrous uses. The talismans formed a light mist barrier that had a powerful defensive power. If the light mist was shattered by the opponent, it would turn into a light mist that filled the sky and hurt the opponent invisibly. After the enemy broke through the defense of the light mist barrier, if they pursued a victorious pursuit and underestimated the immortal talisman embroidered robe, it was very likely that they would be taken advantage of by the light mist and suffer a great loss. When Yan Di had first broken through the light mist barrier and been enveloped by it, he had not evaded or resisted. He did something that made everyone speechless. Without dodging or blocking, he actually opened his mouth and sucked all the light mist into his mouth like a whale sucking in water before swallowing it. When this scene landed before everyone's eyes, the degree of shock was even comparable to when he had killed King Xuanmu later on. Yan Zhaoge was the only one who had been somewhat mentally prepared, recovering very quickly from his slight surprise. The first thought that popped into his mind was the heavenly book of life creation. The reason why Yan Di dared to devour the spirit talisman light was because his life force and recuperative abilities had reached a certain level. The light mist was dark and damaging, but it was a type of continuous damage. The damage caused in an instant wasn't great, but it would accumulate quickly at a high frequency, causing great damage in a short period of time. What was even more amazing was that after a martial artist was hit by this technique, it was very difficult to get rid of it. Even if they could escape with their lives, they would be plagued by a deep-rooted disease in the future. However, the Life Creation Heavenly Book happened to be able to restrain such a move. Yan Di had chosen to devour and absorb the mist of light, thinking that the Life Creation Heavenly Scripture would be able to help him swiftly refine the mist of light, converting it into his own strength. Indeed, it is this mystical art treasure book. Yan Di smiled. After Master imparted it to me, I have always been making good use of my time to comprehend it. While I have not used it to replace my foundation, I have still benefited greatly from it, feeling that it is boundlessly profound. It is not just the Life Creation Heavenly Scripture. I have also comprehended the Hearts Will Thunder incantation a little. The fact that I was able to complete my accumulation within a short period of time and advance in my cultivation base once more is related to all of this. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge nodded before asking, after cultivating in it, do you feel that it is the same as Mother's martial legacy? Yan Di shook his head, answering, while they are relative supreme martial arts, there are great differences in the minute details. This should be due to different people having different understandings during the process of the legacy. Therefore, while it is the same as Chuching's, it is not of the same lineage. When different people cultivated in the same martial art, they would all have their own interpretations and understandings of it as it reached a higher level. Therefore, there would naturally be differences, perhaps even completely opposing sides as contradictory interpretations would appear. Even if the disciples were taught by the same master, the comprehension of the same martial art between the disciples might be different. They would then impart it to their own disciples, with the differences possibly growing greater and greater in the end. While it could be clearly seen that they originated from the same lineage, being of the same lineage but not of the same source, they would naturally have their own unique aspects. Yan Zhaoga nodded, no longer saying anything. In fact, there was a second half of his sentence that he did not say. It had not been obvious in the past. Still, after Yen Di had refined his acupoints to see divinity and stepped into the seeing divinity stage, his saber intent had grown increasingly majestic and domineering as well as increasingly refined and pure. The general trend gradually took shape, and no one could resist it. Still, observing Yen Di's saber intent, Yan Zhaoga just felt a sense of familiarity that seemed right whilst also wrong. However, like looking at flowers through fog, he was unable to see through it for the time being. As for the life creation heavenly scripture, what Yan Zhaoga was concerned about was its origins. He would slowly inquire about this after meeting Yuan Jingfeng. Yen Di's saber intent interested Yan Zhaoga even more. Having roamed the world beyond worlds for so long, some fortuitous encounters were already very easy to explain as they were not as conspicuous as they were in the Eight Extremities world. Therefore, while the peerless heavenly scripture could only be cultivated by him alone, Yan Zhaoga was already prepared to find an opportunity to gradually hand over a portion of the peak martial arts recorded within the Divine Palace's martial repository to his father. Feeling Yen Di's saber intent, Yan Zhaoga felt even more anticipation and curiosity. Yen Di now looked at Hu Ting. Hu hurriedly said, "Master, please give me your orders." Yen Di handed King Xuanmu's corpse to him, "Find a place to bury him." Beneath Yen Di's true essence, King Xuanmu's decapitated head remained connected to his corpse. His cultivation base was not weak. It was only by chance that he died so easily by my hands. After all, he was the first expert I slew in the world beyond worlds. Leave him with a complete corpse. Keep his remains, Yen Di said. Hu was taken aback for a moment before he answered solemnly, "Yes, master." He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoga and Yen Di, keeping King Xuanmu's corpse and descending towards the great sea down below. Seeing this, Chen Zhiliang sighed as he said, "Kong Ping and the others who entered the clear scenic region would probably not have thought that such a change would actually occur after they left." Yan Zhaoga asked, "Mr. Chen and Mr. Bai have come specifically regarding the Grand Xian dynasty's attack on the Sun Moon Peak?" Chen Zhiliang first shook his head before nodding, "We came along with senior apprentice brother Mu for other matters." Afterwards, seeing that the battle at the Sun Moon Peak was in full swing, Mr. Bai and I came along to take a look. It was also because the Extreme Yin Crown had actually appeared on the battlefield of the Spirit Inheritance region. The Kunlun Nine Luminaries were a group of bigwigs who had stabilized the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds that year. Any one of them could cause the entire heavens and earth to tremble with the stomp of their feet. Chapter 767. Glancing at Yan Zhaoga, Chen Zhiliang said, "If little friend Yen is still active in this region, you should be careful." When the Southeastern Exalt's lineage had captured the Southern Exalt's personal disciple Wang Hui earlier, Yan Zhaoga had assisted them. He had even personally slain another personal disciple of the Southern Exalt, Li Jing. It could be said that while he had yet to go to the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, Yan Zhaoga had already offended the Southern Exalt to the core. Chen Zhiliang said slowly, "The Southern Blazing Heaven territory has already sent people to our southeastern Golden Court Mountain to meet Master. Still, we discovered that some of them have come directly to the Royal Reed Sea. From the signs, the other side is no simple figure. Instead, they are peak experts with profound cultivation bases. Senior apprentice brother Lin and senior apprentice brother Mu have both come here to deal with them." Chen Zhiliang paused for a moment before continuing, "Still, due to the endless magnetic storms in the region of the clear scenic region, the environment is too complicated. It will not be easy to find them for now." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoga nodded, "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Chen. I will be careful later. If I happen to find traces of the descendants of the Southern Exalt's lineage, I will try to inform you as soon as possible." Chen Zhiliang looked at him, "You are indeed going to the clear scenic region? That is no ordinary danger ground. The dangers there were not just natural dangers like the endless magnetic storms. The three peak experts of Shenlingzi's lineage, Kong Ping, Gu Zhang and He Dongqing, the three immortal bridge martial saints, entered together. Apart from that, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, who had fled before them, was also a foe and not a friend to Yan Zhaoge. To Yan Zhaoge, the threat of man-made disasters in the clear scenic region was even greater than that of natural disasters. Yan Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands towards Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming. This Yan thanks you for your kind intentions. Seeing this, Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming knew that he had already made up his mind. This youngster is really incredible, not fearing anything at all. I really don't know if he is crazy or courageous. Chen Zhiliang sighed, ceasing his thoughts as he glanced at Yan Di and the nearby wound of the sky. Having witnessed everything earlier, Chen Zhiliang felt that he had to immediately communicate with Lin Hanhua and Mu Jun. After exchanging some pleasantries with Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, Chen Zhiliang and Yan Di took their leave. They had come to the vicinity of the clear scenic region and the spirit inheritance region primarily because of the arrival of disciples of the Southern Exalt's lineage. Having already gained a general understanding of the situation of the conflict between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces in the spirit inheritance region, Chen Zhiliang and Bai Ziming left together. After watching the two leave, Yan Zhaoge swiveled his head and said to Yan Di, I am preparing to head over to the clear scenic region. He first briefly explained the latest situation in the Royal Reed Sea as well as how the Radiant Light sect's Sun Moon Peak had just been breached by the Grand Xian dynasty not long ago. King Xuanmu and a great number of Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners have all been slain by us here. The Grand Xian dynasty's heirloom, the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, has also fallen into my hands. Whether or not Kong Ping and the others have dealt with the Radiant Light sect, after they have extricated themselves from the endless magnetic storms, they will definitely seek revenge upon receiving the news. Looking at that wound of the sky, Yan Zhaoge said, there is no place for us to defend here. We have been too passive. Therefore, I want to take the initiative to attack. While I will have to bear quite a bit of risk, it is also necessary. His gaze turned slightly cold. If we can make use of the endless magnetic storms to do something, it would instead be of a great help to the current us, not being all alone. Yan Di frowned. While I do not understand this endless magnetic storms, from what you have said, even experts of the 7th level of the martial saint realm would have to be careful inside. You intend to take advantage of the situation. How confident are you in succeeding? Yan Zhaoge said, you can rest easy on this. While the endless magnetic storms are violent, Kong Ping and the other immortal bridge martial saints have already entered. With their cultivation bases, even as they resist the storms, they are actually also suppressing their power. If I go now, it will instead be much safer than usual. As for the threat posed by those people, due to the endless magnetic storms, I will also have a great deal of leeway. Yan Zhaoge glanced at the clear scenic region. Instead, if I want to enter, I will have to make haste. Yan Di pondered for a moment before saying, all these years, I have always been very reassured in how you handle things. While you like to make risky moves, you still do not lose your sense of propriety. You have long since grown up and have your own ideas. I am very supportive of that. Still, I fear that I will not be able to accompany you this time. Yan Di's brows were knit tightly. According to what you said just now, this Grand Xian dynasty has other experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm besides that King Xuanmu, and not just a single one at that. If they rush over, I will have to stand guard here at the wound of the sky. While the 8 Extremities world currently has Master sitting over it, we cannot let him bear all the pressure. In having descended into the 8 Extremities world with his people this time, the 8 Extremities world had truly given them a massive surprise. Yan Di aside, Yuan Jingfeng had already successfully returned to the 8 Extremities world as well. Master and disciple were both domineering figures in the lower worlds, sweeping through all their enemies as they were able to contend against many alone. In the end, the two of them had joined forces and nearly wiped out all the Grand Xian dynasty experts who had descended this time in a lower world. This time, however, King Xuanmu had been rather careless, having acted hastily as he had not been able to predict his enemies. With King Xuanmu having perished and the King Xian spear having been lost, the Grand Xian dynasty could be said to have suffered heavy losses this time. Still, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Grand Xian dynasty still had peak experts like the four Lord Protectors. In having come to the virtuous spirit regent's Sun Moon Peak this time, the main force had been Kong Ping and the others. King Xuanmu aside, the other peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had not come as they were still sitting over the royal reed sea. When they received news of King Xuanmu's death in battle, a storm would definitely ensue. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners here have basically all been slain by us. Chen Zhiliang and Yan Di will not speak out of turn. It will still be some time before the news here reaches the ears of the others of the Grand Xian dynasty. Yan Zhaoge said, also, with King Xuanmu's death, the throne of the Grand Xian dynasty has been vacated. There will probably be many who wish to sit on it. This way, if some wrangling occurred, Yan Zhaoge and the others would have much more time to spare. Yan Di said, this is a possibility. Still, we cannot pin our hopes on internal strife among our opponents. That's right. Still, this is a gap of time that we can make use of. Yan Zhaoge looked at the wound of the sky before swiveling his head and gazing into the distance, his gaze traversing the vast ocean as it fell on the old site of the Sun Moon Peak which had already been destroyed. The Floating Gate World's Heavy Sun sect has stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds and re-established their headquarters. Our Broad Creed Mountain can similarly do so. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Still, if we are to re-establish our headquarters, we might have to temporarily choose this place, occupying the former home of the Radiant Light sect. Yan Di smiled as well. The existence of this wound of the sky has its pros and cons, Yan Zhaoge said. Having dealt with all the enemies that pose a threat to us, we will naturally have nothing to worry about. Yan Di said, just in case, Master will have to temporarily remain in the Eight Extremities world for a period of time. Actually, Master is already just lacking that final window paper that he has yet to break through. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. Before I came up here this time, Master specifically instructed me to impart to you the life creation heavenly scripture that he had obtained. Chapter 768. Saying thus, Yan Di retrieved a jade talisman with a flip of his hand, handing it over to Yan Zhaoge. Receiving the jade talisman, after carefully appraising it for a moment, Yan Zhaoge let out a light sound of surprise. It's an ancient artifact. This means that, yes, this is the original talisman that Master obtained in the Floating Gate world that day. It was not something that he himself had created afterwards. Understanding what Yan Zhaoge found strange, Yan Di explained. This jade talisman was the one that Yuan Jingfeng had obtained in the Jamba world by chance. He did not know who had left it behind. This item was the most original item. The Life Creation Heavenly Book was also preserved in its original form. Yuan Jingfeng's personal understanding was not added. Yuan Jingfeng was still the same as he was when he obtained it. However, this kind of thing, if it was studied by different martial artists, because everyone's true essence and martial intent were different, it would inevitably cause the traces to become fainter and fainter until they disappeared. From a certain perspective, there was a limit to the number of times a jade talisman could be comprehended by different people. If Yuan Jingfeng wanted to leave this life creation heavenly scripture in Broad Creed Mountain, he would craft his own jade talisman. However, in this way, the meaning of the heavenly book in the jade talisman would inevitably be integrated with Yuan Jingfeng's personal interpretation. Now, however, he had specifically asked Yan Di to bring this jade talisman to the world beyond worlds and hand it over to him. On one hand, it was love, and on the other hand, it was expectation. Warmth surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's heart as he looked at Yan Di. What about you? Yan Di said, just like you, I also use this original jade talisman. Apart from that, there is also second apprentice brother. Therefore, the number of times this jade talisman can be used is already extremely few. Master specifically left it for you. Senior apprentice Uncle He and Senior apprentice Uncle Zhang also used the jade talisman that Master personally produced. Yan Zhaoge laughed. Second apprentice uncle should be fine now. A smile appeared on Yan Di's face as well. That's right, he is already fine. Knowing that the supreme martial art that Yuan Jingfeng had obtained was the life creation heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge knew that Fang Zhuan would be fine. When he had left the Eight Extremities world earlier, Fang Zhuan had still yet to awaken. Still, his life was no longer in danger. However, his injuries back then were too severe, even more severe than Yuan Jingfeng's old injuries in the past. Even with the heaven-reversing divine pill, it was hard to say whether he would be able to make a complete recovery. It was already a blessing that he was able to recover his health without his cultivation regressing. However, it was very likely that he would end up like Yuan Jingfeng back then, having his path of advancement severed. Yan Zhaoge had once wanted to head to the floating life world and ask Su Yun about the life creation heavenly scripture that his mother Xue Chuqing had imparted to him. However, what Su Yun had learned were just some of the heavenly scriptures that Xue Chuqing had casually taught her when she was by her side. It was not complete. Xiao Ai's situation was similar. While it had created Su Yun and Xiao Ai, it was not suitable for Fang Zhuan's situation. Yan Zhaoge could only give up on it. Now that Yuan Jingfeng had obtained the complete life creation heavenly scripture, all of his problems would naturally be easily resolved as Yan Zhaoge could finally rest easy. As Yan Zhaoge infused his true essence, the jade talisman instantly flickered with a lustrous radiance. Then, numerous profound runes appeared within Yan Zhaoge's mind, expounding on the profundities of the changes of creation and the endless cycle of life. While Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change this time, he inwardly exclaimed, "Why does this life creation heavenly scripture feel like the most orthodox primordial direct lineage?" The so-called most orthodox primordial direct lineage was the records of the founder of the Jade Clear lineage, the Lord of Primordial Beginning, personally speaking about the Tao. While they all originated from the same source, such heavenly scriptures did not incorporate the interpretations of later generations as they were the closest to the Lord of Primordial Beginning's own interpretation of the Great Tao. As for how one cultivated and comprehended it, it would still be up to the later generations as their attainments might not necessarily be stronger than theirs. Still, such heavenly scriptures were indisputably the purest as they pointed straight to the very source. The few primordial heavenly scriptures that Yan Zhaoge possessed were all like this as their origins were already hard to verify. As for the life creation heavenly scripture that Xue Chuqing cultivated in and the Aeon light heavenly scripture that Kong Ping and the others cultivated in, they had all been unceasingly analyzed and comprehended by other predecessors. Yan Zhaoge cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. He would definitely not be wrong in this regard. Personally, he would naturally prefer supreme martial arts like this. Still, Yan Zhaoge felt rather hesitant at this moment. The person who left behind this legacy within this jade talisman was someone who had personally listened to the Lord of Primordial Beginning's speech. The strange feeling he had felt when he had heard that Yuan Jingfeng had obtained the life creation heavenly scripture and the Hearts Will Thunder incantation surfaced within Yan Zhaoge's mind once more. This time, he felt that his thoughts were clearer as the fog before his eyes had thinned somewhat. It was just that the doubts within his heart had instead increased. As he pondered, Xiao Ai came over and tugged on Yan Zhaoge's sleeve. As Yan Zhaoge turned, he heard Xiao Ai chattering incessantly, young master, son-in-law is so cool. He's a different type from you, but he's both so awesome." Seeing her wide-eyed appearance, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. "Haven't you seen an image of my father before?" Xiao Ai said matter-of-factly, "How can an image of light be compared to the real person? How can it display even a fraction of son-in-law's flair?" She suddenly drooped her head, sadly. "He's the same as you, young master, no longer single. I can only give him an A-grade evaluation, not above A." Yan Zhaoge felt exasperated whilst also amused. "That is why I said that this evaluation of yours is very unreasonable. Besides, my father is already taken. That's my mother." Xiao Ai blinked. No wonder lady has always been thinking about son-in-law. Xiao Ai finally understands it today. Lady is naturally extremely good. Still, Xiao Ai still feels that it would be perfect if son-in-law did not have a companion. Having just returned from burying King Xuanmu, Hu could not help but stare wide-eyed as he heard these words. Wouldn't there be no young master then? Hearing his words, Feng Yunqing burst out laughing. Yan Zhaoge directly rolled his eyes. Xiao Ai was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as she looked first at Yan Di and then at Yan Zhaoge, her little face scrunched up as she was conflicted to the extreme. Yan Di shook his head, smiling as he waved toward Xiao Ai. Is it convenient for you to tell me about the time when you were by Chuqing's side? Xiao Ai hurriedly said, Ask away, son-in-law. Yan Zhaoge said solemnly, Father, this matter cannot be delayed. I will be heading over to the clear scenic region now. Yan Di nodded, Be careful. Xiao Ai stayed behind to chat with Yan Di while Yan Zhaoge entered the Myriad Dragon Palace with Feng Yunqing and Hu. His Northern Ocean clone's true essence surged, manifesting the silhouette of a Kunpeng which swept along the Myriad Dragon Palace and soared high into the air, instantly leaving far away. Swiftly traversing the Spirit Inheritance region, it was the Desert Mountain region. Half of this had originally been the territory of the Radiant Light sect. Still, the other half was bordered by the clear scenic region. When the endless magnetic storms were rather intense, at their peak, this half of the desert mountain region that was close to the clear scenic region would be swept along by the storms as well. While the winds were rather calm now, the distant horizon was already completely dark. As Yan Zhaoge proceeded, the clear scenic region was already within sight as the terrifying endless magnetic storms also appeared before him once more. Chapter 769. The hurricane swept along the seawater as it shot into the horizon, resembling numerous water dragons rising from the sea. The water dragons were surrounded by rings of electricity that flickered rampantly. Such might of the heavens and the earth was still shocking. Still, as Yan Zhaoge saw it, the storm was far from as intense as it had been the last time he had been here. Observing carefully, radiance could vaguely be seen emanating from the depths of the storm. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing and Hu both knit their brows as they saw this. Is this because Kong Ping, Luo Ziyuan and the others have entered? Yan Zhaoge nodded, That's right. They have entered the depths of the clear scenic region, resisting the endless magnetic storms with their cultivation bases. The two sides are in a stalemate, restraining each other. To put it another way, the endless magnetic storms are suppressing the strength of Kong Ping and the others, who in turn are causing the storms to be less intense. It is precisely because of this that we can enter this region of sea as well. Otherwise, we will end up like Golden Court Mountains when Luoxia previously. As Yan Zhaoge spoke, he led Feng Yunqing and the others into the Myriad Dragon Palace once more. The Myriad Dragon Palace transformed into a tiny speck of light, vanishing within the Northern Ocean clone's palm. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze flickered, golden light suddenly surging on his body. A golden armor enveloped the body of Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. It was the mid-grade sacred artifact of that golden-armored martial practitioner Yao Hai who had been the guardian of the King Xian spear for King Xuanmu earlier, the precipitous golden armor. The armor's defenses had previously been torn apart by the Northern Ocean clone as it had been damaged somewhat. Still, after some simple repairs, Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone could now use it again. The spirituality and autonomy of the high-grade sacred artifact, the King Xian spear, was far from being a treasure that could be refined and used within a short period of time. They would already have to thank the heavens and the earth if it did not rebel. After slowly subduing the King Xian spear in the future, it would be very easy for Yan Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone to refine the mid-grade sacred artifact, the precipitous golden armor and the cloud-commanding spear. Meanwhile, these two mid-grade sacred artifacts were also suitable for their use now. Having already attained the seeing divinity stage, the Northern Ocean clone could sufficiently exert the might of a mid-grade sacred artifact. The Northern Ocean clone who had transformed into the silhouette of a Kunpeng shot headfirst into the sea of the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region. The Northern Ocean clone that had transformed into the silhouette of a Kunpeng plunged headlong into the sea of the clear scenic region where endless magnetic storms rampaged. Just having entered, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel a powerful pressure surging towards the Northern Ocean clone. Still, while the electromagnetism unceasingly attacked the Northern Ocean clone, it did not entangle him. Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief, his final worries no longer existing. If the Northern Ocean clone was also suppressed by the endless magnetic storms after entering, he would actually be in a similar situation as Kong Ping and the others, having to bear the brunt of the pressure of the endless magnetic storms as well. From the looks of it, the existence of Kong Ping, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others just happened to form a rather fragile balance in the fight against the endless magnetic storms. As a result, Yan Zhaoge instead benefited from this. A good start, half done, Yan Zhaoge nodded to himself. The Northern Ocean clone traversed the storm before diving towards the depths of the sea. The situation under the sea was not as comfortable as it was on the surface. There were also countless whirlpools spinning within the seawater, and there were even terrifying magnetic lightning energies rampaging within them. Terrifying purplish electric snakes shuttled back and forth in the water, looking even more ferocious and violent than outside. The Northern Ocean clone opened a path with his spear, his armor protecting him as he barely withstood the immense pressure as he dove downwards. In the process of diving, he held a spear in one hand and a small black incense burner in the other. It was the earth-devouring burner. While wanting to make use of the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region to reap the benefits of the conflict between the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect was a good idea, it would not be of any use at all if it was just empty talk. Yan Zhaoge naturally had some plans in mind for having dared to enter. Of course, it was still unknown whether everything would go as he wished. After all, Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the clear scenic region was actually limited. Whether they could succeed or not depended on improvisation. But the opportunity was fleeting, and he had to work hard to grasp it. It was undeniable that Kong Ping and the others had high cultivation bases and many experts. It was not the right time to fight them head-on. Now that there was a chance to fish in troubled waters, Yan Zhaoge was naturally happy to make use of it. At the end of the day, there were only two ways to defeat an enemy. One was to improve oneself, and the other was to weaken the opponent. As his mind communicated with the earth-devouring burner, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel that there seemed to be some sort of clue guiding him in the right direction. After the Northern Ocean clone had attained the Seeing Divinity Martial Saint realm, Yan Zhaoge had discovered that communicating with the earth-devouring burner through the Northern Ocean clone had clearly become much more convenient. The earth-devouring burner was no longer as lifeless as it had been before. Instead, it seemed as though it had awakened from a deep slumber, able to respond to Yan Zhaoge even more. Amidst the vortexes of the endless magnetic storms, Yan Zhaoge could even feel the earth-devouring burner devouring the surrounding electromagnetic force somewhat on its own accord, providing assistance and protection for itself. For the Northern Ocean clone to be able to traverse the endless magnetic storms with relative ease, the earth-devouring burner was undoubtedly a great help as well. While the territory of the clear scenic region was vast, it could not be considered very big for Yan Zhaoge, who had already attained the Martial Saint realm. For the Northern Ocean clone, he would be able to traverse it in an instant. There was no need to mention Kong Ping, Gu Hong, and the others. However, under the interference of the magnetic storm, everyone had to break through the storm bit by bit before they could continue forward. The originally small place now seemed very vast. Also, the deeper they went, the fiercer the endless magnetic storms became. After traversing at the bottom of the sea for a period of time, Yan Zhaoge could still feel violent power fluctuations emanating over despite the interference of the magnetic storms. Clearly, Kong Ping, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others were in the vicinity. Also, they had been caught up to by Kong Ping's group and were currently clashing with each other. If the anti-Xian coalition could completely shake off Kong Ping's group, leaving the interference of the endless magnetic storms a step ahead of them, the storms would become their natural barrier, helping them block their pursuers. Even if it was only for a short moment, with the speed of Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others, it would be sufficient for them to leave speedily as Kong Ping and the others would not be able to catch up to them. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge did not enter the fray as he instead dived deeper into the depths of the sea. Guided by the earth-devouring burner, Yan Zhaoge could already feel that he was getting closer and closer to that dilapidated palace that he had seen within the earth-devouring burner earlier. Still, along the way, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. The Northern Ocean clone retracted his aura, concealing the earth-devouring burner as he halted where he was, only stabilizing himself as he released his true essence, reducing his defenses to the minimum. From another direction, a tyrannical aura suddenly emanated over. Blazing fire illuminated the deep sea. Even with thunderbolts and storms rampaging all around them, this fiery light did not seem dim or weak at all. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a fiery phoenix suddenly appear within the great sea. The surroundings of the phoenix were enveloped by streams of yellow smoke, emanating a vigorous, heavy feeling. Chapter 770. Yellow smoke surrounded that fiery phoenix, separating it from the storms of thunder and water outside. While it was just smoke and dust, it gave off an incomparably heavy feeling, resembling the great earth that bore the weight of the heavens. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly, thick earth of meritorious virtue, boundless meritorious virtue, supplementing the heavens and continuing the Tao, used to protect one's body, endless and impervious to all evils. Observing the aura and concept emanating from that fiery phoenix as it soared, Yan Zhaoge felt a sense of familiarity. It was similar to the phoenix true form scripture that Wang Hui and Li Jin, who had clashed with him earlier, cultivated in. The person before him was clearly a personal disciple of the Southern Exalt's lineage. Also, this person's cultivation base was much higher than Wang Hui and Li Jin's. Observing his aura, he was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. A shocking treasured light flickered on his body as it was contained and not released. Still, Yan Zhaoge, who already possessed the extreme Yang seal and the King Xian spear, could feel that this person likely possessed a high-grade sacred artifact as well. Due to Kong Ping, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan and the others, the endless magnetic storms were currently weaker than usual. While they were still very fierce, the threat they posed to 6th-level martial saints who were protected by the earth of meritorious virtue was rather limited. Therefore, the power of that sacred artifact was contained and not released as it was only used as a precautionary measure. Yan Zhaoge thought, not all immortal bridge martial saints of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage possess high-grade sacred artifacts, let alone seeing divinity martial saints. While it is normal to bring along a high-grade sacred artifact for safety's sake when venturing into the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, this person's status in the southern Blazing Heaven territory is probably still not ordinary. Amidst the endless magnetic storms, everyone's sensory abilities were lowered. Still, the aura of this fiery phoenix was too powerful as it showed no intention of being retracted in the least. Kong Ping and the others who were in the midst of battle all slowed their movements slightly as they observed this uninvited guest who had suddenly arrived. Yan Zhaoge felt that fiery phoenix should have discovered his existence as well. Still, whether it was Kong Ping's group or Yan Zhaoge, this person who cultivated in the true intent of the phoenix completely ignored them as he continued heading deeper into the sea. Someone from the southern Blazing Heaven territory went to Golden Court Mountain to see the Southeastern Exalt and the detained Wang Hui. At the same time, they split up, with another person still coming to the Royal Reed Sea. It is just that this person did not have time to know that I had killed his fellow disciple Li Jin. Yan Zhaoge thought rather amusedly, running here so hurriedly, what do you want? Was it because of the sword box with the word heaven swallowing engraved on it in the abandoned palace? Or was there something else in the palace? Even as Yan Zhaoge pondered, he followed the guidance of the earth-devouring burner and continued descending towards the depths of the sea. Feeling that Yan Zhaoge was clearly heading in the same direction as it, that fiery phoenix instead paused for a moment. A sense of danger arose within Yan Zhaoge's heart. Indeed, a voice resounded from within the flames, who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on the treasure I've set my eyes on? The fiery phoenix abruptly flapped its wings, numerous fire arrows shot towards Yan Zhaoge amidst the whirlpools of seawater and the essence magnetic storms. The raging flames that had obtained the true will of the phoenix were unaffected even in the middle of the ocean. Where the fire arrows passed, they merged with the purplish-green thunder as their might grew even more ferocious. As soon as Yen Zhaoge sensed this, the Northern Ocean clone held the cloud-commanding spear horizontally before him. Virtually at the same time, those ferocious fire arrows had already struck the shaft of the spear. The silhouettes of 7 birds danced on the cloud-commanding spear. Yet, they were all shot down by the fire arrows, emitting mournful cries. Despite the strength of the Northern Ocean clone and the ferocity of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-commanding spear, they were actually somewhat unable to withstand it. Golden light lit up on the precipitous golden armor, forming layers of defenses which helped the Northern Ocean clone to block the remaining attacks. The golden light flickered unceasingly as the fire arrows struck, tottering on the brink of collapse. The fire arrows were still not finished after being blocked as they all exploded, forming a great fire in the depths of the sea that enveloped the Northern Ocean clone for a long time. The Northern Ocean clone's expression was calm as he breathed in and out, circulating his true essence to resist the assault of the blazing fire. The attacks of an expert of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm were naturally extraordinary. This was especially so for the person before him who was even stronger than Luo Ziyuan, King Xuanmu and the others. He had merely done so casually as he had not taken the Northern Ocean clone of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm seriously. Even so, with the assistance of the cloud-commanding spear and the precipitous golden armor, the Northern Ocean clone had still felt immense pressure. The cloud-commanding spear was the weapon that King Xuanmu had commonly used before wielding the King Xian spear, as it was of rather extraordinary quality. Otherwise, the Northern Ocean clone might not have swapped out the fish-dragon spear, which was perfectly compatible with his martial arts. Currently, however, blazing fire coiled around the cloud-commanding spear, its spiritual light dim as its shaft shook unceasingly like a living life form struggling. After casually attacking, that fiery phoenix down below did not look at the results of his attack at all as he continued diving deeper into the sea. He seemed certain that the Northern Ocean clone would definitely die. As a 6th-level martial saint, he had indeed never encountered a 4th-level martial saint who could withstand a single blow of his. Sensing that the blazing fire surrounding the Northern Ocean clone was gradually extinguished, that fiery phoenix immediately paused, feeling rather taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, this fiery phoenix did not continue attacking as he instead continued diving deeper. His time was very tight as he could not afford to waste it on such a small fry. He believed that his earlier warning had already been sufficient for the Northern Ocean clone to halt. If the other party was smart, he should know to give up. Yen Zhaoge chuckled coldly. The killing intent contained in the other party's attack just now could not be any clearer. If it were any other 4th-level martial saint, they would have been directly shot to death by the fiery arrow at the depths of the sea. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze turned cold as all the acupoints of his entire body, with the Baihui acupoint at the top of his head as they shook together, a majestic force instantly erupting. The trembling cloud-commanding spear stabilized once more, a bone-piercingly cold glow at its tip transforming into a streak of cold electricity as it rapidly stabbed towards that fiery phoenix. The silhouette of the Kunpeng appeared, emitting a deafening roar that resounded throughout the deep sea. That fiery phoenix was clearly momentarily stunned. "You still dare to retaliate?" The next moment the fiery phoenix mightily turned, rising into the air amidst the clear cry of a phoenix as it collided head-on with the descending Kunpeng. The Northern Ocean clone's entire body shook intensely, the golden light of the precipitous golden armor instantly dimming as the cloud-commanding spear was virtually shaken out of his hands. He secretly wielded the earth-devouring burner, a powerful devouring force emanating from within as it absorbed much of the terrifying force of the other party's attack. While the Kunpeng was known for its strength, its cultivation base was rather inferior. Instead, it was that fiery phoenix that was more ferocious as it immediately collided with the silhouette of the Kunpeng to the point of shattering. Yet, as the silhouette of the Kunpeng shattered, infinite sunlight appeared, illuminating the entire Great Sea. A great golden seal descended from the sky like an actual sun star, smashing down on the head of that fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix emitted a long roar, the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue lighting up outside of the thick earth of meritorious virtue as well. Bolstered by the two virtues, it blocked the terrifying collision of the extreme yang seal. Even so, it was still seeing stars as it was smashed by the extreme yang seal, falling backwards. Chapter 771. That fiery phoenix smashed apart the silhouette of the Kunpeng. Still, the extreme yang seal descended, smashing him to the point of dizziness as he fell backwards in retreat. Fortunately, he cultivated the phoenix true form scroll, and with the addition of merit and fortuitous virtues, his defensive power was astonishing. If it were King Xuanmu or Luo Ziyuan, if they were caught off guard like this and suffered a blow from the extreme yang seal head-on, they would definitely be badly battered. Struck by the extreme yang seal, the high-grade sacred artifact on his body was naturally triggered. A streak of dark red light suffused the depths of the sea, enveloping the surroundings as it supported the extreme yang seal. A voice came from the flames, "No wonder. Is this what you're relying on?" He would not allow others to covet the things that he had his eyes on. Anyone who dared to approach would be killed on the spot. Yet, the other party was actually even more domineering and arrogant than him. He couldn't be bothered to make a move against a fourth-level martial saint, sparing his life was one thing. Yet, the other party was instead unforgiving, actually daring to strike him, a sixth-level martial saint, head-on. At first, he was a little confused, but now he came back to his senses. What a treasure! This somewhat resembles the accompanying treasure of the exalted solar luminary, the extreme yang seal. Who are you to actually possess such a supreme treasure? You are the successor of the exalted solar luminary. The fiery phoenix abruptly flapped its wings, a dark red glow sweeping towards the extreme yang seal and the Northern Ocean clone. Yan Zhaoge did not answer as the Northern Ocean clone borrowed the earth-devouring burner to bear the brunt of the other party's massive, vigorous force before barely suppressing his roiling qi and blood, his figure abruptly turning. The silhouette of the Kunpeng condensed once more, expanding its extreme speed as it descended along with the extreme yang seal. Instead, it overtook the fiery phoenix as it shot straight towards the bottom of the sea. The fiery phoenix emitted a long cry, arriving before the Northern Ocean clone in an instant. While it was not as fast as the Northern Ocean clone at the same cultivation level, it was still extremely ferocious. If you don't answer, don't blame me for being impolite and capturing you first. Amidst the phoenix's long cry, the other party said nonchalantly. While he had been caught off guard by the extreme yang seal at the start, he had already stabilized his mind now. Seeing divinity martial saints were seeing divinity martial saints. They were destined to be unable to fully wield the power of high-grade sacred artifacts like immortal bridge martial saints, let alone a peak sacred artifact like the extreme yang seal. He similarly possessed a high-grade sacred artifact. While none of them were able to unleash their full power, he could also negate the threat posed by the extreme yang seal. After all, his cultivation base was higher, and he was just a step away from ascending the immortal bridge. Without the threat of the extreme yang seal, he wanted to see what else Yan Zhaoge could rely on. Having caught up to him, Yan Zhaoge did not look back as he just laughed lightly. The nature of a phoenix is noble and pure, not arrogant and domineering. They were already very close to the bottom of the sea. As far as Yan Zhaoge could see, he could even already see that dilapidated palace. Its appearance was exactly the same as the image he had seen through the earth-devouring burner back then. It was just that it looked ordinary and dilapidated. There was nothing special about it. It was like the ruins of an unremarkable palace that had long been destroyed. It was not like what he had seen through the earth-devouring burner's projection back then. It possessed unique profundities that attracted everyone's attention, as if it could even suck in one's soul. Seeing this palace, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly threw the earth-devouring burner in his hand over there. The seemingly inconspicuous black incense burner turned into a beam of black light that penetrated the whirlpool of the sea and went straight to the bottom of the sea. After the earth-devouring burner entered the palace, the surrounding sea region suddenly became silent. The sea, which had been surging with undercurrents and dancing electric snakes, seemed to have stopped for a moment. The next moment, the great sea regained its original state, being swept along by endless magnetic storms. However, numerous black ripples suddenly emanated from that palace, expanding into the surroundings. A jet-black stream of light shot upwards, drawing the surrounding endless magnetic storms to converge towards the jet-black pillar of light as well. Yan Zhaoge and that fiery phoenix were currently in the path of the jet-black light. The earth-devouring burner appeared amidst the pillar of light, returning to the Northern Ocean clone's hand. The Northern Ocean clone shot downwards towards the light. A hole appeared at the center of the jet-black pillar of light, resembling a passageway as the Northern Ocean clone shot downwards towards that palace. An exclamation resounded from amidst the blazing fire, "You!" Yan Zhaoge smiled, "What about me?" The fiery phoenix wanted to head down as well. However, that hole had already vanished as the jet-black pillar of light contained a violent force as it mightily shot over towards him. The fortuitous purple light and the thick earth of meritorious virtue appeared together, protecting the fiery phoenix. That dark red treasured light appeared as well, blocking the jet-black stream of light. After a while, the jet-black stream of light dissipated, an unprecedentedly massive whirlpool appearing at the bottom of the sea. A great amount of seawater was dispersed into the surroundings, forming a vacuum zone. At the bottom of the whirlpool was precisely that dilapidated palace, its walls broken and dilapidated as it appeared ancient and desolate. The palace was no longer as inconspicuous as it had been earlier. Instead, a strange suction force emanated from within, causing one to feel an uncontrollable desire to plunge into it. Even Kong Ping and the others who were currently in the midst of battle were drawn over as they observed the sudden changes at the bottom of the sea with shock and uncertainty. After a brief moment's hesitation, Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong and the others who were attempting to shake off Kong Ping's entanglement began moving downwards as well. While the situation of the palace was unclear, however bad it was, it could not be any worse than it was now. Making use of the chaos to shake off the experts of the Grand Xian dynasty was their top priority. Yan Zhaoge had already arrived before them. That fiery phoenix no longer cared about Luo Ziyuan and the others as it emitted a long cry, shooting towards the palace first. The Northern Ocean clone traversed the passageway at the center of the jet-black pillar of light, descending all the way to the bottom of the sea. That dilapidated palace appeared before Yan Zhaoge, the earth-devouring burner in his hands ringing lightly. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw the jet-black pillar of light gradually dissipating as that fiery phoenix descended towards the palace as well. Other than that, there were powerful auras descending from even higher up in the region of sea as well. They should be Luo Ziyuan, Kong Ping and the others. Yan Zhaoge smiled, immediately turning and walking directly towards the dilapidated palace. Still, just as he stepped into the palace, a chill suddenly arose within Yan Zhaoge's heart as a pair of eyes seemed to be staring intently at him. Yan Zhaoge frowned, pausing for a moment before he continued striding forward, entering the palace. The interior of the palace similarly appeared dilapidated, numerous runes of indecipherable meaning inscribed on its surface. After carefully observing them, Yan Zhaoge felt that these runes did indeed resemble the inscriptions of the demon race somewhat. However, from their foundation, it could still be seen that they should have been left behind by humans, yet the profundities of the demon race had been integrated within. What Yan Zhaoge paid special attention to was that while the runes were incomplete, they still contained a complete concept within. It was just that this concept appeared distorted as well as strange. It seemed like the person who had left behind the runes had intentionally left this place in a dilapidated state, yet had instead achieved their desired goal. It was just like how counterfeiters would intentionally make things look old. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, continuing forward, entering the depths of the palace. Very quickly, fiery light surged outside the palace as a fiery phoenix descended before it. The fiery light retracted, the figure of a young man who gazed gloomily at the palace before him. Chapter 772. The fire phoenix's silhouette gradually receded and entered the body of a young man. This young man looked at the palace with a rather gloomy expression, thinking, what's going on with that fella who bears the extreme yang seal? Is he related to the exalted solar luminary? He had originally obtained news of the underwater palace by chance. Before this, even the figures on the surface of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory did not know about it. But now, it seemed that there were still things that he didn't know about in the underwater palace. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge had grasped this information. The young man looked up at the upside-down sea above. Time is limited. Lin Hanhua and the others should find out soon and rush over. He turned around and strode into the palace. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. What else is in this palace besides the phoenix bone? The young man snorted, taking out a golden cup from his shadow shrinking pouch. He exerted force in his hand and crushed the golden cup. The shattered golden cup transformed into streaks of light that formed a dazzling golden seal in the air. The seal flew into the depths of the palace, and after a short while, the entire palace began to shake. The seawater above the palace swirled and dispersed, forming a huge vacuum zone. At this moment, many invisible vortexes formed in the space above the palace, and the bottom of the vortexes all connected to the inside of the palace. In an instant, the palace gate seemed to split into thousands of pieces and opened in different directions. After determining the direction, the young man chose a portal formed by a vortex and stepped into the palace. After a short while, rays of light rushed out from the seawater above. It was Luo Ziyuan, Kong Ping, and the others. Some fled, some chased, each choosing a door and rushing into the palace. Yan Zhaoge, who had first entered the underwater palace, was currently traversing the dark passageway when the passageway before him suddenly began distorting and changing. For a moment, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the entire place was collapsing. The entire palace was twisted and deformed. The path in front of him shattered and then reformed, returning to the appearance of a palace. In the next moment, it shattered once more before reforming once more. Yan Zhaoge was able to stabilize his figure, but he helplessly discovered that the path before him was already no longer clear. The earth-devouring burner was still accurately guiding him in the right direction, but the void in front of him had changed, and the path was no longer a path, making it hard for him to find a place to step. When the palace finally regained its stability, the scene before Yan Zhaoge's eyes was already completely different. Streams of golden radiance appeared, illuminating the originally dark passageway. However, as Yan Zhaoge walked within, he felt as if he was being obstructed. Golden light wreathed, hindering his and the Northern Ocean clone's footsteps. Is it because of that person? Yan Zhaoge pondered. From the looks of it, it is not just that sword box within this palace. There are also other things. The other party was probably after something else, something related to it, or some treasures that could affect the palace. While Yan Zhaoge had made use of the earth-devouring burner to seize the initiative earlier, the other side had their own unique methods as well, trying to regain some ground. While his opponent might not be able to catch up, he had caused a change in the palace, delaying Yan Zhaoge's footsteps and fighting for more opportunities for himself. I'm still half a step faster now, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Although the golden radiance hindered his footsteps, the changes in spacetime and the flickering golden light did not affect the earth-devouring burner from guiding him to his destination. Yan Zhaoge continued following the guidance of the earth-devouring burner, heading deeper into the palace. The further down he went, the stranger Yan Zhaoge felt. The passageway of the palace before him gradually changed in appearance, looking a little like flesh and bones. He seemed to have entered the belly of a massive beast. This fella. Yan Zhaoge frowned, feeling even more cautious. The earth-devouring burner in his hand shook more and more intensely until it finally actually broke free from Yan Zhaoge's palm, flying towards the depths of the passageway. Yan Zhaoge did not forcibly keep the earth-devouring burner, allowing it to leave his palm as he just sped up, chasing after it. As he walked, Yan Zhaoge's nose twitched slightly as a dense stench of blood wafted over. This stench of blood was brutal to the extreme as it emanated extreme malevolence and madness. Whether it was in the Eight Extremities world or the world beyond worlds, this was the first time Yan Zhaoge had encountered such a dense stench of blood and baleful qi. Yan Zhaoge had never encountered such a stench of blood and qi even on a battlefield where corpses lay and blood flowed everywhere. If one had to speak of dead people, how many hundreds of thousands or even millions would have to die for such a dense stench of blood to exist? It is not the blood of humans, but that of some extremely ferocious and tyrannical demon race. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits as he instantly understood, there is actually really the corpse of a massive beast beneath this palace, with that heaven-swallowing sword box being within its belly. He pulled back the corners of his lips, such a dense stench of blood and baleful qi. This was an extremely powerful demon, definitely having dominated a region when it was alive. Yan Zhaoge composed himself, instead heading straight for the source of the densest stench of blood and qi, heading straight for it. The golden light within the passageway gradually vanished, only a great amount of blood and qi remaining. Up ahead, at the end of the passageway, dense blood light lit up, its color virtually turning black. After Yan Zhaoge had entered, a massive pool of blood appeared before him. The pool of blood was massive as it virtually could not be seen at first glance. Rather than calling it a pool of blood, it would be more accurate to call it a lake of blood. While the stench of blood and baleful qi was so dense that it did not disperse, it was not like ordinary tainted blood that emanated a stench that would cause one to feel like vomiting. The stench of the blood pool was extremely strange. There was a fragrance, a stench, a sweetness, and a saltiness. The various smells congregated together, instead causing one to feel that it was even more unbearable as it was just a simple stench. Still, what Yan Zhaoge cared about the most was not the smell here. Instead, it was the blood water within that pool which actually rose and fell rhythmically. As compared to the complexity of the smell, the color of the blood water was extremely pure. It was not dark and heavy as it was instead bright, seeming as clear and bright as a blood-red crystal. The blood water rose and fell rhythmically and steadily. It felt like a heart was beating. At the center of the blood pool floated a massive box that was completely jet black with the words "Heaven Swallowing" written on it. This Heaven Swallowing sword box rose and fell rhythmically along with the rise and fall of the blood water at the center of the blood pool. The box was connected to numerous streams of blood-red light which fell into the blood pool. Yan Zhaoge could feel spiritual energy being extracted from the blood pool in an endless stream before being supplied to the heaven-swallowing sword box. At this moment, the earth-devouring burner did not land on the heaven-swallowing sword box as it instead hovered in mid-air above it, regaining its tranquil state. After carefully observing his surroundings and discovering no abnormalities, Yan Zhaoge leapt up, flying towards that heaven-swallowing sword box. He kept the earth-devouring burner once more before landing on the top of the heaven-swallowing sword box. When the tip of Yan Zhaoge's foot touched the top of the sword box, he was instantly dazed momentarily. Chapter 773. It was exactly like when Yan Zhaoge had first entered the earth-devouring burner that year. As Yan Zhaoge's mind sunk into the mental world, the scenes before him turned completely dark. It was not just light. The deep darkness devoured even sound and smell, the dim darkness filled with a strange aura that enticed the soul. However, different from the earth-devouring burner, a cold light soon flickered before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, piercing them to the point of being dazzled. Gazing over, it was actually countless dense white sword qi that obscured the heavens and covered the earth shooting towards him. While Yan Zhaoge was shocked, he did not panic as he communicated with the earth-devouring burner. A jet-black vortex instantly appeared within his mental world. A shocking suction force erupted from the black vortex, blocking before Yan Zhaoge as it devoured the countless white sword qi within. It was just that the white sword qi seemed limitless as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge in an unending stream. While the black vortex was like a bottomless pit that devoured as much as it came, it was unable to devour all of the sword qi as the two sides descended into a tug of war. Yan Zhaoge observed while analyzing it. While these white sword qi were all within his mental space and their destructive power was directed towards the mind and soul, this did not mean that they were ultimately illusory. This meant that the heaven-swallowing sword box could also release such an oceanic amount of ferocious sword chi within actual space. As compared to the earth-devouring burner, the heaven-swallowing sword box clearly possessed more offensive power, as it indeed lived up to its name as a sword box. Making use of the black vortex formed of the earth-devouring burner, Yan Zhaoge blocked the simultaneous attack of the myriad swords, yet was unable to advance any further. He did not want to use other treasures. Otherwise, he might not be able to refine this heaven-swallowing sword box as he wished. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. I really don't believe that your sword chi is limitless. While the sword chi was indeed not limitless, it was still so massive that it left one shocked. The sword chi that resembled a tempestuous storm shot out for a full quarter of an hour before their momentum gradually subsided. Still, it did not completely vanish, just that it was not as dense and violent as earlier. Earlier, it had resembled a mountain flood that had broken through a dam. Now, it was like a calm, flowing river. Yan Zhaoge nodded. This should be the normal situation. Earlier, it had been the sword chi that had been accumulated within the sword box for a long time that had been released in an instant. While the sword chi within the mental world had been vented, the sword chi stored within still existed within the sword box in the real world, just that it had erupted all at once just now. If Yan Zhaoge's consciousness retreated from the sword box now, he would still have to face the eruption of an all-filled rain of swords when he re-entered once more. With the black vortex blocking him, the sword chi rain was already unable. Yan Zhaoge silver, Yan Liang Yunling as he thought and said. The original color of the mountain should not have been silver, but now its surface was covered with a layer of flickering silver light. Mountain, as, countless sword, that was, and fell. The swords were so densely packed that the silvery sword lights connected together and covered the entire mountain, making it impossible to see the original appearance of the mountain. These sharp swords that flickered with silver light shot into the air from time to time, transforming into silver-white sword chi as they made a turn in mid-air, shooting straight towards Yan Zhaoge down below. Looking carefully, Yan Zhaoge found that, on the other side of the mountain, silver light was flickering as well. It was some swords descending from the heavens, landing on the mountain peak. This way, while the swords transformed into sword chi to attack Yan Zhaoge, the number of swords stabbed into the mountain peak would not decrease. One increasing, one decreasing, a balance was reached. Yan Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Turning to the other side of the mountain, what appeared before him was a massive pond that was as wide as a lake. Looking down, there was no water in the pond, but various kinds of spiritual chi were congregated here, roiling unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge paid some attention. The situation here was similar to that of the blood pool in the real space outside. The blood pool emitted a complex smell of many different things, also like many different existences were congregated together. The spiritual chi of the blood pool has always been gathered here. Looking down, Yan Zhaoge saw a massive vortex at the center of the pool, rotating unceasingly. The various kinds of spiritual chi in the surroundings were all dragged towards the bottom of the vortex before vanishing. Next, numerous swords that emitted silver light flew out from the center of the vortex, drawing numerous diagonal lines in the air as they landed on the mountain peak by the side of the pool, becoming a part of the myriad swords. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. While the devouring ability of the heaven-swallowing sword box was not as strong as that of the earth-devouring burner, the various powers that it devoured would be converted into sharp sword chi. The owner of the sword box should be able to release this sword chi to injure enemies. The concept contained within this myriad phenomena transforming sword pool was transforming all the phenomena of the heavens and the earth it devoured into sword chi. Yan Zhaoge's heart shivered slightly as he calculated the power of sword chi in the real world. A single strand of sword chi might not be worth mentioning, but the power of 10,000 swords simultaneously was truly terrifying. This was especially so if the other party did not know the background of the heaven-swallowing sword box and attacked blindly. Their attacks would be devoured and dissipated by the heaven-swallowing sword box before being counterattacked by the 10,000 swords simultaneously. They would most likely not be able to react in time. In a clash between experts of the same cultivation level, victory and defeat would often be determined by a single hair's breadth. If one party possessed the heaven-swallowing sword box, 9 out of 10 of his opponents would meet a tragic end. Yan Zhaoge appraised his surroundings. The attacks of the sword chi were still continuing. This meant that he had not passed the test of the heaven-swallowing sword box, still unable to refine this treasure. Refining the heaven-swallowing sword box seemed to be not just a matter of surviving the baptism of the rain of swords. The suppressive effect of the earth-devouring burner on one's mind is even more evident, requiring one to be able to restrain the fluctuations of their emotions. In order to refine it, other than having reached a certain cultivation level, victory on the mental level is even more important. The heaven-swallowing sword box was likely based on the same principle. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge made a bold decision as he suddenly stopped wielding the earth-devouring burner. Retracting the black vortex that devoured the sword chi, Yan Zhaoge stood upright where he was, enduring the tempest of sword chi descending from the sky. The sword chi passed through his body, yet he was completely unscathed. Yan Zhaoge soundless smiled. The test of the heaven-swallowing sword box was for one to be firm in their beliefs, to be courageous and fearless, daring to face the dangers of life and death directly, breaking through the loopholes in one's mind from the very edge of life and death. While the rain of swords had not ceased, the test still continuing. Still, Yan Zhaoge was currently already feeling extremely relaxed, because he knew how he should pass the test of the heaven-swallowing sword box. Yan Zhaoge approached the myriad manifestations sword transformation pool step by step, looking at the various spiritual chi roiling and rising within before leaping within without any hesitation. Accompanied by the unceasing rotation of the spiritual chi, Yan Zhaoge was rapidly dragged towards the vortex at its center. He felt no fear whatsoever as he instead moved his limbs, speeding towards the vortex. There should be other existences beneath the vortex. This was a sword box at the end of the day. Chapter 774. Faced with the vortex that devoured all things, not only did Yan Zhaoge not evade it, he instead sped up and charged within. The world before his eyes abruptly darkened as his mental world descended into darkness once more. The next moment, light appeared before his eyes. An ancient copper sword appeared before Yan Zhaoge, hovering silently amidst space as it flickered with a faint luster. While the copper sword seemed peaceful, Yan Zhaoge could feel the brutality and ferocity concealed within. The bloody baleful chi of the blood pool outside was unceasingly nurturing this sword. Feeling the aura within, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. A high-grade sacred artifact. To be precise, it was a high-grade sacred artifact that was currently in the midst of being forged and about to be completed. Unlike the dim radiant wheel which was still in its embryonic form, the copper sword before him was only a half-step away from completion. Using the analogy of mortal forging of iron, even the quenching and polishing had already been completed, only the sharpening of the tip remaining. While it was still incomplete, the aura and baleful nature contained within were already shocking to behold. Yan Zhaoge was virtually certain that if this sword was completed, it would definitely surpass the likes of the King Xian spear and the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, as it would be of an extremely superior quality. Ha! Yan Zhaoge's heart grew solemn as a pair of eyes appeared within the world of his consciousness. A pair of jet-black eyes, tranquil and quiet, met Yan Zhaoge's gaze. These eyes were extremely similar to the jet-black eyes that Yan Zhaoge had seen in the earth-devouring burner earlier. Still, they were even more intelligent. The jet-black eyes in the earth-devouring burner resembled the spiritual consciousness of the burner itself more than the martial concept of its original owner. Meanwhile, the pair of eyes before Yan Zhaoge now resembled the eyes of a real person. A faint figure gradually manifested amidst the darkness of space with those eyes as the focal point. Yan Zhaoge appraised the other party. It was a black-haired old man in a brocade robe. The other party's eyes were quiet and deep, his gaze seemingly traversing through the ages as it met Yan Zhaoge's gaze. After this old man's figure had manifested, the ancient copper sword hovering amidst space was placed horizontally across his knees. With just a single glance, Yan Zhaoge knew that this old man did not truly exist as he was already dead. This silhouette that existed within this mental space was a remnant of his martial will. If the other party was still alive, with his cultivation base that had the ability to forge high-grade sacred artifacts, seeing Yan Zhaoge with his remnant martial intent here would be the same as him personally witnessing Yan Zhaoge's arrival. But looking at it now, it was clear that the original owners of the heaven-swallowing sword box and earth-devouring burner were most likely no longer in this world. "Thank you for your hospitality, Senior." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the other party. That black-haired old man did not react, but the gaze with which he looked at Yan Zhaoge seemed much gentler. Yan Zhaoge strode forward, nearing the old man and the ancient sword. Suddenly, a chill arose within his heart. It was as if there was another pair of eyes staring at him. It was peerlessly terrifying, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was about to enter the undersea palace. Yan Zhaoge composed himself, his gaze falling on the ancient copper sword laid horizontally across the old man's knees. This time, Yan Zhaoge could be sufficiently certain that that vicious gaze that was filled with coldness and malice originated precisely from that seemingly peaceful and harmless ancient copper sword. Now, as Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on this ancient copper sword once more, the scene before him instantly changed. An inverted image appeared on the surface of the ancient copper sword. It was a ferocious beast with the body of a goat and the face of a human, its eyes beneath its armpits, tiger teeth and human claws. A sound that resembled the wailing of an infant even resounded by Yan Zhaoge's ears. Hearing the sound and looking at the appearance of this ferocious beast, Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly. "So that's how it is. Tao Tai." This ferocious beast was none other than the renowned peerless great demon, the Tao Tai that was acclaimed alongside the Kunpeng and the Phoenix. No wonder it possessed that concept of devouring the heavens and devouring the earth to the extreme. Connecting this with the actual world outside, the place beneath the undersea palace that resembled the abdomen of a massive beast as well as that massive pool of blood, Yan Zhaoge came to a complete understanding. That black-haired old man had forged the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner in order to forge a high-grade sacred artifact sword. One of the core materials for forging the sword was an extremely powerful Tao Tai that he had slain, extracting its demonic essence and sealing it within the sword. Everything in the actual world outside was actually the remains of that Tao Tai after it had died. The pool of blood where the heaven-swallowing sword box was located was precisely the heart of the Tao Tai. The secret art of its original owner had unceasingly extracted the essence of the Tao Tai's qi and blood to refine this sword. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. It really isn't wasteful at all. This remnant soul of the Tao Tai should still possess some spirituality. It must have been stifled and despondent to the extreme, angered to the point of hovering between life and death. After being slain and having its demonic soul sealed within the sword, it still had to watch helplessly as its remains were used to forge the sword, refining its own soul. If it were anyone else, they would probably be enraged to the point of going mad, angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. Sadly, however, that old man had precisely wanted the remnant soul of the Tao Tai to feel such emotions, unceasingly suppressing and brewing them so that when this sword was forged, it would be even more powerful. It would really be impossible for it to have an easy time even if it died. The old man looked serene and kind, but his methods were ruthless and cruel, which could be seen from this. Still, the person who forged the sword still died somewhere else at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. It is really hard to say who won or lost. While the old man had died, the mechanism here was still slowly working. Now, the ancient copper sword was already nearing completion. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, his mind retreating from his mental space. Having seen the martial intent left behind by the old man, Yan Zhaoge came into contact with the heaven-swallowing sword box now, which instantly stabilized greatly. It was only a matter of time before it was refined. The Northern Ocean clone held the earth-devouring burner in one hand, pressing the front of the heaven-swallowing sword box with the other, communicating with the two supreme treasures with his true essence in an attempt to refine them. This process did not affect the forging of the ancient copper sword within the heaven-swallowing sword box in the slightest. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge himself sat atop the heaven-swallowing sword box. The streams of light within the blood pool began extending towards Yen Zhaoge's body. The streams of light enveloped his body as various mixed spiritual forces surged over towards his body. Some were blazing hot, some were cold, some were sharp, some were stagnant, all sorts of feelings were present. With such mixed spiritual forces surging into the body of a martial practitioner at the same time, it would be sufficient to cause his meridians to distort and distort, ripping apart inch by inch. Even many martial saint experts whose cultivation bases were higher than Yen Zhaoge's would not dare to attempt such a risky attempt. Yet, Yen Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, being able to absorb all things into the sea as formless as they were. On the contrary, while such chaotic spiritual forces were mixed, as he unceasingly refined them, not only did Yen Zhaoge strengthen his accumulation of true essence, his projections of the various variations of spiritual qi also rose to a higher level. This was a greater advantage in this regard than the pure, powerful essence of true dragons. Even as Yen Zhaoge circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, he was also analyzing the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The power of extreme yang and minor yin within his body unceasingly transformed into the power of extreme yin and the power of minor yang. Accompanied by the unceasing birth of the four phenomena of yin and yang, Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel his soul shaking. His martial true intent began transforming into numerous runes which were inscribed onto his soul. Chapter 775. Yin and Yang merged, the four phenomena born. The power of extreme Yang, extreme Yin, minor Yang and minor Yin within Yen Zhaoge's body gradually became complete, stabilizing and reaching an equilibrium as they interacted with each other. Using the principles of the peerless heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture to harmonize them, Yen Zhaoge's vast and abundant martial arts began to show signs of integration. The two yin and yang fishes turned into a Tai Chi diagram that seemed to be able to evolve the principles of the world. At this point, Yen Zhaoge ceased absorbing the impure spiritual qi of the blood pool. His heavenly book of yin-yang had already achieved initial success, and he was beginning to organize the various martial arts techniques he had learned so far in preparation for the next step. From the initial 8 extreme arts, coiling dragon sleeve, to the 6 spirits demonic fist, the heavenly broad creed palm, to various self-created martial arts such as finger-flicking shocking thunder. These included the clear chi profound art, the imperious ocean cold dragon art, the dim radiant 12 arts, the sacred heavenly fire scripture, the extreme yang scripture, the dark moon pill scripture and the Xuanwu fist scripture. With the peerless heavenly scripture as the foundation, the cyclic heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture and the immortal ending sword manual as the foundation and the other martial arts as the exterior, Yen Zhaoge's martial true intent gradually transformed into numerous runes. Under the influence of his vigorous true essence, these illusory runes began to be inscribed onto Yen Zhaoge's soul. He re-entered the world of his consciousness, his body in a translucent state. One rune after another was imprinted on his body, fusing deeply into it. Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel his thoughts becoming more agile as he gained a deeper understanding of the profundities of the various martial arts. For a martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, to advance to the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage, the martial avatar formed of one's martial true intent, the true martial avatar which had already merged with one's fleshly body when transcending mortality and entering sainthood, would merge with one's soul a step further. Merging with the body, one would transcend mortality and enter sainthood, while merging with the soul, one would step into the second level of the martial saint realm. The way to combine them was to transform the martial intent into a rune and truly imprint it on one's soul. In the real world, at the center of the blood pool, above the heaven-swallowing sword box, Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position. His eyes were closed, but rays of spiritual light continuously emerged from the top of his head, enveloping his entire body. The aura emanating from Yen Zhaoge's body rose unceasingly. It was within this heart of the Taotai that the surrounding environment had formed a barrier and restriction. If it was outside, Yan Zhaoge would have been sufficient to cause a phenomenon between the heavens and the earth at this moment, causing all things in the surrounding heavens and earth to shake. But even so, the powerful force still shook the blood pool below, causing the blood water in the pool to ripple. Yan Zhaoge, whose accumulations were already incomparably robust, now successfully ascended to the second level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Everything seemed so easy and calm, but in the eyes of others, it was enough to make them tremble in fear. After all, it had not been long since Yan Zhaoge had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, having stepped into the martial saint realm. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light within them, as he smiled and descended from the heaven-swallowing sword box. The Northern Ocean clone held the earth-devouring burner in one hand and the heaven-swallowing sword box in the other, hovering above the blood pool with his eyes closed in concentration. He had never stopped refining the heaven-swallowing sword box. Keeping the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner for his own use, that evil sword that was about to be born within the sword box would very likely fall into Yan Zhaoge's grasp as well. Because this sword had yet to be completely completed, Yan Zhaoge had made use of this chance to refine it. The difficulty of refining it was far lower than refining treasures like the King Xian spear. The crux of this was the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Still, Yan Zhaoge was extremely careful as well. Its original owner had forged this sword in an extremely risky and extreme manner, using the fleshly body of that ferocious Taotai to refine the treasure within which its demonic soul was sealed. If it was not handled properly, or if it was damaged by the outside world, the consequences would be inconceivable. It was very likely that it would lead to the revival of that Taotai. Just from the majestic spiritual qi within this blood pool, it could be seen how powerful this Taotai had been when it had been alive. According to Yan Zhaoge's calculations, using the cultivation bases of human martial practitioners as an analogy, this Taotai had at least been a 9th-level martial saint when it had been alive, the late immortal bridge stage. It was even possible that it had been equivalent to an expert of the 10th level of the martial saint realm. If this Taotai was really allowed to reincarnate, even in a heavily injured state where his soul and fleshly body were both incomplete, even the combined forces of those within the sea would be hard-pressed to stand against it. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone dared not be distracted, as he was fully focused on the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge himself extended a hand now, pressing it on the surface of the sword box. Yan Zhaoge's extraordinary strength had already been extraordinary in the first place. Moreover, his cultivation base had now advanced a step further. With the help of his main body, the Northern Ocean clone's speed in refining the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner was increasing. The martial true intent and engraved marks that the original owner had infused into the treasures were currently being unceasingly erased and expelled by Yan Zhaoge's fist intent. Meanwhile, the concept of Yan Zhaoge's martial Dao and sword Dao was unceasingly engraved onto these treasures, gradually replacing their original owner's will. Now, however, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly. Next, massive waves that surged to the heavens suddenly arose from the blood pool beneath their feet, wanting to drown Yan Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone and the heaven-swallowing sword box all at once. Yan Zhaoge reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught of the blood water down below. At the same time, the Taotia's heart as well as the blood pool within shook together. This shaking was not a problem with the mechanism, instead coming from the outside world. Yan Zhaoge immediately realized, someone is shaking this underwater palace, and it is not just a single area. He frowned. The refinement of this evil sword had reached the final juncture. Just a little more time and it would be completed. Unfortunately, other than himself, there were others who had entered this place, and they had even caused a huge commotion. If he was not careful, let alone the failure of the refinement of this high-grade sacred artifact, it might even bring about immense danger. Those who had caused the disturbance might not have realized this yet. Even if they had, being in the outskirts, they might still have a chance to flee. However, Yan Zhaoge, who was right beside the heaven-swallowing sword box, would definitely be the first to suffer. Right now, He could even feel that the Taotai demon's soul sealed in the evil sword had suddenly become active. The lifelike silhouette of a Taotai surfaced on the surface of the ancient copper sword as it seemed about to shoot out from within. The sharp, piercing howl that resembled the wails of infants resounded. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before leaving the Northern Ocean clone behind to continue refining the heaven-swallowing sword box while he himself followed the path from which he had entered, shooting outwards. As he sped along, the path before him was chaotic beyond compare. Beneath the disturbance of the golden light, it was hard to determine one's direction and sense the flow of spiritual qi. Still, after having walked outwards for a while, Yan Zhaoge suddenly heard someone's voice by his ear. Accompanied by the intense fluctuations of spiritual qi, the two sides were currently clashing. Still, both sides vaguely seemed to have the intention of not fighting. Chapter 776. Yan Zhaoge was somewhat familiar with the spiritual qi fluctuations and the voices of the people speaking. He retracted his aura slightly and leaned forward. The other party's voice instantly became clearer. Please don't be impatient. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. The one who had spoken was clearly the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan of the Eight Extremities world, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao. The enemy of the Great Xian dynasty is the Radiant Light sect. While we are residing in the Radiant Light sect, it is merely a temporary measure. After ascending from the lower worlds, we just happen to be within the Radiant Light sect sphere of influence. Thus, we are temporarily residing in the Radiant Light sect. Zhang Chao's tone was calm, not containing any anger at all. Your position in the Grand Xian dynasty is extraordinary, and you should be able to come into contact with all kinds of news. My Sacred Sun clan has never directly become enemies with the Grand Xian dynasty, nor with the figures of your Shenling 10 swords, nor do we have any blood debts on our hands. Opposite Zhang Chao stood two people. They were the two brothers, Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. They had all accompanied their father, Kong Ping, in the great battle that had broken through the Radiant Light sect's Sun Moon Peak. Then, under their insistence, they followed Kong Ping into the seas of the clear scenic region and into the endless magnetic storms. It was only after they entered the underwater palace that they were separated from Kong Ping. The two of them walked in the underground palace. They did not run into Luo Ziyuan, Gu Hong, Gong Sun Wu, and the others, but they ran into Zhang Chao. Kong Jinyuan's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. His entire person seemed to be shrouded under a layer of darkness. This appearance was completely different from his usual domineering and unbridled appearance. Ever since his mother, Madame Kong, had perished, he had always been like this. Grief, anger, panic, bewilderment, all sorts of emotions intertwined. Still, after having calmed down slightly, he could not forget that it had been his impulsive blood incantation shattering space all that had given Yan Zhaoge a chance to execute within the wound of the sky. Everything that had been set up afterwards had originated from here. Without that blood incantation shattering space all, Yan Zhaoge's blood devil plate alone would not have been able to complete the subsequent blood devil ritual and illusory devil ritual. It was precisely because of the sudden appearance of that blood incantation space shattering all that Yan Zhaoge had been able to adapt to the situation, leading to the various changes that had occurred afterwards. In the end, it left the Radiant Light sect's Luo Ziyuan and the others as well as Madame Kong and her two sons in a battle between two tigers where one would definitely die, perhaps even all of them. No one mentioned this. His father, Kong Ping, had never mentioned it. His brother, Kong Maosheng, who had always been hostile to him, had never mentioned it either. But Kong Jinyuan himself could never forget it. Kong Maosheng, who was standing beside him, was as steady as before, but he was actually very calm. At this moment, however, radiance flickered on the God's Gate acupoint on his wrist, resonating with the actual stars up in the sky. He had shockingly already successfully broken through space, seeing true divinity as he stepped into the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, he was still extremely young and had unlimited potential. Kong Maosheng looked at Zhang Chao. What do you want to say? Just say it. Although he was looking at Zhang Chao, at least half of Kong Maosheng's attention was on the woman beside Zhang Chao. The woman was elegant and otherworldly. Her facial features were flawless, and her eyes were like that of a deer's. She was quick-witted, yet delicate and lovable. As compared to the last time Yan Zhaoge had seen her, she hadn't changed much, just having gained some calmness that had been accumulated over the years. It was precisely Meng Wan. She was currently standing calmly by Zhang Chao's side. Beside her was a handsome, high-spirited youth who resembled the sun rising from the east, the rising sun that was currently ascending towards the heavens. It was Tang Yonghao, whom she had not seen for a long time. The three people of the Sacred Sun clan who had come to the world beyond worlds were all here now. As compared to Meng Wan, the Radiant Light sect clearly valued Tang Yonghao much less, as the various resources they provided him could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even so, however, Tang Yonghao's cultivation base had also advanced by leaps and bounds, displaying his outstanding talent, which was rare even in the world beyond worlds. In recent years, the Radiant Light sect had been paying more and more attention to him. Still, Tang Yonghao, who was currently still a martial grandmaster, was still not enough to enter Kong Maosheng's eyes, even if his cultivation base was higher than Meng Wan's. Kong Maosheng valued Meng Wan more than the white crown on Meng Wan's head. It was bright and cold like the moonlight of extreme Yin, yet no one could ignore it. Its radiance dispersed like ripples of water, seemingly enveloping the surrounding heavens and earth as an independent world was formed. Having already successfully attained the seeing divinity stage, Kong Maosheng possessed shocking strength that surpassed even Zhang Chao. This was especially so when Zhang Chao still did not possess a sacred artifact. Still, Meng Wan wielded the Extreme Yin Crown, already able to unleash the might of a mid-grade sacred artifact. This supreme treasure that was on par with the Extreme Yang Seal was truly too powerful. If Meng Wan wielded it and joined hands with Zhang Chao, even Kong Maosheng did not have sufficient confidence in defeating them. Under such circumstances, Zhang Chao had instead adopted a stance of seeking peace. Kong Maosheng's heart jolted slightly. Indeed, he heard Zhang Chao say, "We wish to forsake the darkness for the light. We hope that you can recommend us." Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan both frowned. Fairly speaking, while Zhang Chao's strength was inferior to Kong Ping, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, he was already a seeing divinity martial saint at the end of the day, an expert wherever he went. Also, Zhang Chao might still have room for improvement. If he wished to submit to the Grand Xian dynasty, the Grand Xian dynasty would still welcome him. As he had said, there was no conflict between him and the Grand Xian dynasty. Still, what Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan paid more attention to was the Extreme Yin Crown. This high-grade sacred artifact was not just outstanding in itself. It could also represent something beyond itself. Zhang Chao stood calmly where he was, waiting patiently. The existence of the Extreme Yin Crown was also where his confidence lay. After having learnt about the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown from various sources, Zhang Chao grew even more confident. The more one understood the Extreme Yin Crown like Kong Ping and the others, the more prudent they would be in handling things, not blindly wanting to take it for themselves like the Radiant Light sect. He believed that Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan would most likely not refuse. At the very least, they would bring them to meet Kong Ping and the others first before making a decision. Instead, it was Zhang Chao who had been observing Meng Wan's reaction all along. While Meng Wan's current cultivation base was still that of a martial grandmaster, wielding the Extreme Yin Crown now, she could only be stronger than him, Zhang Chao. To Meng Wan, Zhang Chao was a legendary grandmaster-level authority, her great senior apprentice granduncle who was even stronger than Huang Guanglie, who had always determined her fate in the Eight Extremities world that year. Still, with the passage of time, the current Meng Wan already possessed the ability to make her own decisions even when facing Zhang Chao. She was currently silent. Even as Zhang Chao felt at ease, he could not help but wonder what exactly Meng Wan was planning. Beside him, Tang Yonghao could not help but knit his brows tightly, a look of worry appearing within his eyes. Looking at Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, Zhang Chao said slowly, "The Radiant Light sect has deep enmity with you. Actually, the two of you also have a common enemy, that Yan Zhaoge." Meanwhile, this old man's lineage similarly has irreconcilable enmity with Yan Zhaoge and his lineage. Chapter 777. Hearing Zhang Chao mention Yan Zhaoge, the expressions of Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan both changed. Kong Jinyuan's expression became even gloomier, his eyes flickering with a cold light non-stop. Kong Maosheng stared at Zhang Chao and thought of many things in an instant. The extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown had both been discovered in the Eight Extremities world. Meanwhile, like Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Chao, Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao hailed from the Eight Extremities world. Everything else aside, Zhang Chao and the others' understanding of Yan Zhaoge might be even deeper than their own group, those of the Royal Reed Sea and even those of the Radiant Light sect. This was especially so as the entire Grand Xian dynasty had always been concerned about whether Yan Zhaoge was related to the exalted solar luminary of the extreme Yang seal. Kong Maosheng looked at Zhang Chao and slowly said, "I'm unable to make a decision on this matter. I'll introduce you to my father later, and you can discuss it with him." Zhang Chao nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Your father's cultivation is high. I believe that the Radiant Light sect will be hard-pressed to escape destruction this time. Still, with the endless magnetic storms rampaging here and the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, is also accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. If he manages to escape amidst the chaos, I might be able to help the people of the Grand Xian dynasty in searching for his whereabouts afterwards." Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan's eyes brightened at the same time. "If there's a need, that would be great." As Kong Maosheng said this, his gaze fell on Meng Wan, looking at the extreme Yin crown on her head as he pondered silently. Zhang Chao glanced at Meng Wan as well. This extreme Yin crown is rather special. It can only be wielded by girls who possess the extreme Yin physique. Kong Maosheng suddenly understood. "I see, no wonder, it was no wonder that the Radiant Light sect had not been able to effectively control such a treasure, instead still having it in Meng Wan's possession." Looking at Zhang Chao, he said, "Since that is so, this extreme Yin crown is still..." Kong Maosheng suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart, and he abruptly turned his head to the side. "You can forget about this extreme Yin crown." At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded by everyone's ears. Yan Zhaoge's figure appeared before Zhang Chao, Kong Maosheng and Meng Wan. Within this palace formed of the flesh and blood of the Taotai, Yan Zhaoge was garbed in white with a blue robe on the outside, resembling an elegant young master. Beside him stood a girl similarly dressed in the standard attire of Broad Creed Mountain. It was precisely Feng Yunsheng. Meng Wan, who had been calm and indifferent all this while, narrowed her eyes. Feng Yunsheng met her gaze. Although they were in such an environment, both of them smiled. Looking at Zhang Chao, Yan Zhaoge smiled. "While it has been delayed for a few years due to the Radiant Light sect, the extreme Yin crown will still belong to my Broad Creed Mountain at the end of the day. This time, we will not let others interfere with it." His gaze moved from Zhang Chao to Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan. Kong Jinyuan's eyes were filled with rage and resentment, and he was almost unable to restrain himself from pouncing forward. He was completely restraining himself. Kong Maosheng's gaze was similarly ice-cold. His originally solemn expression became even more solemn. His birth mother had died early, and he had practically been raised single-handedly by Madame Kong, viewing him as her own. Yan Zhaoge glanced at them before his gaze returned to Zhang Chao, feeling rather emotional for a time. The Radiant Light sect's ship was about to capsize. It was only to be expected that Zhang Chao, who was a vassal of the Radiant Light sect, would want to change sides. The Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds, as they held a powerful position in the royal Reed Sea, also having a common enemy with the Radiant Light sect and the Sacred Sun clan, Yan Zhaoga. While the Radiant Light sect and the Grand Xian dynasty already had irreconcilable enmity, Zhang Chao did not personally have any conflict with the Grand Xian dynasty. It was just that, having been closely following in the footsteps of the Radiant Light sect just a moment ago, the Grand Xian dynasty who had destroyed the Radiant Light sect the next moment would inevitably make one sigh. Just from Tang Yonghao's expression, one could tell how conflicted and disapproving he was. Still, Yan Zhaoga was not surprised at all that this had happened to Zhang Chao. Ever since he had learned of the life experiences of this person who had been known as the Sacred Sun Saint amongst the people of the Eight Extremities world, the most important figure in the history of the Sacred Sun clan, he had understood that Zhang Chao's ability to adapt to circumstances was unparalleled. When this hegemon of the Eight Extremities world who had ascended to the world beyond worlds had attempted to attack Broad Creed Mountain that year, facing their founder, the exalted Heaven Shaker, Zhan Dongge, who had successfully broken out of seclusion, he had directly retreated without even looking back. Afterwards, he had hidden in the mouth of a volcano, imprisoning himself for many years in exchange for quelling Zhan Dongge's rage. It was only when the Flame Devil world had invaded the Eight Extremities world that he had earnestly asked Zhan Dongge to allow him to leave the mountain as well, jointly resisting the Flame Devils. When Zhan Dongge had perished afterwards, Zhang Chao had finally been able to stretch his muscles and bones, leading the Sacred Sun clan to a peak in its history, dominating the Eight Extremities world. If not for the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo unexpectedly standing firm, Broad Creed Mountain, which had suffered a great blow to its vitality in resisting the invasion of the Flame Devils, would probably have long since been flattened by the Sacred Sun clan. And now, having arrived in the world beyond worlds, while Zhang Chao was very powerful, there would always be experts amongst experts, as there were many who were stronger than him. Zhang Chao thus began readjusting his position. It was not surprising that such a nimble and flexible person had chosen to jump off the Radiant Light sect, which was on the verge of capsizing, and board the even larger ship that was the Grand Xian dynasty. Even though he appeared cold and unfeeling, Zhang Chao did not care about it at all. Looking at Yan Zhaoga, his expression turned rather solemn. To think that after the Zhan brothers, Broad Creed Mountain would actually produce you father and son of the Yan family. Could it really be that the heavens are watching over Broad Creed Mountain? Yan Zhaoga said mildly, "The heavens aid the strong. This Yan does not know if the heavens are watching over my Broad Creed Mountain, but your luck is indeed not that good." Kong Jinyuan gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yan Zhaoga. "You actually appeared here?" Yan Zhaoga smiled. "You came, he came. I naturally came as well." Kong Jinyuan's eyes virtually seemed like they were about to spurt fire. "If not for those of Golden Court Mountain protecting you, you would already be a dead man long ago. You actually still dare to come here by yourself?" Yan Zhaoga smiled as he walked towards Kong Jinyuan, Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao. Maternal love is something worthy of praise, being able to create miracles. Last time, it was your mother who saved you. I wonder who it will be this time. As he said this, Yan Zhaoga directly raised a hand, his palm enveloping the sky as he sought to envelop the three of them within. Kong Maosheng pulled Kong Jinyuan behind him, the sword by his waist leaving its scabbard, transforming into a sword light that resembled water as it shot into the skies, meeting Yan Zhaoga's palm. Zhang Chao sighed, similarly making a move as he executed the Sacred Sun clan's supreme martial art, the extreme Yang fist, resembling the blazing sun in the sky as it illuminated the surrounding heavens and earth. Yan Zhaoga's gaze flickered as he secretly circulated the cyclic heavenly seal within the heavenly Broad Creed palm, a terrifying force mightily descending towards the enemy with the momentum of collapsing the sky. Heaven and earth reversed, the powerful force of yin and yang reversed caused the blazing heat from Zhang Chao's extreme yang fist to instantly cool, becoming icy cold. Yan Zhaoga's palm did not sweep Meng Wan within. However, the extreme yin crown on Meng Wan's head began to emanate radiance. She looked at Feng Yunsheng in front of her and saw that Feng Yunsheng's eyes had suddenly turned into two dark blue suns. The cold sun divine saber was unsheathed. Chapter 778. Looking calmly at Feng Yunsheng, Meng Wan smiled. Senior apprentice Sister Feng, perhaps I have always been waiting for this day. When she said that she had always been waiting, she did not mean that she would hand the Extreme Yin crown over to Feng Yunsheng. Instead, she looked forward to competing with this closest sister of hers, seeing who was the strongest maiden of Extreme Yin. Even though she had always been the most outstanding maiden of Extreme Yin in the past 8 Extremities World's Extreme Yin bout, Meng Wan had never forgotten that she had actually been Feng Yunsheng's substitute at the start. If nothing had happened to Feng Yunsheng that year, no one knew what would have happened afterwards. Jade Sea City's Chen Sutting had won in the second Extreme Yin bout while she had been injured. Turbid Wave Pavilion's Fan Qiu had won in the fourth Extreme Yin bout due to her cultivating in a special technique. The Sacred Sun clan's third maiden of Extreme Yin, her backup Yin Xiuqing. Meng Wan had absolute confidence in all of these people. As long as nothing happened to her, she would be the absolute ruler of the Extreme Yin bout. Chen Sutting, Fan Qiu and the others would not be able to shake her position. Let alone Infinite Boundless Mountains Ling Hui and the Heavenly Thunder Halls Nian Lei and the others. Feng Yunsheng would not be able to catch up to her even if she started afresh for 2 years. However, if not for these 2 years, everyone cultivating normally, would she be able to surpass senior apprentice Sister Feng, defeat her? This was the only thing that Meng Wan was not confident in regarding the Extreme Yin bout. To Feng Yunsheng, the Extreme Yin crown was an obsession. Meanwhile, Meng Wan also felt many regrets regarding what had happened that year. Now, this question was finally going to be answered. Feng Yunsheng had actually miraculously made up for those 2 years, possibly even walking further and faster than her. While Meng Wan was happy for Feng Yunsheng, she would definitely not surrender. Even if she had not been brought to the world beyond worlds by the Radiant Light sect and had remained in the 8 Extremities world, facing Broad Creed Mountain who had swept through the 8 Extremities world, she would definitely not surrender. Looking at Feng Yunsheng in front of her, Meng Wan smiled, saying, Senior apprentice Sister Feng, it's a pity that we are now going to be opponents. Even without the Extreme Yin bout, we would still definitely have had a battle. You are a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, I am a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. Broad Creed Mountain destroyed the Sacred Sun clan. While I do not agree with many of the decisions and actions of the clan, of Senior Apprentice Granduncle Huang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Huang and Senior Apprentice Brother Huang Jia, at the end of the day, I am still Master's disciple, a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. It was Master who nurtured and guided me, gradually walking to where I am today. For Master, for the Sacred Sun clan, I cannot lose. I cannot even participate in this long overdue Extreme Yin bout with you. In such a situation, I must do everything possible, using all methods to obtain victory. I need the Extreme Yin crown as my weapon to stand against that senior apprentice Brother Yan, to stand against you. Meng Wan's expression was tranquil, but her gaze was firm and unwavering. Feng Yunsheng was probably one of the few people in this world who understood Meng Wan the most. With her understanding of Meng Wan would probably reject the matter of abandoning the Radiant Light sect and joining the Grand Xian dynasty just like Tang Yonghao. Unlike Tang Yonghao, who was currently unable to influence Zhang Chao with his current cultivation base, the current Meng Wan had the ability to say no. However, she did not. She was not familiar with Zhang Chao. However, in response to the upbringing of the Sacred Sun clan, she was willing to listen to Zhang Chao's opinion, tacitly agreeing that the Extreme Yin crown belonged to the Sacred Sun clan and not her, Meng Wan. Perhaps this attitude would not be permanent. Still, it was like this for now at least. It was the same for her battle with Feng Yunsheng now. If she followed her own wishes, she would rather complete this long overdue Extreme Yin bout with Feng Yunsheng, seeing who was the strongest maiden of Extreme Yin. Now, however, she was not battling for her own sake. Instead, as a member of the Sacred Sun clan, she was clashing with Broad Creed Mountain's Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng said, Little Wan, I am not trying to shake your resolve. Actually, from the bottom of my heart, I have always wanted to battle with you just like you. However, there are some things that I should tell you. Broad Creed Mountain did not exterminate all of the Sacred Sun clan's disciples. Your master is also not dead, currently residing in Turbid Wave Pavilion as a guest. If there is a chance, return to the Eight Extremities world to visit your master. In the entire Sacred Sun clan, there were only two people whom Meng Wan truly felt close to. One was her master, the other was Feng Yunsheng. It was only before them that Meng Wan was her truest self. Hearing this news, a smile blossomed on Meng Wan's face. If there is a chance, I will definitely return to see master. If I do not die beneath senior apprentice Sister Feng's saber in this battle, bright moonlight above Meng Wan's head transformed into a pure white phoenix, emitting a clear cry as it spread its wings and soared high into the sky. While master is still alive, I must account for the Sacred Sun clan in this battle, going all out with my full strength. Meng Wan's expression was solemn as accompanied by the spread of the white phoenix's wings, the surrounding space was dyed with a layer of clear radiance, cold and silent as the cold pierced the bone. Feng Yunsheng's cold sun divine saber rose unceasingly, the great ice-blue sun illuminating the surrounding area. There is no need for little Wan to worry. I understand what you are thinking, Feng Yunsheng strode forward, because it is the same for me. Broad Creed Mountain has given me a new life. A high-grade sacred artifact is of great significance, possessing great power. I want to obtain it for the clan. The saber rose, blue light flourishing, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Be careful, little Wan. This saber of mine may not be inferior to the extreme Yin crown. Saying thus, Feng Yunsheng chopped downwards with her saber, space directly shattering. That power was not inferior to the full-powered attack of a seeing divinity martial saint in the least. The cold sun and the power of extreme Yin collided with a shocking momentum. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled from the side, a pity that I can't calm down and watch this battle. The brilliant rainbow sword appeared in Kong Maosheng's hand. When he slashed out, Kong Maosheng's sword light, which was like a river of time, rippled violently, as if it would break at any moment. When Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan saw this, they both sucked in a breath of cold air. Father once said that his swordsmanship is extremely sharp, beyond imagination. But without seeing it with our own eyes, who would have thought that it would be so powerful? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge instead smiled. It is a martial art of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture at the end of the day. A pity that I cultivate in the immortal ending sword and not the immortal trapping sword. While he was thinking this, Yan Zhaoge appeared relaxed as he struck towards Zhang Chao with a palm even as he hacked at Kong Maosheng. Zhang Chao punched out simultaneously with his fists, two great golden suns intermingling as they formed a fist force of extreme yang which met Yan Zhaoge's palm. However, as soon as the two forces came into contact, the golden sunlight immediately dimmed, and the blazing temperature began to cool down. Zhang Chao's extremely tough, extremely hot, and extremely yang fist force was dispelled by the cyclic heaven seal. Not waiting for Zhang Chao to react, Yan Zhaoge's palm changed once more. He retracted his four fingers, only his index finger remaining as he tapped out towards Zhang Chao. Pale light appeared on Yan Zhaoge's fingertip. Guided by that pale light, Zhang Chao's fist force which had turned from extreme yang to extreme yin instantly swept back towards him. Yin-yang heavenly scripture, pointing at yin and yang. Chapter 779. As Yan Zhaoge executed the yin-yang finger, where his fingertips passed, the force of Zhang Chao's fist instantly reversed. Zhang Chao was greatly alarmed. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and did not unleash all of his strength, so he still had time to change his move. Left hand in front and right hand behind, Zhang Chao blocked before him with his palms, dispelling the force of Yan Zhaoge's finger. Yet, beneath Yan Zhaoge's finger, the variations of yin and yang were too swift as there was virtually no delay whatsoever. Before Zhang Chao could exert force with his left palm, his palm was pierced through by Yan Zhaoge's finger. The pale radiance opened up a bloody hole in the center of Zhang Chao's left palm, piercing through it and continuing forward. With this obstruction, Zhang Chao managed to gather strength in his right hand in time. The extreme Yang true essence was finally able to block the attack of the extreme Yin finger. When Yin and Yang met, another change occurred. Zhang Chao dared not hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly retreated, barely avoiding this finger of Yan Zhaoga's. He was both shocked and enraged. Having already broken through the void to see true divinity and ascended to the seeing divinity realm, the might of the extreme Yang fist scripture was even more ferocious than before when he executed it. In terms of direct combat prowess alone, Zhang Chao was extremely outstanding amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level even in the world beyond worlds. However, as Yan Zhaoga cultivated in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture and executed the Yin-Yang finger, it just happened to counter his supreme Yang fist, causing him to be unable to move at all. He had a body full of strength, but it was completely useless. Kong Maosheng could only join forces with Zhang Chao now, the time-flowing sword expanding, transforming into a long river of time as it hacked down towards Yan Zhaoga. Enveloped by the sword light, Yan Zhaoga's speed seemed to instantly slow down. Yan Zhaoga's expression did not change as beneath his feet, black qi appeared on one side and white qi on the other. The two qis of black and white intermingled and coiled, moving upwards through Yan Zhaoga's legs, exerting force through his spine. He pointed at Kong Maosheng's sword light with his left hand, black and white appearing on his fingerti yin and yang fishes intertwined, faintly forming the image of Taiji. The Taiji diagram spun, and Kong Maosheng's sword light was immediately deflected, slashing towards Zhang Chao instead. Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao widened their eyes. Having already attained the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage, Kong Maosheng's grasp of his martial Tao and true essence had long since become extremely detailed as he could control and unleash them as he pleased. Unless his opponent was much stronger than him, or if his martial arts just happened to counter his time-flowing sword, even if Kong Maosheng could defeat him, he would at least be able to display what he had learned. When had something like this ever happened? The sword light deviated involuntarily, and it was difficult to even retract it. With his sword having been deflected by Yan Zhaoga, Zhang Chao was doomed. With the Laogong acupoint on his left palm having been pierced through by Yan Zhaoga's finger, when he tried to exert force, his vitality would leak out unceasingly, temporarily being equivalent to being crippled. Having paid such a terrible price and barely evading Yan Zhaoga's attack, before he could even catch his breath, Kong Maosheng's time-flowing sword had already arrived before him. Zhang Chao was enveloped by the sword light and his figure instantly slowed down. His left shoulder was immediately stabbed, and blood gushed out. Fortunately, Kong Maosheng used all his strength to pull back his sword, allowing Zhang Chao to escape disaster. However, on the other side, after deflecting Kong Maosheng's sword light with a finger, Yan Zhaoga chopped out with the glorious rainbow sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light passed, everything would perish. In front of Kong Maosheng's eyes, there was only a speck of light that kept expanding until it occupied the entire world. In the next moment, it was as if the sword light was going to pierce through his forehead and penetrate his skull. He screamed, and a layer of watery light appeared on his body, as if he had sunk into the river of time. Time flowed rapidly. Enveloped by this, Kong Maosheng's speed suddenly increased as well, barely evading Yan Zhaoga's sword. Bolstered by this secret art, while his speed had increased, his longevity had also flowed faster. Even so, a red dot of blood appeared between Kong Maosheng's brows, stars appearing chaotically within his mind as a piercing pain overcame him. At this moment of life and death, Zhang Chao dared not hold anything back in the least. His figure rose and leapt as he lunged towards Yan Zhaoga's head from above. While he could not use his left hand, he clenched the fingers of his right fist, punching down towards Yan Zhaoga's head. Bright golden light condensed unceasingly, gradually turning purple. Zhang Chao's entire person seemed to have transformed into a great purple sun, plummeting down from the sky. The great purple sun that was even more terrifying than the great golden sun seemed to have reached the end of the heavens and earth, a great calamity occurring as it finally collapsed. The strongest martial art of the supreme Yang fist that Zhang Chao had created, the purple sun will that surpassed all the previous martial arts of the sacred Sun clan. As his fist struck out, it actually vaguely contained some of the might of the extreme Yang seal. Zhang Chao, wherever you go, my broad Crete mountain will be able to deal with you. Yan Zhaoge, however, laughed, striking out with the yin yang finger once more, pointing at the black and white on his fingertip as it spun. Zhang Chao's ferocious purple sun will immediately deviated. The target of the violent fist was no longer Yan Zhaoge, but Kong Maosheng. While Kong Maosheng had escaped death after being struck by Yan Zhaoge's immortal ending sword qi, a piercing pain filled his mind as he was completely unable to concentrate at all. Facing Zhang Chao's sudden punch, he could only barely dodge it. However, the ferocious purple sun will still struck Kong Maosheng's leg, directly breaking this flowing time successor's leg. Kong Maosheng clenched his teeth and did not make a sound. Two seeing divinity martial saints besieging a merging avatar martial saint was an inconceivable matter no matter where it was. What was even more inconceivable was that the two of them, seeing divinity martial saints, were unable to defeat the other party. Besieging the two, Yan Zhaoge dealt with them with ease, instead causing them to be flustered. What chilled their hearts even more was the fact that Yan Zhaoge seemed to be distracted. His mind was wandering. With my actions, the speed of the sacrificial artifact which is used to seal the evil soul of the Taotai has increased. Still, a little more time is still needed for it to succeed. As Yan Zhaoge clashed with Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao, he mentally communicated with the Northern Ocean clone within the blood pool. Even so, he was still leisurely being besieged by two seeing divinity martial saints. Having successfully cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge did not fear being besieged at all. He already possessed the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture which reversed the two extremities as well as his self-created finger-flicking shocking thunder which allowed him to quickly return his qi. Now that he cultivated in the yin-yang heavenly scripture, yin and yang merged, the variations of the two extremities allowing him to possess peak methods of deflecting and borrowing power, his recovery rate of his essence becoming even more powerful. Aided by yin and yang, he virtually did not exhaust any of his true essence while battling two seeing divinity martial saints. Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone did not fear being besieged because he was just too fast. Unless there was an enemy whose speed was at least close to the Northern Ocean clone's, being able to tie him down, the Northern Ocean clone would be able to make use of his advantage in speed to easily face them all alone. As for Yan Zhaoge himself, he was even more proficient than the Northern Ocean clone in group battles and fierce battles. There had to be an enemy who was clearly stronger than him or someone who could suppress the variations of the yin-yang heavenly scripture before Yan Zhaoge would feel pressured. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how many people came. But right now, neither Kong Maosheng nor Zhang Chao could do it. Zhang Chao's mouth was filled with bitterness, despair rising in his heart. Back then, having attained the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, he had been in high spirits as he had been prepared to unify the eight extremities world. Yet, he had not expected to encounter Zhang Dongge who had also advanced a step further, attaining the second level of the martial saint realm. In the end, he could only imprison himself within the volcano. Currently, Zhang Dongge had long since passed away while he had become the first person of the eight extremities world to successfully ascend to the world beyond worlds. It seemed to prove that the one who had the last laugh was the winner. However, the Yan Zhaoge before him left him in even greater despair. The person before him was yet another martial practitioner of the second level of the martial saint realm. Zhang Chao himself was already no longer the same as he had been in the past, having attained the fourth level of the martial saint realm, breaking through space to see true divinity as his strength had soared by leaps and bounds, no longer being what it had been in the past. However, all of this was useless. Facing yet another broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner, he was still not a match for him. Chapter 780. Yan Zhaoge's figure flickered, his fingers shifting the universe, yin and yang circulating. Zhang Chao's purple sun will, which he had used all his strength to deflect, broke the leg of Kong Maosheng, who was working together against him. Yan Zhaoge himself did not cease in his actions. After the yin-yang finger of his left hand had succeeded, the glorious rainbow sword in his right hand carried an arc of destruction as it hacked towards Zhang Chao once more. Zhang Chao's heart turned cold. He could virtually foresee that making a move to block Yan Zhaoge's attack would most likely be useless. His move would be strangely deflected by Yan Zhaoge, falling towards Kong Maosheng once more. And Kong Maosheng's attack would fall on him. It was as if they would never be able to attack Yan Zhaoge, only able to attack each other. Even as they faced the other party's attack, they also had to face Yan Zhaoge's seemingly indestructible sword. Forcefully enduring his injuries, Zhang Chao let out a long howl, his figure shifting to the side like the sun traversing the sky. When executed by the seeing divinity martial saint Zhang Chao, the sacred Sun clan's leap of the rising sun far surpassed that of other sacred Sun clan martial practitioners. Still, guided by the qi, Yan Zhaoge's sword light was even swifter as he chased after Zhang Chao, not giving him a chance to flee. Having distanced himself from Kong Maosheng, Zhang Chao finally made a move, blocking Yan Zhaoge's sword. However, an astonishing brilliance suddenly burst out from the sword light, and wisps of white qi lingered within it. Wherever the white sword energy went, the shadow of death immediately shrouded Zhang Chao's heart. He, who had always been mentally stable, vaguely saw an illusory scene in front of him. It was the end of the world, the end of the world. All things headed towards their end and destruction together. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The seas dried up and the land was covered in flames. The entire boundless universe was destroyed together. Zhang Chao groaned miserably. Blood spurted out from his injured left shoulder and left hand at the same time, burning in the air. He forcibly twisted his body, using his left arm to receive Yan Zhaoge's sword. At the instant he was struck, Zhang Chao's left arm exploded into a bloody mist. He had broken his left arm of his own accord. As his shattered left arm was twisted by Yan Zhaoge's sword light, its flesh and blood instantly disintegrated. The blood mist that filled the sky instantly dissipated. His blood, tendons, and bones, which had been burning hot just a moment ago, were all shattered and turned into ashes. How tough was the flesh and blood of a seeing divinity martial saint? Zhang Chao voluntarily abandoned his left arm. His flesh and blood exploded, forming a terrifying rain of blood. If ordinary martial practitioners below the fourth level of the martial saint realm were to get too close, they would be directly blasted to death by this explosion. However, this terrifying explosion was instantly dispelled into nothingness by Yan Zhaoge's sword light. It seemed as if the sound of thunder was louder than the raindrow, but when this scene landed in Zhang Chao and Kong Maosheng's eyes, it made their hearts sink to rock bottom even more. Zhang Chao's right hand clutched the bleeding wound on his left shoulder. His left hand had been severed at the shoulder. Who would have thought that I wouldn't die at Zhang Dong's hands, but at the hands of his great disciples? Zhang Chao gazed at Yan Zhaoge. You still possess a supreme treasure like the extreme yang seal. A pity, a pity. This old man did not want to provoke the 9 underworlds back then, and did not take the risk to descend into the deep abyss of the earth domain. Otherwise, if this old man had obtained the extreme yang seal that was used to suppress the crevice to the 9 underworlds, everything would have been different afterwards. Zhang Chao let out a long sigh. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. I've worked hard for half my life, yet I've ended up in such a state. I really regret it. After that sword, Yan Zhaoge no longer looked at Zhang Chao. Instead, his expression changed slightly as he turned to look elsewhere. Fiery light suddenly shot out from a passageway in the underground palace. The cry of a phoenix resounded within the underground palace. While it was not as clear and bright as Meng Wan's, it appeared more authoritative and orthodox. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw that it was a fiery phoenix. The fiery phoenix did not lunge towards Yan Zhaoge. This was not an expert of the southern blazing heaven territory who had come personally. Instead, he had created a puppet with the help of a secret technique, temporarily maintaining it with the strength of a merging avatar martial saint. The fiery phoenix spread its wings, yet lunged towards an unexpected person. Tang Yonghao. Zhang Chao clashed with Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan clashed with Feng Yunsheng. Tang Yonghao retreated to the side, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng not attacking him. While Tang Yonghao did not agree with Zhang Chao's decision to abandon the Radiant Light sect and join the Grand Xian dynasty, he had not fled by himself that year, as he had just stood quietly in the distance, waiting for the final conclusion of the great battle. Now, Tang Yonghao was taken aback by the fiery phoenix that suddenly lunged towards him. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Yonghao realized something. Could it be because of that bone that I just obtained? The fiery phoenix was swift, its wings of flame instantly enveloping Tang Yonghao. Blazing fire seemed like it wanted to incinerate Tang Yonghao into ashes. While there was a great disparity between them, Tang Yonghao had no intention of submitting or begging for mercy as he straightened his spine and faced his powerful opponent head-on. Stimulated by those flames, Tang Yonghao's body suddenly emitted a five-colored light. This sudden change surprised Yan Zhaoge, Zhang Chao, Meng Wan and Kong Maosheng. The silhouette of a divine bird actually surfaced above Tang Yonghao's head. The head of a chicken, the jaw of a swallow, the neck of a snake, the back of a turtle and the tail of a fish. It was clearly a phoenix. This phoenix was surrounded by the five virtues, the water ripples of holy virtue, the thick earth of meritorious virtue, the white chi of nether virtue and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue. Yet, the dawn mist of moral virtue of black and white was tangible as it circulated unceasingly. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge was greatly taken aback. I have never seen Tang Yonghao like this before. Gazing over, he saw that there seemed to be an existence that flickered with radiance within Tang Yonghao's body. The silhouette of the phoenix and the dawn mist of moral virtue both originated from there. Tang Yonghao's body had yet to completely merge with it, as they appeared to be independent of each other. It should be some external object of his, a supreme treasure. The treasure had merged with Tang Yonghao's body, yet had yet to completely merge with it. That fiery phoenix spoke in the human tongue. This is something that belongs to me. What right and ability do you have to take it for yourself? He had not known of the existence of the heaven-swallowing sword box earlier. The reason he had come to this underwater palace was precisely for this phoenix bone. This phoenix bone contained the true intent of moral virtue, as its value did not just lie in itself. More importantly, it could make up for the deficiencies of his phoenix true form scripture, its significance surpassing the heavens, as its value even surpassed that of a high-grade sacred artifact. Unexpectedly, it had been inadvertently obtained by Tang Yonghao after having entered the underwater palace, even unexpectedly merging with his body. That fiery phoenix could not even be bothered with Yan Zhaoge now, as blazing fire descended, enveloping Tang Yonghao's entire body. The phoenix bone had already merged with Tang Yonghao's body, yet had yet to completely merge with it. This fiery phoenix still had a single chance now, which was to refine Tang Yonghao along with the phoenix bone, shedding his mortal fleshly body and returning to its original appearance. Virtue and virtue were the source of all arts, spreading virtue and spreading its laws to the world. The black and white dawn mist of moral virtue enveloped Tang Yonghao's entire body, unceasingly reducing the blazing fire into harmless spiritual qi. Still, the difference in their cultivation basis was too great, as the blazing fire finally still gradually devoured him. Seeing this, Meng Wan wanted to temporarily give up on Feng Yunsheng and charge towards that fiery phoenix. Yet, it was already a little too late. Now, a swordlight flew over, the blazing fire instantly withering. Chapter 781. As compared to Meng Wan, who had borrowed the power of the extreme Yin crown, Yan Zhaoge's personal strength was, at the end of the day, the first to discover the arrival of that fiery phoenix. Witnessing the phoenix silhouette that had suddenly erupted from Tang Yonghao's body and the dawn mist of moral virtue of black and white, Yan Zhaoge seemed to have comprehended something. The initial goal of that descendant of the Southern Exalt's lineage in coming to the underwater palace this time should have been this phoenix bone. This piece of phoenix bone only contained the dawn mist of virtue, and lacked the true meaning of the other 4 virtues. There was only one possibility for the other party to think so highly of him. While the Southern Exalt's phoenix true form scripture possessed the true intent of the phoenix, it was truly incomplete of the 5 virtues. The virtuous thick earth, the nether virtue white chi, and the fortuitous purple light. It was hard to say about the holy virtue water ripple, but from the looks of it, the moral dawn mist was most likely lacking in cultivation methods. It was because of this that the person before them had taken the risk of crossing boundaries, barging into the territory of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, barging into the Royal Reed Sea in search of this phoenix bone. This also explained why Wang Hui and the others had actually dared to act viciously against a descendant of the southeastern Exalt like Yi Xian in order to keep it a secret. If this matter was known by the southeastern Exalt, it would be very difficult for Wang Hui and the others to succeed. The relationship between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory had never been good. If the phoenix bone fell into Golden Court Mountain's hands, they would have many ways to manipulate it. The flame phoenix flapped its wings and surrounded Tang Yonghao. It wanted to refine him alive and restore his precious bones. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge slashed out with his sword. Having slain Li Jin of the Southern Exalt's lineage, enmity with the Southern Blazing Heaven territory had already been sown. If the Southern Exalt's lineage's cultivation base rose greatly, it would clearly be disadvantageous to them. That fiery phoenix was merely a puppet. Having eaten Yan Zhaoge's sword, its flames instantly dissipated, its feathers seemingly falling off non-stop. You again. Fire Phoenix was enraged. Yan Zhaoge said casually, obtaining the method, but not the meaning. Even if I let you obtain this phoenix bone, so what? You still cannot cultivate the dawn mist of virtue. The fire phoenix fell from the sky, the flames around its body gradually extinguished. This puppet had been cleaved into 2 by Yan Zhaoge's sword, unable to move any longer. The aura of the fire phoenix gradually became dim and weak. The spirit energy and martial fist intent that had originally remained within it all dissipated. Before the fiery phoenix had completely vanished, it gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Having obtained that bone and cultivating in the Tao of virtue, I will naturally do some things to conveniently accumulate virtue and refine it into a black and white mist. What I think and what I usually do and what I do when I practice are 2 different things. I don't always need the moral dawn mist to fight against my enemies. I cultivate the phoenix technique to become stronger, not to turn myself into a phoenix. Paying attention to accumulating the 5 virtues is for cultivation. At this moment, the other party's emotions had already calmed down. People practice martial arts, not martial arts to control people. To be controlled and restricted by martial arts is like buying the casket and returning the pearls. Who would do such a stupid thing? Yan Zhaoge laughed. This kind of thing is a matter of opinion. The flames gradually dispersed, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was a folded phoenix. At this moment, it was jet black and charred, gradually burning into ashes. I heard your final words just now. So you are not related to the exalted solar luminary at all, only having picked up the extreme yang seal by chance. Yan Zhaoge looked like he was smiling whilst also not at the paper phoenix amidst the flames. The other party said mildly, while the passageways of the underground palace are currently chaotic, I already know this place. Please wait for a moment. This Shuang will be there very soon. Before that paper phoenix was completely incinerated, he glanced at Meng Wan from the corner of his eye, muttering to himself in a voice that no one could hear, so similar. As the phoenix vanished, everyone exchanged looks. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Tang Yonghao had a rather complex expression on his face. Still, he cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge, thanking him for saving his life. Glancing at the scattered ashes, Yan Zhaoge smiled. There are many who want to find trouble with me. You will have to queue up. With that, he gazed elsewhere. The hearts of Kong Maosheng, Zhang Chao and the others jolted slightly now as they discovered a powerful aura suddenly approaching from another direction. Carefully feeling its power fluctuations, Kong Maoshing blurted out, "Senior apprentice Uncle Chi." A tall, middle-aged man flew over, his face sallow and his gaze cold. Having met him a few times before, Yan Zhaoge knew that he was called Qi Wei, the descendant of Daoist Shi who had come to the royal Reed Sea alongside King Xianwen and Shenlingzi that year to conquer the world, a leading formation grandmaster of the Grand Xian dynasty and even the royal Reed Sea. Seeing this, Kong Jinyuan was instantly overjoyed. "It's great that senior apprentice Uncle Qi has come." Yan Zhaoge smiled lightly, flipping his palm as a great golden seal instantly appeared amidst space, resembling the blazing sun in the sky, as it was even more terrifying than when Zhang Chao executed the purple sun wheel. Just having approached, before Qi Wei could even discern the situation, his field of vision was completely filled by sunlight. The mighty extreme yang seal descended towards Qi Wei's head, instantly leaving him dazed. He was proficient in formations. Given sufficient time, making use of the geographical advantage to set up a formation, he would be able to dominate the masses, his strength far surpassing that of martial experts of the same cultivation level. Conversely, however, he was slightly weaker in terms of his cultivation base. While Yan Zhaoge had yet to reach the seeing divinity stage at the end of the day, wielding the extreme yang seal now, Qi Wei's head was still nearly covered in blood. It was only thanks to the protection of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the blurry shadow-woven robe, that he had managed to block this blow. Regaining his wits, Qi Wei's gaze instantly turning colder as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and the injured Kong Maoshing again. He said not a word as he retrieved 13 yellow flags, throwing them out. The 13 flags fluttered in the wind, light shooting out in all directions as numerous streams of radiance linked together, enveloping this region of space. The environment of the underwater palace was complex with intersecting passageways. Having only just arrived here, Qi Wei would not have been able to set up a formation in advance. Still, he was indeed highly skilled in formations as he had already reached the point where he could virtually establish a formation with a casual wave of his hand. Good! Yan Zhaoge could not help but nod in admiration. Still, while he was admiring, Yan Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony in the slightest as he pushed out with a palm, the extreme yang seal striking out with a domineering momentum once more. The glorious sun descended amidst the formation, right at the crux of Qi Wei's formation, causing it to be hard to activate and circulate as he wished. Illuminated by the all-encompassing sunlight, the 13 flags shook simultaneously as the formation became unstable. Qi Wei snorted, waving the formation flags with one hand while retrieving other treasures with the other, wanting to set up a second formation in succession. Even as Yan Zhaoge wielded the extreme yang seal, he had already long since slashed out with a sword, targeting Qi Wei himself. Qi Wei's movements slowed for a moment as he wielded the blurry shadow-woven robe to protect himself. A black shadow moved about on his body, enveloping him as he instantly flashed to the side. Then, a formation that flickered with the light of thunder appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head. Thunder roared, heavenly thunder rumbling 5 times. Yan Zhaoge's feet moved consecutively, his body rotating as he ingeniously saw through the formation, avoiding the direct bombardment of the thunderbolts. Then, he executed the yin-yang finger, directing yin and yang, shifting heaven and earth. Numerous thunderbolts instantly changed directions, shooting towards Kong Maosheng and Zhang Chao. Chapter 782. While Zhang Chao did not recognize Qi Wei, seeing the reactions of Kong Maosheng and Kong Jinyuan, he knew that he was an expert of the Grand Xian dynasty. When Qi Wei had set up the formation, Zhang Chao instantly recalled that this was that formation grandmaster who had encircled Yan Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners in the Heavenly Inheritance region and the Suffering River region back then. This made Zhang Chao feel much more at ease. But before he could calm his heart down, he saw the fierce lightning strike towards him. Only now did he suddenly recall that Yan Zhaoge was similarly extremely proficient in formations. According to Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan, this was a person who had dominated the Eight Extremities world with his proficiency in formations when he had been a martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster. Now that Yan Zhaoge had long since transcended mortality and entered sainthood, what level of attainments would he have attained in controlling and breaking formations? Zhang Chao no longer had the time to continue thinking. He, who was already heavily injured with a broken arm, faced Qi Wei's green firmament demon subduing array. He had a slim chance of survival. Zhang Chao did his best to dodge to the side, but half of his body was still engulfed by the heavenly lightning. Amidst the violent crackling of electric currents, Zhang Chao groaned miserably. His flesh was badly mangled and charred. Yan Zhaoge laughed loudly. Zhang Chao, your tortoise divine art is pretty good, finally giving you the chance to reign supreme over all those experts of the same generation as you who have survived till the very end. Do you feel that you have survived till the very end, thus laughing till the very end? The glorious rainbow sword in his hand carried a brilliant swordlight as it hacked straight towards Zhang Chao. A pity that my broad creed mountain will take you in at the end of the day. While ancestor Han Tian will let you off, I will not. Qi Wei's face was livid. Having already heard from Kong Maoxing about Zhang Chao's defection, he immediately wielded the formation to block Yan Zhaoge. I'll protect this person. I won't tolerate your impudence. Yan Zhaoge's sword did not cease in its momentum as he simultaneously locked down the changes in Qi Wei's grand formation with the extreme yang seal before striking out with the yin-yang finger once more. The power of the formation that was originally obstructing him immediately struck towards the brothers Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan. Qi Wei had no choice but to protect the Kong brothers first. Yan Zhaoge let out a long laugh. Just now, who did you say you were going to protect? Where the sword light passed, Zhang Chao, who was already heavily injured and on the verge of death, was instantly beheaded. A large head flew into the sky, its eyes wide open. The number one expert of the Sacred Sun clan who had once commanded the wind and summoned the rain in the Eight Extremities world, the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao, had died with remaining grievances. Not only did he die with a grievance, but Qi Wei's eyes were practically spitting fire. He, a lofty expert of the fifth level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, had actually been unable to protect a single person. What was even harder for him to accept was that the person who had killed him right before his eyes was shockingly a mid-merging avatar Martial Saint. At this moment, Qi Wei, who had always been gloomy, could only feel his anger rising to the top of his head, almost uncontrollable. However, Yan Zhaoge's strength left him even more shocked. He had once clashed with Yan Zhaoge at the first level of the Martial Saint realm. While he had felt shocked then, it had not been as shocking as it was now. As compared to others, as compared to Qi Wei himself, as compared to the various experts he knew such as Kong Ping, He Dongcheng, Gu Zhang, King Xuanmu and the others, Yan Zhaoge was just so different. Every time he took a step forward, his strength seemed to increase more than other people's breakthroughs. More than he had expected. Qi Wei just felt that under normal circumstances, while Yan Zhaoge's strength should have increased from the first to the second level of the Martial Saint realm, it should not have been this massive. The experiences of others would definitely not be applicable on this youth before him. Kong Maoxing and Kong Jinyuan looked at Yan Zhaoge with complex expressions on their faces, finding it hard to understand. Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan were both momentarily dazed. While they did not approve of Zhang Chao's actions, he was still the most legendary figure in the history of the Sacred Sun clan at the end of the day. To every disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, he was a legendary existence, an existence even more supreme than the lofty Huang Guanglie who had ruled over everything that year. Even though Meng Wan had already surpassed him with the extreme Yin crown, this impression was still not so easily removed. Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan had not personally witnessed the deaths of Huang Guanglie and Huang Su. Now, however, personally witnessing Zhang Chao's death was naturally a huge blow to them. Senior apprentice Uncle Qi, someone came here just now who cultivates in a technique that is very similar to the Phoenix True Form scripture of the Southern Exalt's lineage. This Yan Zhaoge is on bad terms with him, Kong Maoxing suddenly realized, seemingly recalling something as he quickly said, that person claims to be surnamed Zhuang. Qi Wei was taken aback. Cultivates in the Phoenix True Form scripture, surnamed Zhuang. A cold light shone within his eyes as he chuckled coldly. There's actually such a thing. The silhouette of the fiery phoenix that entered the depths of the sea earlier indeed cultivates in the Phoenix True Form scripture, just that I had not thought that he would actually be surnamed Zhuang. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Tang Yonghao was jolted awake as well, regaining his wits. Qi Wei smiled coldly as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. You who have come from the lower worlds are indeed unclear on many things. I think that you still do not know that the Southern Exalt is surnamed Zhuang. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he nodded slightly. No wonder he already possesses a high-grade sacred artifact even before attaining the Immortal Bridge stage. Looking at Qi Wei, he smiled relaxedly. Then, of the Grand Xian dynasty's initial king Xianwen, Shenlingzi and Daoist Shi, which major figure is standing behind them? Can you tell me? Looking fixedly at Yan Zhaoge, Qi Wei could tell that Yan Zhaoge was not being tough on the outside but weak on the inside, as he was indeed composed. Even I have to say that I admire you, Qi Wei said slowly. I wonder if you are fearless because you are ignorant or if you truly possess courage. Still, whatever it is no longer important. Instead of staying obediently under Lin Hanhua's protection, you came running out to die. Now that you have walked right into my trap, I will grant you your wish. With that, Qi Wei formed a seal with each hand, simultaneously bringing them before his chest before pushing them forward in unison. 13 earthen yellow flags fluttered in the wind, earthen yellow smoke surging into the air. Dark clouds filled the sky densely with the light of thunder shooting everywhere. The two great formations attacked from above and below, trapping Yan Zhaoge between them. Yan Zhaoge's expression was composed as he wielded the extreme yang seal. Now, however, his heart suddenly jolted. At the center of the blood pool in the depths of the underground palace, the Northern Ocean clone who was currently refining the heaven-swallowing sword box and the earth-devouring burner abruptly opened his eyes. The blood pool before him began heaving intensely, its originally stable rhythm being disrupted as it grew more and more hurried. It was like his heartbeat had suddenly sped up. The sacrificial refinement of the sword within the heaven-swallowing sword box had already reached the final juncture. Affected by this, it instantly became unstable. The entire underground palace was shaking intensely. Yan Zhaoge realized, the Immortal Bridge martial saints like Kong Ping and Gu Hong have encountered each other and are currently clashing within the underground palace. The disturbance caused by this is too great. The streams of light within the blood pool had originally intended to converge with the heaven-swallowing sword box, unceasingly extracting spiritual qi for it. Now, however, the sword box suddenly shook intensely. The streams of light entangled upon it abruptly began circulating in reverse. A massive suction force emanated from the blood pool, wanting to forcibly extract a certain existence from within the sword box. That you're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.